truant stay hidden, he was lurking. So we made sure he went missing. Told the fakers to leave, but they wouldn't listen, they faulty. Now they gotta watch me glisten, they ain't silent. Like some snakes, they stay hissing, spreading words and rumors. Coming from a bad place, oh yeah. Tryna be a better me just for you. But it ain't easy, it's hard to get used to. Minding my own business, I'm not worried about what he do. Cause nowadays, all the niggas, they be see-through. I always say this is that I'm staying around people. Finding my own path like I'm writing my own sequel. Two-faced people all around, they be evil. 2021, you can never trust nobody. Good and bad thoughts on my mind, they be crowded. Wish a nigga pass his limits, then he see he bought it. Family work hard, but I never guess I'm found it. Successful, I feel. All the memories come flooding back, hit different. I've changed a lot, friends list got thinner. Ain't tripping about enemies, truant stay hidden, he was lurking. So we made sure he went missing. Told the fakers to leave, but they wouldn't listen, they faulty. Now they gotta watch me glisten, they ain't silent. Like some snakes, they stay hissing, spreading words and rumors, they gon' keep dissing.
Big up, DJ. Big up, Marine. DJ, the link, if you want to join, you can join, DJ. Got a lot to talk about with Chelsea. You know, happy Sunday to each and every one. It's your boy, GSC Gov. I'm back again with another video for you guys. You know, today is a day where we got a lot to talk about. You know, right now, you got Olise. Seems like he's coming to Chelsea. You know, it's in the news everywhere where they're saying he'd probably rather go to Manchester United, you know, or it's up in the air. But you have to remember, to agree personal terms with Olise wouldn't be a problem for Chelsea, because Chelsea already, you know, have an agreement with Olise from last season when we were trying to sign him from Crystal Palace. Because remember, we went for Olise, and if it wasn't for Crystal Palace, you know, Olise would be a Chelsea player from last season. So personal terms wouldn't be a problem to agree with Chelsea. You know, the $63 million price tag that they put on him, you know, a release clause. You know, it's up to Chelsea to go in and put it in, because Olise wouldn't mind, you know, to come back, you know, to join. So it wouldn't be, for me, in my personal view, you know, I don't think that that would be a problem, you know, for Olise. You know, I think this can be an easy transfer. Which I would love if the club, if they're really gonna think about doing it, I would love they just go ahead and get it out of the way. You know, Olise, Palmer can play as one of the 8. That's what I've been watching all day about the new manager that's coming in. The way how he liked to play, the way he liked to set up, he liked to use 2 8s that bypass the striker to hold the ball up, and the 2 8s go behind. You know, and that can be Palmer. You know, because Palmer can score goals. So, you know, let us see what he's gonna do in preseason. You know, preseason is coming up in probably a couple weeks time for the players that's not in the Euros or in the Copa America. But it's interesting to see what's really gonna happen in this upcoming season. You know, a lot of Chelsea fans got hope. You know, a lot of Chelsea fans got doubts. You know, a lot of Chelsea fans is in the middle, you know, where you are today. You know, it's up to you, you know, but I'm fully balanced, because if we get a good striker, and if we get Olise, and if we get a better goalkeeper that can use the ball and good at claiming crosses, for me, I think we can have an excellent season. That's just my point of view. What's your point of view? You know, because, you know, everyone thinks different. So I'll probably be confident with it if we get those, you know, across the line, because we got a good ball playing center back, you know, already coming on a free. And let us start off like this, because I've been reading a lot where they said Chelsea is the model, we're trying to follow Arsenal model, or, you know, I think Chelsea is doing something similar to Real Madrid, you know, in a different wider scale, if you put it that way, because Real Madrid normally keep all of their senior players and bring in the young players for cheap, you know, and gradually, you know, introduce them to the first team and let them grow. You know, Vinicius Jr., he failed his first 2 seasons at Real Madrid, and look at the player he turned out to be today. So if Real Madrid didn't have faith in him and ship him off, you know, what would have happened to Vinicius Jr. today? You know, they probably regret it like how we did. when Real Madrid take a piece of Chelsea model, because Chelsea model back in the days was similar. We buy a whole bunch of young players, some of the best young players across the world. But the thing is, we didn't know how to gradually bring them to the first team, and after your Frank Lampard and your Jogber and them leave, we stopped challenging for the Premier League because the core that we got there already died down, and get hold and move on and move to retire. But Real Madrid copy it and Real Madrid do almost similar. Because remember back in the days, Real Madrid only used to go for the superstars players, and all the superstar players, that's what Real Madrid used to go for back in those days. And after Chelsea do that model under Roman Abramovich, then Real Madrid started to do that model where they're bringing the young players and keep the older players and gradually bringing the younger players to replace the older players. So you got one older player go out or two older player go out, two younger player come in. After they settle in the club for 2 years, they replace those older players. Under Roman Abramovich, it was just different. You Kevin De Bruyne, Mo Salah, Oscar. Like we got managers that didn't know how to use all these talent that we got. Juan Mata, name them. We used to got them. They'll leave and go somewhere else. Even the same Lukaku, Romelu Lukaku, he was a part of the Chelsea system too. But we just didn't have a manager that believe in young players or know how to use young players. And that's one of the things that helped break down the squad mentally. So what the owners are doing, I'm not saying I'm fully confident in them. I'm not saying I'm not confident in them. I'm right there in the middle just to see, how this is gonna turn out. But the intention they got, like you can if you know Chelsea, you will see their intention is really good towards the club. If they can balance the financial part right now, it will be even greater because that's one of the most things that's holding over our head now is the financial. The final aspect of the game. That's where I need Chelsea to improve a lot. Where we don't have to be going in every season and think about getting rid of homegrown players to balance the book. If we can balance the book without have to be selling or go close to the PSR or whatever the financial fair play or whatever you want to call it, that would be great in my point of view. If we can get all of that correct, because if we do and get all of that correct, all these young players that we are trying to bring in, these couple players that we're bringing right now, they will be the senior head in this team when you got like the next season. Cole Palmer gonna already have 2 seasons under his belt. So you got your like of Enric Pies coming in or your William, whosoever young player we bring in, that will help, to always already have a core. So if we build a core out of these players, all those young players that coming in, they got someone can look up to, if it go all correct, because right now we're bringing Towson, and Towson is an experienced player. We're bringing him for free. And the same thing that Real Madrid been doing for years. That Bayern Munich, they went to Bayern Munich and they get Alaba. They get Alaba on a free transfer. Real Madrid normally go into players when they got like a 2 year left on their contract. Talk to them, let them know, listen, we're coming in back for you after you run down your contract or after your contract is done. We come back in, we come in back for you. So that's what they do with even Rudiger. Real Madrid have this style where they go in, talk to the senior players, let them know because they're Real Madrid. Chelsea can't do that right now to tell players, because we don't reach that stage yet. But if we go down this route and we start to be successful on the field and start to win titles, especially in the Champions League, start to be competing in the Champions League and in the Premier League, sustain ourselves a way where we can start a challenge in multiple, that would be something that really help, where we can get some of the best senior players in the world, to come in on a free or on a low price, after they have like a 1 year left on their contract. Little stuff like those can really happen, and it can really help. And the big up Andy, I haven't seen you in a minute. Nice to see you today. Michael Olise Chelsea swap deal. Oh, that for me, Olise is a more is a better player than Nani Madueke. Nani Madueke is a player that got a lot of potential. You know, Olise already showed what he can done, you know, what he can do overall. Nani Madueke got a little bit more to learn, to be quite honest, to reach, you know, the status of Olise. Olise is a more of a ready-made player. You know, one more season under Nodi Madueke, he can be the player that that Olise is, in my point of view. Remember, guys, that's just me. You know, that's not what the bigger, wider audience probably maybe not thinking, but few people may be thinking the way I'm thinking. But in my point of view, you know, because this is my state. Nani Madueke probably can reach that level, probably one more season where he can get where he can play game in, game out. That would help his career if he gets a move or a loan where he can play, you know, game in, game out. That will help his career. But at Chelsea, Chelsea is a winning club that, you know, we are always going to be looking to challenge. So it would be Nani Madueke, you know, if he stays, and Olise, if Olise come in, you know that he's gonna have to step his game up. You know, he's gonna have to prove himself like he's the man. You know, I don't got no problem with competition, because competition only can make you greater. You know, and that's what I want my team to be. I want my team to be great again. And the only way we can be great again is, you know, if we're gonna get the best players. They're putting in the work. You know, they're growing. You know, that's what we really want. Like, we really want the team to be challenged again for the Premier League title. Someone have to hit Manchester City right now off the high ground, to be quite honest. So you know, it's not a bad thing. You know, if we get Olise not by the way, you know, yeah, they can always challenge each other. The best one will rise to the top. You know, that's how I look at it. You know, when it come on to overall the team, like, I have no preference. You know, the better player will always flow to the top. Because if you're gonna look at it and say you're gonna be an Unimani Wake fan, I'm not really a player fan, to be quite honest. I am a Chelsea fan, not really a player fan. So the players that doing the best for the club, that's the player I'm gonna always go with. You know, and if Noni Madueke is afraid of competition, he's in the wrong club. You need to go to Tottenham or Crystal Palace, as what you were saying earlier. You know, DJ joined me on the stream. Big up, DJ. Big up, big up. I really
Big up,
appreciate.
big up, brother. Big up.
Yeah, they dropped this Olise stuff on us. You know, what do you think about it? Because Manchester United think they got a chance.
Well, my understanding is that, sorry, big up to everyone in the, by the way, in the comments, whoever's in the comments. Again, Gov, thanks for having me on your show, brother. It's always a pleasure being here and chatting footy with you. Big up to one in the comments. Just remember to smash the like button, subscribe to the channel as always. Yeah, look, the Olise situation, my understanding is, I don't know if you heard Ben Jacobs. I think he was on the terrace talking about the Olise situation. Our understanding is his contract situation apparently is slightly different this time around, because apparently now it's not about Chelsea approaching Crystal Palace. The deal they've got now is that Chelsea actually have to approach Michael Olise first to ask if he wants to, obviously talk to us about getting a deal done. And then I think it comes to Crystal Palace afterwards, whereas before it was, I think, Crystal Palace first. Because apparently if Chelsea were to go and do it the other way around, they'll be accused of tapping up the player. So my understanding of this new contract is, I don't know if Ben, you saw the thing with Ben Jacobs. He was saying something about that Chelsea would have to now approach his Orantage, okay, before we can even make any kind of conversations or communication with him. So, I don't know. That's something to do with this new contract in that he signed or something like that. So it's probably going to be about 60 million to get him. But obviously, once they get the go-ahead to talk to him, and then obviously, I think Crystal Palace then will then obviously say, okay, you've spoken to him, you know, he's agreed he wants to join you, and now cough up the 60 million, which is what I do believe he's worth. That's what Chelsea have to pay to get him. So, yeah, United are definitely sure. They definitely feel they're interested in getting. I mean, I know United want him. A lot of their fan base seem to think they're going to get him over us because we're like still a project that they think is in failure. because we're 2 years in our project and think it's failing. Whereas United is just going to begin new with Ineos, and they think, we're in the Europa Cup. Yeah, he's more likely to come to us over that. This is. I think people tend to forget, despite Chelsea's circumstances that we're in, this is Chelsea Football Club. We're not some small little club United are competing against. We're competing against one of the best clubs in England, in London for one of the best clubs in the world, as well, along with them. And we can compete with them in terms of getting the players. And let's be honest here, the guy's already come out apparently and said that he wants to stay in London. So how much of that? I mean, unless United come up with something really like offer some kind of project and everything. Oh, this is what's going to work. This is what we're going to do. If you come to us, the only advantage he's got over of going to United, what United may have over him going to them over us, is the fact that he can walk straight into their team. Whereas people are going to look at Chelsea's situation and think, well, you've got already Madueke on that side, you've got Cole Palmer who can play on that side if need be. So where exactly does he fit into the team? But then I look at it and say, well, Cole Palmer can go in the middle if need be. Okay, and let's be honest with you, Madueke, I still think will need competition on that right-hand side, and someone like an Olise coming in there could be exactly the kind of player for him. And maybe there's a possibility that Madueke, the people are thinking that Madueke could go as part of that deal as well, which I don't want to happen either, because I think having him and Olise at Chelsea on that right side, I think would be great for us. And then you have Cole Palmer, who probably have to change his position and possibly play in the middle. I don't know your thoughts on that at all, bro.
Oh yeah, you're correct, and that's exactly what I was talking about earlier before you come on. Because if you notice, the way I was watching a lot of interviews with Leicester before I come on, trying to do a little bit more homework.
Yeah.
And the way how we like to play, one of his someone that's close to Leicester that talk to the manager Enzo in many different occasions, and the way how we like to play, he was saying even Indeed didn't play as an holding midfielder for Leicester City. He played more like an 8. So Enzo like a striker that can play with his back towards the goal to hold the ball up, and then you got the 2 8s go behind, and turn into a two-man striker, in possession of the ball. So that can be definitely a Cole Palmer. Cole Palmer is a good finisher, so he can be one of those 8 that run behind the striker to go on end of some of those balls. And if you really watch Leicester, what's his name, Ndidi, he scored a lot of goals, and he create a lot of goal scoring chances in last season with Leicester.
Yeah. No, listen, totally agree. I just think, listen, I obviously I would love to see Olise. I think people seem to forget he was a Cobham boy before he left Chelsea. He was in our youth ranks before he left to get guaranteed football elsewhere. And I think he's always said that one day he would love to always return back to the club and finish off, and one day get the opportunity to put the blue shirt on a regular basis, playing in the first team. Now he's improved himself as a player, and he's become probably one of the best attacking players in the Premiership. I mean, you saw last season how Crystal Palace were under Glasner when he came in as manager there. He got them guys playing. I don't know how he got them playing, but Eze and him probably were two of Palace's best players on that pitch, mate. And and if we can get him in, I'll be very happy with the signing. I really would be. But I'm not going to rule United out of this deal, because I think any fan out there would be silly enough to do that. Because look, United is still a big pool. Yeah, they're going through a situation like we are, but the one thing they also have over us, which we don't have, is Europa Cup football, which could also, if they were to go on to win that, they could get obviously that's a ticket. That's a ticket to the Premiership for them to the Champions League next season, if they were to win that for the following season. So that could be another pool for Olise to go. Then I think that's where United fans seem to think they'll be able to get that up hand on Chelsea. Because if Chelsea were to go out and win the Conference Cup, because I think people got to remember, we've still got to qualify for that. Gavin, we've still got to qualify for that. We've still got 2 qualifiers to play before we can actually say we're going to be in the Europa Conference competition. And as much as it would be nice to go and win that trophy and go be in it to win it, as we always say, as Chelsea fans and as Chelsea Football Club that love our club so much, you're in it to win it. And we've got an opportunity to win all trophies of all the European trophies. We'd be the first club, would you believe, to win all of Europeans trophies if we were to go out there and win that trophy. So, that's the only that could be the other thing that could make him say, okay, I'd like to go and be part of that. But then, obviously, the Europa Cup is more of a huge pull for a player than the Conference Cup is. So he may look at the opportunity of going to United for that reason. And that's where they could possibly beat us for that reason. Let's be honest with you. United is still a big pool. They're still a massive club. We can't forget about that either. But I just think because he's come out and already says he wants to stay in London, okay, that could be the only thing. Obviously, that could go for us because he wants to remain in London and play for us. So hopefully it can happen. But obviously, United seem to think fans seem to think they're going to be the ones that'll end up getting him in the end over us.
Yeah, you're right. I don't know if you remember last summer though, it did agree to all the terms and the project, that the rebuild. I don't really like project, the rebuild that we're doing, So he agreed to all of that. He willing to put pen to paper for us. It was just Crystal Palace owner was the one that really said we're trying to top up the player because they didn't know that Chelsea figure out that release clause. And I 100% think that the way our Chelsea find out about that release clause, I think because his family is still connected to Chelsea.
Yes.
So something probably leaked right there. So I can guarantee you right now that his brother signed a new contract. So,
yes, he has.
So that can be a big advantage for us too. We probably want to come back to Chelsea.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, bro, he has actually come out and said, to be fair to him, that he would like to go back because obviously he would like to now get the opportunity to play for Chelsea and wear that blue shirt on a regular basis. And to be fair, the way our team is at this moment in time, he's got a great opportunity to come in. I mean, I just think next season, if we get him in, if you look at our attack next season going forward, we also add another striker to that mix. All right, whether it be Benjamin Sesko or whether it will be Alvarez from Manchester City, we're going to have some team again next season. I think this season, Chelsea have been in the doldrums for the last 2 years since the new owners have come in. And look, listen, I still don't trust on these owners, bro. I'll be honest with you. I think you know how I feel. My stance on these owners, I will never trust them because I don't believe what they're doing. They're not showing for me, as I said, they're not showing for me that they care enough as much about the football club. I mean, they keep changing and chopping and changing what they keep saying because let's be real here. They said they were going to want to sign all players that are 20, 25 and plus next season for this season. So far, we've only seen one coming in, Tossin at a centre back, and then if you look at the actual players that we're linked with now, we're going to get we've signed two more Brazilian players that are both 18 years old. We got this kid Lima coming in as well at right back, who's going to go straight to Strasbourg on loan when he joins next season. And if you look at the players that possibly could be coming in for next season, that could be coming in this season at Chelsea, you've got Olise. I think he's still correct me if I'm wrong, I think he's still 20, is he 20, 23, 24 maybe? I'm not sure, I've got to double check his age. I think he's still young.
I don't even think he gets 24 yet.
Yeah. So look, as much as I think
he was just playing under 21 last summer.
For France, wasn't he?
Yes.
So look, I mean, look, he's still that, and look, if he's going to come in now, again, listen, the only reason why I think why I like is I obviously we've seen how he's thrived at Crystal Palace, and also he's got experience playing in the Premiership. That's exactly what we need. Yeah, but I still think that looking at the players that we're looking at still, I mean, the striker that we're looking at, Benjamin Sesko, this kid's another young kid again. So we're not really looking at anymore. We're not looking at Osimhen anymore, who was mainly our target for this season. And I think it's all the reason why we're obviously not getting him is down to wages and also down to how much he's going to cost. That's why I don't think our owners are going to put their hands in their pockets and spend that kind of money. And also because of we all know about the profit sustainability and the FFP regulations of why we can't go. We have to be careful of the players that we bring in. So it doesn't look like we're going to go for experience anytime soon. I think you're going to be seeing more youngsters come to the club next season. And look, for me, Olise, I think out of all, because obviously he's got the experience. He's an excellent player anyway. Coming in, I think will be excellent. Obviously, you've got Tossin, who's got the experience from Fulham now. He's 27, 26. So he's coming in now. And then we've got to obviously see what striker and what left back we're going to go for, or if we're going to go for left back, because there's been talk of another left back coming to Chelsea as well. So, but for me, look, I would love Olise at the football club. Okay, I think he'll do ideal. It'll be ideal for us. But United don't. This whole thing about United doesn't seem to be going away, and they seem to be quite confident they're going to get him. So let's see, bro, on that one.
You make a point, and I want to ask you your opinion on it. Then I'll probably give you mine. About Victor Osimhen.
Yes.
Do you think that he's a striker that we should really sign? And why?
For me, look, I've been watching Osimhen for quite some time now, bro. I've been watching him since he was playing his football in France before he moved to Napoli. I've always rated this guy. I remember saying to my dad when we used to watch him, I used to say, look, this guy's going to go places, okay, because of how he was being and how he was playing and the goals he was scoring, and he's just improved as a player. So he's moved, so from the club he was playing, I think it was Rennes, I think he was at. So he's moving from them, and then he's moving to Napoli. The guy's improved heavily. The guy can't, he keeps improving every time he's improving. I think he was just the kind of player that you need in the Premiership. He's a Premiership type player for me, and I think if you look at all the information surrounding him, you're seeing the likes of Didier Drogba, a legend who's been talking to him about coming to Chelsea. You've had the likes of Joey Mikel talking to him about coming to Chelsea. You've also had Florent Malouda been in his ear as well, another one who's playing for us coming to Chelsea. They've all been speaking to this guy about Chelsea, and I think they did all their homework to get him to come to Chelsea, and it looks like our owners are not going to proceed by getting him. Now, why they think he's not an Maresca type player, I don't know. For me, I think he'll fit in our system pretty well. I mean, if you think about how we play and the players that could feed him the ball from each side, this guy will finish his dinner. It's simple as that if he gets the right opportunities. So I for one, want him to come. But as I said, our owners are not going to get him, it seems now, which I'm so gutted about. Okay, and for me, I think that he would have been he's still my first choice over everyone still. I'm still hoping there'll be a change of heart by our owners and they'll get him in here and they'll get this deal over the line. But from all the shoutings that are coming out of late, it doesn't look like they're not looking at him anymore, which is a bit of a gutting thing because they did actually come out last season, the owners, and say he was their priority striker for the summer. But do you see why I keep saying why they keep chopping and changing the owners? This is why I have no trust in them for that reason. Do you get me, bro?
Yeah, I get you. I'm not challenging your opinion, but I'm just gonna see if I can let you see it this way.
Yeah.
For me, I love Victor Osimhen.
Yeah.
And honestly, I would have taken him over all the strikers that we're linked with.
Yeah.
But because I'm a Chelsea man, I'm gonna look at Chelsea first.
Yeah.
And the best interest of the club. So the reason why I wouldn't take him, and the reason why I think the owners probably not looking in that way, to get a Victor Osimhen, it's gonna cost us a lot of money. Money that we don't really got right now at the club. Because if we get ourselves situated up right now for the financial, fair play where we balance it for this year, if we're gonna get the likes of a Victor Osimhen, that's gonna put us way back in debt again for the next season. So we're gonna always have to find someone to sell to balance it. If we can get rid of the likes of Raheem Sterling on those high wages, to be quite honest, it would be even better for us. Yeah. So that's one of the reasons why I said I would say no to Victor Osimhen, and I agree with the owners at this time to say, we're not where we need to be right now. I would love for us to sort out our books, get everything correct, so we don't got those problems, rooting over our head in the next coming season. Not this season because we're good for this season, but for the season that's coming, get back the club balance where we can manage on our own without have to be selling asset, or selling young players to pay profit to get where we want. I would love if we can get rid of those big name players at this point in time. I know we need them, but for now and next year, just get everything correct with the financial, and then we can think about doing those deals after we get everything in the house together.
No, listen, bro. You make some excellent valid points there, and some of it I agree with what you're saying. But then the question I always say to myself is when you guys talk to me about this, I totally agree. Yeah, maybe, but then you ask yourself the question: who are the people that put us in this situation in the first place? Who asked our owners to go and spend £1 billion, right, in almost one season and two whatever? No one asked them to go and do that. They could have waited a little while, got in the players that they thought would have been ideal for us, and saved £1 billion. Saved us from spending over it. The only reason why we're in this situation is because they've gone and overspent, completely overspent.
Can I tap in one more time, DJ? This is the last time because I don't want to forget this point. I don't want to forget it.
Bro.
I understand that part, but you have to remember too that this problem that we got right now is coming even from Roman Abramovich, where they sanctioned the club where we couldn't have any sales. We have to put that into consideration too. That remember, we couldn't sell. They couldn't sell tickets. They couldn't sell merchandise or nothing because they didn't want any money to go into Roman's pocket. So all of those financial strain that we're under for about 4 to 5 months, that leave a big gap and a big hole on us too. Which I thought they would have given us a leeway, because it wasn't Chelsea fault, for whatever happened, with those politics where we don't know politics, but all those politics that have nothing to do with Chelsea. So when these owned by Chelsea, we did it already under under those train where we couldn't even think about flying. One of the time, remember, they were saying that they're probably gonna have to drive bus to go to Wolverhampton, I think, for a game.
Yep.
If I'm correct, because we didn't have the money to even fly the players over. So we have to take all of those things into consideration. The owners, the £1 billion that they spend, have nothing to do with with whatever profit the club was making at that time, because £1 billion it come with the sale of the club. When they buy the club from Roman Abramovich tell them they have to spend £1 billion, to improve the squad. And I think one statement was in it too, to get a new stadium.
Do you know why, bro? Because and what I'll say to you, Gavin, I don't think many people know this, okay, and people don't want to come out and say it, but people forget that Roman Abramovich actually paid off the debt. This has not been mentioned at all. The guy paid off the debt. He left us debt free before he left Chelsea, and no one wants to talk about this. The money he did pay, he paid the money off and paid the debt off. That came out in a story that before he was sanctioned and everything, he was told he has to pay off the 1.5 billion debt that we had, and he paid it off. But no one wants to talk about that. You see, all they want to do is blame Roman for he was the guy who put us in this. He didn't put us in this situation. Okay, he actually, he got sanctioned because of what was going on, the political issues that were going on, as we know, between Ukraine and Russia. And so he got sanctioned because of that reason. But people don't want to come out and say it, but he paid off the 1.5 million debt. But it's not mentioned enough. These owners have just, and what his terms was when he came in was, he didn't want the club to go in debt. He said that he wanted Chelsea to be rebuilt, the stadium to be rebuilt. This is part of the things that he told these owners. Okay, all right, and so far, okay, they've gone and spent £1 billion, but whether Roman said to him to go and spend £1 billion on players, I don't think for the life of me Roman would have gone and said to them, if you're going to go and spend £1 billion on players and get the right players and the right profile to come in, that's going to make us still challenge out there. Because let's be honest with you, Roman left us as Champions League winners, bro. Thomas Tuchel just won us that trophy along with the Club World Trophy and also the Super Cup. So when people say to me, about Roman, no one talks about the debt he actually paid off, but no one wants to know where that money's actually gone. Yeah, it's probably still within the government. It probably still is within them. But he did pay off that debt as he said he had to, because that was one of the terms within conditions of when the sale was all going through, that he had to write off the Chelsea debt, and he did do that. But no one talks about that. That's the thing. So when people say, it's all Roman's fault, it's not, bro. Trust me, he did pay off the debt.
Now, I do understand. I'm not saying it's Roman's fault. I'm just trying.
No, I'm saying you, bro. I'm not saying you, but just in general.
I know. I'm just trying to pull it to see where we can figure out the problem, because it's coming from either some people is saying it's the old regime and some is saying it's a new one. So I'm just trying to pull it there for someone can come up with something. Marine is with us. What you got, Marine?
Big up DJ, big up Gavin, sir. How you guys? Big up yours. It's been a long time, guys. How you guys been though?
All good, bro. All good, man. How are you? You all right?
What are you guys talking about? I'm all good. It's just work, man. I'm occupied with work.
Always.
As always,
man. Just here, about the Olise and the Osimhen deal and the owners, because he said that Osimhen would be the best striker fit for us, and we were talking about this financial strain we would put on us if we get the Victor Osimhen through the door, And Olise, they're saying that he'd prefer to come to Chelsea, and some say he's prefer to go to Manchester United.
I mean, with the situation with Osimhen, right? I don't really know what's going on with it. I don't know the details, but pretty much sure. I just feel like I don't think we're really gonna risk 100 million with this guy, because think about it, guys. We need players to rebuild again, because we need to buy. Right now we bought a center back for free, which was a good deal because that could replace Thiago Silva. Maybe we can get a left back for Cucurella if he goes out, because I don't think he'll get maybe 30 to 40 games, because now we have conference football now. So and there's a lot of like things that I think the owners and the directors, they're trying to value. That's why they're probably trying to go for Benjamin Sesko for like, maybe get him for like maybe 60, 70. Who knows? But, I don't really recommend them to go for him, but he's a quality player, he's a good player. But in terms of like our style, like I don't think he'll fit that style. We'll probably take him maybe 2 years, three, for him to adapt. But I'm sure there are like prolific strikers we can get. A guy from Sporting, we can get him. He's probably like 20, 30 mil. I don't know. So like the deal with Osimhen, like I understand, like we all want a striker that can, do everything, score goals, assist, very strong, traditional nine. But as well, when it comes to value, guys, we need to also think about like, okay, yeah, with our attack, we also need to think about our back. Now right now we're linked with goalkeepers. So it's gonna be a tough one. If we're gonna sign Osimhen, then we have to get up money for other players to sign. Maybe if they sign Osimhen right now, then it's gonna take them time to assign Michael Olise. So that's why I'm pretty much sure they're going so fast ahead for Michael Olise, which is an excellent player. I want him to come to Chelsea because he's going to give that dynamic on the right. So if he comes there, I don't know about his his injury record. Sorry, but like I just feel like if he comes to Chelsea, he can give some competition from especially on the right side. And if you let go of Sterling, which well that if Sterling goes, then that will be okay. So we just rise up the prices for the FFP as well. So we just balance the finance properly. So yeah, that's my take on finance and Osimhen. And yeah, I just feel like Osimhen, if he goes to PSG, tough luck, guys. I'm sorry, but if he stays in Napoli, let's go for him next season, because right now it's gonna be a huge risk to like risk him all out for him. Yeah, but yeah.
I mean, just a
Yeah.
quick question.
Oh,
I was gonna say
sorry.
a
Go
quick
ahead,
question.
DJ.
I was gonna ask you guys. A quick question. It's interesting. You said 60 to 70 million. That's been talked. I mean, I think for Sesko. Now, if you pay another, I do believe another 10 million more. Okay, you can go and get yourself. You can go and get yourself Alvarez from Manchester City, and they value him around about 80 million. So if you
I
guys
would,
came to push come to
yes.
shove out of Alvarez and Sesko, who would you guys opt for?
Uh, Dante and Ty kind of let me switch my mind. To be quite honest, the other day, because I was saying Alvarez, but when they kind of broke it down to me a little bit, where I get more understanding of the both players. I said I would go for Sesko, to be quite honest, because of all the way Dante and Ty, explain it to me and convince me and show me what they look at and all the different aspects of both of them games. I didn't think about it that deeply. So they told me it was Sesko, but if you look at the yeah, Ty is in the chat. Yeah, but if you look on Alvarez, he's more likely a number 10, as what Ty said, and I'd go do my research. When Kevin De Bruyne was out, he were more sliding into the number 10 spot or the false nine, that's where he like to operate. But if you're going for an out and out striker, it's gonna always be Sesko.
Interesting from Ty and Dante, because I had that conversation with Dante on Coachilla's stream about that same thing. And I always say this, and one thing I'll always say is, I think why a lot of people are more looking at the fact of how tall Alvarez is. And I think what people seem to remember is that they seem to think, oh, he'll be too small for Chelsea. But then I always try to turn around and say and put onto that is, if any of you remember Carlos Tevez and Sergio Aguero at Manchester City and then at West Ham, you guys remember any of those two players?
Romario too.
Yeah. What did those guys do at the height that they were at? They came and smashed it for Man City and smashed it for West Ham. Carlos Tevez and also Sergio Aguero. And when I look at Alvarez, right, he reminds me of both those kind of players. The only thing he doesn't have is their build, right? But other than that, he's scary for defense to want to play up against. So if the guy's going to come running at you, he can get free kicks, he can get penalties, he can score all sorts of goals. He's got a good shot on him from distance as well. All right, I'm not sure much about Sesko. Look, as much as I haven't seen much of Sesko, to be fair. I've seen a few clips of him here and there. Okay, but again, we're bringing him in from the Bundesliga. We all know what happened with that. How people were moaning about Timo Werner and Kai Havertz when they came to us, and everyone was calling it Bundesliga tax. Yeah, and and then people also trying to accuse Nkunku of that. People don't forget the guy hardly played or kicked the ball for Chelsea. Whenever people come out and tell me that. So I always turn around and I always say to you guys, I know Dante's in the chat that he's probably going to come and challenge me along with Ty. I said this to them on the stream. I get their point of views of what Dante is saying, but for me, I just think you can still go with a little and large type player up front. So you can still have like your, I don't know, another taller player up there. If you want to go down that avenue. Okay, and still have someone like a Alvarez in the team, because the guy's played in the Premiership. He knows the Prem. He's scoring goals for fun for Man City when he is playing goals. I know he's not played as a recognised number 9, but when he does obviously come on, he can affect games. And I just think, and the fact that we've also read a couple of days ago that that as it goes, Maresca is actually the one who's actually pulling for this deal. That must tell you guys everything that if the manager's asking for him. Then he obviously knows his player pretty well, just like he obviously knows Sterling, Lavia, and Cole Palmer. So that's how I look at it. And also when you're looking at Joe Shields, apparently he's been mentioned in this to say he's trying to get this deal done for Alvarez, or they're showing interest in him. That more or less tells me there's definite huge interest in there. But as again, everyone's got their views and opinions. I respect Dante's, I respect Ty's. They're both brothers of mine, so I respect their views and opinions. But I've just got mine on Alvarez, and I think for me, I think he'll be a better player, a better fit for us, because the guy's got Premiership experience already. And now we're looking for experienced players to come in and do a job for us. All right. One of the things these owners have come out and said they want experience, regardless of how old Alvarez is. The guy's still got experience in the Premiership over Benjamin Sesko. What do you guys think of that? I mean, in terms of saying experience.
Oh, before you go and Marina answer you, DJ already answer you. Dante answer you. I put it up on the stream.
Yeah. I'm sorry, DJ. I have to go with Dante and Ty because I have my opinion. With Alvarez, right? What I've picked up with him, we have a player that can play his style. Like we have someone that we can utilize with him. It will be a good thing if we bring him to Chelsea. I wouldn't mind Alvarez, bro. But the thing is, the position where he plays is more comfortable behind the striker. And we already have someone that's very comfortable behind.
Yeah? Or
Nkunku or Cole Palmer, yeah. But regardless of like how we see the picture or how they see the picture, I see it as, okay, Benjamin Sesko, bruh, is like our proper, if we get a striker, we need a striker. It's Benjamin Sesko. If we linked only him, if it's only him that's linked, we should get him, because he can give a sort of license in the front, bro. Like he can be versatile as well. I've seen his games. I think I've seen his international games. He's actually a good player, right? But like I said, I don't want to rate him because he hasn't touched Premier League football. but I would legit go for Sesko before we go for Alvarez, because Alvarez, we already have a player that can play like Alvarez.
But
So
you not
if we go for Sesko, we can have a striker, at least a striker, or maybe someone else that at least Chelsea can buy,
but
like
you got but you
something.
got but you guys don't think we've already got a similar player to Sesko, but we're not playing him. He said we want to sell him, and his name is Amando Broja. If you're going to talk it in that kind of like way. I'm only putting it out there. I'm only putting it out there, you guys, because we're going to talk about that way in Sesko. And let's be real here, Broja's got more experience in the Premiership.
But the thing, the time we cooked at Southampton, I actually liked that season where he was at Southampton, but I just feel like the injury, bro, that ligament injury he had, it just killed his game. So I just feel like he just needs, a Premiership experience somewhere. We can loan him out or we ship him. He can go to Fulham, he can go to West Ham, he can go to, he wants to go to Monaco. Monaco wants to go and,
Yeah, they want him.
take a bite. So he needs that, bro. He needs that, because if he doesn't get that, he's not gonna reach the level where we want him to reach. He will never, he will never reach Osimhen's level. Will never. So he needs to adapt into some football styles. Then let's hope we have a buy clause. If we have a buy clause with him, we can buy him back. Let's hope we can do that. Then maybe we can balance things out. But I'm just like pretty much keen on Benjamin Sesko because we don't have a striker. And yeah, I know we had this conversation. Yeah, Jackson is probably gonna start right, left, or maybe up front, but we need someone that's going to occupy, is gonna give us GA 1 or 2 games. And Benjamin Sesko is my kind of guy. Also with Alvarez, he is, but Benjamin Sesko, yo, he's probably my guy. Maybe we'll get 15 GA, who knows? No, but yeah.
I know you got something for that, Ty.
I'm just waiting for Ty to come at me.
Yeah, big up.
Big
Um,
up, bro.
you know what? I actually came on and I was gonna actually say I completely disagree with DJ, and then he said he said the latter thing about Broha, which Dante is saying that he's bang average. No, which is unfortunate because the potential that Broha had, I think it's now been lessened based on the fact that he's picked up an injury that when players, especially at Chelsea, pick up those injuries, they never get to they never get that opportunity to prove their quality. And I believe that ever since he's picked up that injury, he's not been the same player. For one thing, he's not getting the opportunity to play games. Sesko, I'd have to say his playing style is somewhat like Broha, so I do agree with DJ on that. We do have that type of player currently at the club. So when I'm not trying to put words into DJ's mouth because that's impossible, but um, I would like to think that DJ is saying that um, I think DJ is trying to say that we do have that type of player, but we're trying to sell him. So it's not a case where that profile does not exist at the club right now. It does. The only problem is that, despite what DJ said about that, the problem is that Broha is not the same player that he was. The promising player that he was at Southampton that gave me, in terms of the way that he was scoring goals, despite not scoring a lot of goals, was somewhat of a Diego Costa, the way that he was striking the ball. And even when he came back at Chelsea, his movement and all that, it did remind me of a more inexperienced sort of Costa. With Sesko, he gives you that vibe as well. The way that he strikes the ball, it's like a Costa as well. But the difference is, and one of the reasons why, and this is something that I think is important. Garvan said that Garvan said alongside Dante, I hope to divert his mind towards Sesko. But and I think Dante said the similar thing that I'm about to say. I would generally prefer neither of them, but as it relates to two of them. But just for the sake of choosing, I would have to choose Sesko based on the fact that, you know what, and for me, bro is gonna believe in the club. It looks very likely, and I was really hoping DJ will know how excited and how I always had this inciting view of Broha, and we all know what happened with him. So, I genuinely think that Sesko would facilitate having, some level of fluidity. He's not the greatest creator, but he I mean, he has created a few opportunities, or he created a few opportunities at RB Leipzig in the past season. So it's not a case where he's gonna be a traditional striker, because he's not necessarily a striker. He can still be a false nine type of player, where you can still have fluidity with Alvarez. And I think I caught DJ and I came onto the stream at the right time, because I remember DJ saying that I think a lot of people are focusing on his height, Alvarez's height. And obviously when you compare the both height, one is 6'3" and one is around what, 5'7" or something along those lines. I don't know the specifics, but one is vastly taller than the other. So you're going to obviously want the taller one. On paper, he's going to be better. But even Sesko, his aerial ability is not the greatest. It's not consistent. There's been opportunities where he could have scored headers and he missed them. So he's not the greatest as it relates to the set piece aspect of it. He has scored a few goals like that, and he has scored goals like that. And even the same can be said for Alvarez. So the situation with both of them is that you're going to have, it depends on what the criteria and what the margins are for you. Because both, one is good at the other, and the other one isn't. Alvarez is not the tallest, but at the same time, he has scored headers. He has scored goals from set piece situations. And as DJ would have said, if there's a free kick, if there's a penalty, he can take it. I remember doing research on both and see video proof of it. And even when I would have watched Alvarez at the World Cup, seeing his ability, his striking ability, the ability that he has. And I'm not up for saying that because the play is short, he can reach a certain level, or that means he's guaranteed to not be good aerially. That's a facade. That is just a myth. Height has nothing to do with how good you are aerially, because if that was the case, a lot of players that are extremely tall will not be poor at scoring headers, or are missing headers as much as they do. So I don't think height has anything to do with any of that. What I can say, and where I can say I agree with Dante, is the fact that the difference between Aguero and an Alvarez, and the other example that DJ gave, the name slip that he used, the first name, I think he spoke about his story.
Carlos
Tevez. Yeah, thank you, DJ. So the difference between, for example, an Aguero and an Alvarez, for example, is that, as Dante said, the physique, the physical aspect of it. He was a bit more bulky. I know, obviously, perhaps when he played against us, I think when he was at Atletico Madrid, he wasn't really that bulky. But he still had that level of physicality. Obviously, when he came to the Premier League, he gained more physique. He became more built and bulky, and then he became a difficult player to play against. But even then, I can see the comparison to an Aguero and why they called him the next Aguero. Obviously, they're the same nationality, but it even goes beyond that. In terms of striking the ball, we've seen the ability, and some of the goals, when I look back at them as well and compare them, they're quite similar. The goals at Alvarez, those curling efforts. I remember Aguero scoring those type of curling efforts from Atletico Madrid. Even before that, coming to Man City and what he did, we all know what he did at Man City. I can say that from that aspect, he's a ideal player. And I think he was an ideal player for City to get to replace Aguero, because he's done quite well for them. I mean, he scored a lot of goals for them. He's gotten minutes. So I mean, the only issue is that the game time, obviously, he would want to be playing over more players. Obviously, he had instances where he wasn't the ideal option. Haaland was injured. He was not the option. They went for a false nine structure. When he played, he was playing as a 10. My problem, please remind me what's his name again? Who was on the panel before I came on? Well, he's back on the panel now.
Marine,
Yeah. Big up to him as well. What
big
he
up,
was
sir.
saying is, yeah, what he was saying as well is that we do have players that play like Alvarez, or we have a player that is like Alvarez in that aspect. So my concern is that you're going to be having a player, and he's not going to come cheap. Definitely not going to come cheap. But are you going to be able to guarantee him that game time? Are you going to be able to give him game time? Because in a situation like that, where you have a player that is similar profile to him, is a case where, and obviously I've always said this even in recent times. There's nothing wrong with having quality players on the bench. That's I don't know why fans believe that we shouldn't have players on the bench who are good, because that's how you get competition. But my thing is a player that's going to be coming at the price that, as well, it was reported that he would be. You're gonna have to ensure that he gets a certain amount of game time, because you're gonna want to be reaping the rewards of whatever investment you've made in that player. If his price tag is gonna be that, so that is the concern that I have now. And I want to make this clear. I have nothing against Alvarez coming to the club. If he comes to the club, I believe he's an excellent player. He's a good player. My thing is the profile that we have in him, and the player that you'd get from him. It's not a case where we don't have that. And for one thing, I think in terms of the way that he can strike the ball, his intelligence, we do have players like that. And we have a player like that who we didn't really get to see in full swing because of injury. And the latter stages is when he saw him. So I mean, it's all hope and seeing with that player as well. But you do have that profile. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have a competitor for that player, but it's going to be a case right over him, because he's obviously going to be more costly than that player. So it's important that I make that clear that I have nothing against Alvarez. Sesko, in terms of having something different, having that player that can be clinical as well. Obviously, he didn't score the greatest amounts of goals for RB Leipzig last season. I think he had around 20 goals, I think 15 in the Bundesliga. So it's not a bad number. It's double figures, but in terms of what other players were doing before, it shows a drop off in the Bundesliga. Certain players have left, and it's not the same. Usually, you'll be seeing players get you 20 goals at max. Well, and they did. Harry Kane did get that, and more. So you see that level of competition drop off as well. So that is one aspect. But I as ZJ said, I agree with some of what he said. But and DJ came with the belief that I'm going to be on, and I would just come on to attack him or whatever. But no, that's
Not
not
at
the
all,
case.
brother. Not at all, bruv. Not at all. But I know you know.
Yeah,
I know
so
that. I was just making comments. I was just hoping. I was hoping you were going to come and probably challenge me, because I know both.
that is why I came on.
I know because
'Cause you-
when Gavan spoke earlier on, he said, "Oh, both you and Dante were in agreement over the whole Alvarez thing." I mean, so look, listen. As I said already, bro. Yeah, it's all different views and opinions. I mean, I just think because of the experience in the Premiership, he's probably better than Sesko in terms of that. Secondly, he's worked with Enzo Maresca, so he knows him already from Manchester City days. That's why he's probably sanded him out. That's why I'm saying about that. That's how I'm looking at it. Because the one thing I don't want to end up to Sesko is, right, because this guy, I'm not going to lie to you. I believe it. I think this kid's a good striker, but if he comes to Chelsea and it doesn't work out, yeah, people are just going to get on this guy's back and say we've gone and forked out another big lot of money on a player that's not working out. So I'm thinking, if you're going to go, if our owners are talking about going for the tried and trusted, as they like to call it, and there's an opportunity to get a player of Alvarez's of qualities in the Premiership, I would say go for him over him because of that reason. I'm only looking at the experience and in terms of the guy who's worked with them before, in terms of manager, because Maresca's worked with him. That's why I thought he'd be an ideal fit for us for that reason. And I just think that Maresca may decide, you know what, I'm going to make you a number 9. You can be my number 9. Go and score me my goals. get out the steps. And people talk about crosses in the box. Let's be real. Last season, guys, how many crosses did we put in the box last season for any of our strikers last season? We're talking about crosses from the box. Okay, we saw Reece James do it for Jackson in his game against Nottingham Forest when he came on and he put that header for him to go and score. But how often have we seen headers go in from crosses in the box? Apart from like corner kicks where you've seen Thiago Silva get on his head you've seen Thiago Silva get on the head of things and he scores goals from corner kicks or set pieces. But other than that, how many times have we seen crosses go in the box and our players have got heads onto them and put them in the net? That's why I was just thinking in terms of that, because people are looking about the height thing. Height can of course it plays a huge advantage, but sometimes if you're not getting if our ball players are going to keep playing ball to feet every time, okay, then obviously you play off a player of Alvarez's qualities would be ideal, because he can also, if need be, the guy can head the odd goal into the back of the net as well. That's the only reason why I'm putting my argument for him over Sesko. I like Sesko, don't get me wrong, but I just think I'm just going for the tried and trusted. And because the guy's played in the Premiership, for me, I think he could fit our bill ideal. He could fit our team to a glove, for one. And secondly, he's playing with Cole Palmer, who knows him very well from Manchester City days. Raheem Sterling, who knows him pretty well from Man City days. And then you've got Maresca, as I said, who's managed him as well. So you got they're the advantage point. They're my 4 advantage points of getting this guy to the Premiership, of getting him from Man City to us. I don't know what you guys' thoughts are on that at all.
Yeah, that's one thing as well. And you know, as I said before, it's about what the margins are for you, what the criteria that you want to be met are. Because when you consider both players, they are great players, and if they came to Chelsea, I believe that they have the potential of doing something good in the team. So, and I think Gabriel is saying this as well about XG, and a lot of I don't think it's because we didn't have a striker, because you don't need a striker to 'cause a lot of the opportunities that we missed, it's not because we didn't have a striker when we missed it. Obviously, people will equate not scoring certain amounts of goals to not having a striker, but that's not the case. It's down to not having a player that could finish consistently. You don't need a striker like that. That's the traditional belief of, a striker will be finishing these opportunities. But a lot of the opportunities that we miss.
Second. Not to cut you guys. You guys continue. There was like a little everything cut off on my side. Give me 1 second.
Yeah. Will you say we should continue, or we should give him a second?
He just said, hold on a second, I think, didn't he?
Okay. I think we should continue because
Yeah.
it's gonna.
You want to
Yep.
Yeah. But as I was saying, what was I? Oh, right. You know, when you think about that, it has to do the criteria, and with both players, the whole essence is that it shouldn't be a case of, because we didn't have a striker, we didn't score these amount of goals, or we didn't score. A lot of the opportunities that we had where we didn't score goals was down to poor decision making in the final third. Some of the times, we cannot forget, Sterling had every time I think about that match, I have PTSD, and I just see the moment replay in my head visually, where Sterling took the shot. I think it was against Wolves or something like that, or he did it in 2 games, where he did not make the pass to Jackson. And even with that situation, it made me realize that he didn't trust Jackson. It's done from him not trusting Jackson. Palmer was there as well, but I think Palmer was on the right, and then Jackson was in the middle, and then he was on the left. He didn't make the pass, which was the sensible thing to do. Emi Martinez was out of the goal area. He was over to that left side. Obviously, he's right. The goalkeeper's right. But he didn't make that pass because Jackson was there. Cole Palmer was asking for the ball. Jackson was asking for the ball. And if you look back at that highlight, you realize that he saw him, and then he still decided to take the shot because that shows a lack of trust. He didn't trust Jackson because at that time Jackson was missing opportunities and the trust was there. And it was a vast difference because we all know when Jackson scored his first goal for Chelsea, it was due to Sterling, and that's the most ironic thing about it. Sterling, at that time he wasn't in the greatest form, and
Yeah.
that was down to being selfish as well. But our XG didn't drop off, and even then we scored over 100 goals. That is still excellent,
Yeah.
despite not having a striker
Recognize number 9. Yeah.
or a recognized number 9, because we did have a number 9. A number 9 is anybody that you play in that position, but
Yeah.
recognize number 9 is a striker. What people know the traditional way, and I
Yeah.
think a lot of
Drogba-esque,
people,
Diego Costa-esque, bro. I think that's what you're talking about. Yeah.
yeah.
Osimhen-esque. Yeah. Yeah.
Right, right. So it's not a case where we needed, because we even then, the only difference is that when you have a striker, obviously you're gonna score more goals. But that is, you can't equate to saying that, oh, we did not score these amounts of goals because we did not have a striker. That's not the case. We didn't score more some of those goals because we had poor decision making in the final third. Jackson deciding to go around the player and around the goalkeeper, and the goalkeeper ends up catching it, or he shoots the ball and it goes straight at the goalkeeper. That is down to decision making. If you decide to try to make a cutting effort, and that's why a lot of people respect Cole Palmer. A lot of the times, despite Cole Palmer still shooting and it goes straight at the goalkeeper, he always aims for the right or the left, because that you're giving the goalkeeper a challenge. But if you're going down the center, what it looks like you're hoping is that the goalkeeper is not gonna be able to manage the weight of it, or it goes beyond the hand of the goalkeeper and it goes in. But that's totally decision making. So in that aspect, as I said before, with Alvarez, you know what you're getting, and once more, the criteria is important. A lot of fans' opinion are gonna differ because they're gonna want separate things. Some people are going to want a traditional striker because that's the traditional way. You have a striker, you're obviously going to score more goals. That's the belief. People may be open to a false 9 because then it offers more fluidity. And I know coach, for example, he's been preaching, especially why he doesn't believe that Usman should come to the club, is because he doesn't think that it fits what Chelsea trying to do. You're not gonna have fluidity because the aim is gonna be get the ball into Usman, and that's obviously gonna be the case. We've seen that at Manchester City. That's literally what the belief has become. Get the ball to Haaland, and then on the rare occasion, the quality players who can score goals, they will take a shot. But the aim is always get the ball into Haaland, get the ball into Haaland, get the ball into Haaland. And that has changed the way that they've played. They don't play as fluid as they used to. They still play fluid football, but the football is different because you have a target, literally a target man. You target that man, so that he can hit the target. That's literally what the situation has become. So some people are going to be open to a false 9. Out with an Alvarez, you get that. Sesko to some extent can offer that because he can drop deep. He's younger. So in a comparison, you look at age. You say, okay, one is more inexperienced in terms of at the top level in a competitive league. One has played in a competitive league for around 2 seasons now, has won the Premier League, has won the title of that league. So he has that experience. You'll have that mentality. You'll understand that, okay, we need to have this sort of drive and mentality to win it. So you get that. And as you said, Cole Palmer is an important player in this because I remember it's a side note, but and probably doesn't mean much. But Cole Palmer assisted his goal. I think it was at the latter part of the season. He assisted the goal that Alvarez scored against us. Cole Palmer at such a young age was being that clinical. So you're gonna have that
You remember
aspect
that?
of it. And yeah, and DJ reminded me of something that I think is so vital. The fact that we've been going recently for players that have either Man City connection or has connection with Joe Shields. That's what I've noticed quite a lot. Tosin, he was a part of Manchester City setup. He left and went to Fulham, and he's going to be coming to Chelsea. He's Chelsea's first signing. Obviously, you have Alvarez, who was linked. I know Stefan Ortega was probably on speculation. He could still leave based on reports. He signed a new contract, but he could still end up leaving. Well, not him. Edison may still end up leaving. So, in a sense like that, you're gonna see certain links. You're gonna have to hope and see if it's fruition, if it comes to fruition, if it's just talk, because we haven't seen from the reliable or the credible journalists saying that, oh yes, Chelsea are actually in for him. There has some of them have said to some extent that Chelsea has interest, but some in terms of Argentinian source are saying that, oh, Chelsea are that secret club that are willing to get him. Some clubs, no other journalists that are reliable in terms of English news or English reports have come out and really said that that's the case. So, it's a case where it can go well, it can go wrong. Targeting
Yeah,
players that are from Man City or have connection to Man City. I'm not saying we're doing what Arsenal did, but it's similar to what Arsenal have done. They've gotten two players that were from Manchester City. Jesus, probably I think it's two. They got Zinchenko and
Zinchenko.
Jesus.
Yeah,
Yeah, right. So I think that's one aspect, and we obviously got Cole Palmer at that time. I'm sure he wouldn't directly came him. He was an option that we believe we needed. Obviously, Nkunku got injured. We needed a 10, and he gave us more than that. And it was a good investment because obviously he ended the season as our top goal scorer, I believe. So that aspect worked out. We didn't expect it. We didn't expect him to do as well as he did. So it's a gamble that you can take on a young player. Alvarez is more on the in terms of age. He has played level longer, but that doesn't really matter as Cole Palmer proved. He didn't play at the highest level consistently with Manchester City, but he still came and he did what he did. He worked wonders. He showed that he is greater beyond his years. So obviously that is the aspects of it that you have to consider. But I don't want it to be a case where I'm doing a monologue or a soliloquy, so I'm gonna just leave it right there.
no, but just one thing on that source, you said that the guy who said about the Alvarez links, he's actually a strong. He's actually he very much gets his predictions right in terms of the links because he's got a lot of the especially the Argentinian players. He's got very right of where they're going, and I think he was the one that broke the story about Enzo Fernandez as well coming to Chelsea. So he's very much in the know of being right when it comes to South American players, especially the Argentinian players coming over. If we are that club, that other club that wants him, then I don't doubt in my mind that report is spot on and correct. So I don't think it's that we're showing interest in him. I think we definitely want him, and we are the other club that wants him. But I think in the end, I think what's going to put them off is they're saying about 80 million for him. I mean, that is the price that Man City. They don't want to sell him, but they're saying if he has to go, it'll be for 80 million. It's whether the club want to fork out 80 million on him is another thing. So it may not happen because of that reason. But I only chose, as I keep saying, I only would choose him over Sesko because of his experience in the league, and I've watched more of him than Sesko, and I do rate him quite highly. And I think last season, I also said we were looking at a striker last season. I said if he was to become available last season, I'd have loved to have gone for him last season, but it never happened. So yeah, in that kind of like way, I have to say, if we can get him this time round for the right price, I would have him. And the question, so I can ask one more question before I go on. This answer Dante's question. He's put a question. I knew what he's doing about would I have him or Osimhen. Now listen, Dante knows Osimhen has always been my first number one choice for striker to come to Chelsea, right? And it will still be that way. Okay, all right. But we all know the reason why it's not going to happen because of the price tag, right? It's not going to happen. Even if I want Osimhen to come, I will still say Osimhen still as my first choice, as my striker. So to answer your question, Dante, yes, I'll still have Osimhen still to be my first choice to come to Chelsea, but it's not going to happen.
If I just want to add this short point. It reminds me something else that I remembered from what you said as well, DJ, is the fact that we we've seen what it's been like getting players from the Bundesliga, them needing the space and you know occupying space and space being an aspect, and that's one thing with Cisco as well. You're gonna have to create a lot of space for him, and this is something that I think I even on this channel as well. I think I don't remember when recently when we talked about the fact that at Leicester City, for example, you had Jamie Vardy, who played games, and for persons who know Jamie Vardy, what he did at Leicester City, a lot of his game was about space and running into space, your teammates creating that space, and then you're able to run in as well or distract. And even when you look at the goals that Havertz scored against us at Arsenal, it was down to the fact that players got him that space, and then they made a pass into him, and he was able to get the other defenders, and he was on goal. He went on to goal and he scored. So it's about space, and we all know that against low blocks, you're gonna have an issue where that could potentially have Sesko be isolated. You're gonna have to try to make that space free up. And I believe that Enzo Maresca's system and what he's used tactically, it involves drawing all players, because you're trying to you make passes into players, you apply pressure to that player, and that would force the defender to go after that player, and then you make a pass back, and then you have another player running into the space that will be open up, and then you try to make that pass to that player, and hope that they score. And that's what the strategy that he would have used at Leicester City, and that's in their identity. So it wasn't something that he brought in terms of making space. It wasn't something new. It was more of a case where it was played at a slower pace. The tempo is about retaining possession and all of that. So at Chelsea, does a system like that suit a Sesko, where it's about fast pace, it's about getting that adequate space that you can run into, being able to be of great importance in the team because of that? Is that going to be the case? So, as I said before, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, it's important that the criteria is measured at the right length, and you know what the margins are, because when you look at an Alvarez, you can say an Alvarez suits that because he's played against low blocks. He has not been ineffective against low block. With Sesko, the sample size is small because we haven't seen that. Sesko played against us. I think I don't think it was at Leipzig. I think it was when he was still at what's the other club? RB Salzburg. So, or Red Bull Salzburg, whatever it is. So in terms of that, and I wouldn't say that he had the most comfortable game against us, and we were playing a sort of way. So that is one concern as well when you look at Sesko. So the difference with in terms of the players is just interesting, because Alvarez offers you one thing that Sesko won't, and Sesko will offer you something that Alvarez won't. It's about what you really want. What player do you actually want? What aspect of the game? What profile do you want to come into the attack and be of support and help as you hope it will?
Yeah, you guys are correct. Thank you guys, because my whole entire lecture city just went out on me completely. Like we have a little freak storm for like 2 minutes. So thank you. But I want to ask Dante DJ something, and then when we go to then Ty can answer it after, and Marin, if you're still there. But for me, right now, we look at the squad, right? We've been linked with a lot of players overall, like a goalkeeper, a striker, another defender, a left back. We've been linking with another winger, Olise. Where do you think that the teams really need to strengthen more to fit this new coach that we're getting system? What's the most important pieces that we need to bring in?
Who's answering that one first, bro? Is it Ty or is it who's answering? Who you asked something to?
It was you, Dante.
Oh, me, bruv. Oh, Dante.
Yeah, DJ.
Oh, me, bruv.
Dante comment. I'm sorry.
That's right. Oh no, listen. The positions that we've been talking about all season that the club are looking at, I believe they're the positions that we need to strengthen. So all of them are needed, really. For me, look, as much as I like Petrovic, and I think he's been excellent for us last season, okay, I don't really rate Sanchez as a goalkeeper. I never wanted him in the first place, and I don't think he's the kind of guy that should be challenging Petrovic. I think Petrovic should stay as a number 2, but we definitely need another goalkeeper for me. Now, the 3 goalkeepers that we've been linked with, I've said it already. You've got Mamadashvili, you've got Alves, and then you've got Diogo Costa. Now, all those three goalkeepers for me would fit Chelsea to a T for me. Any of those three would come in. All are good at playing with their feet. All are good shot stoppers. I would have any of them. But you're going to say, but then if you ask me who's got the experience out of the whole lot of them, it's probably going to be Diogo Costa out of the three. Yeah. So for me, look, I would probably say out of the three, I probably would still say Diogo Costa, but I don't think that's. I don't know if we're still going to be in the market. His name hasn't been mentioned to what it was in the beginning. I think it's now Alves and Mamadeshvili and the other two now that have been mentioned. So, for me, I probably would say if you're looking at experience, I think Alves is 20. He's 20. He's going to be 27 by the time Chelsea, if Chelsea were to get him and bring him into the football club. He's got the height. His height is good. He's got his ball to. He's very good at playing out from the back. That's the kind of goalkeeper we're looking for. I mean, he could be the right fit. I mean, Mamadeshvili, though, I've always had a rating. I've always had a liking to this goalkeeper as well. So it's between them two. But obviously, if I put my Portuguese hat on, I would say Diogo Costa because I do rate him quite highly. I've seen him through the ranks when he was playing for Porto. Yeah, so it'll be either one of those three, bruv. For me, that would come in. In terms of other positions, I mean, obviously, a striker for me is a must. I've given my options, and I think Osimhen's my first. I think Alves will probably be my second. I think Sesko's been linked with us as well. And there's another one I'd put out there. I think I mentioned him on another stream, but I don't think we're going to get him. And I know he was linked with us. He's a 28-year-old who plays for Stuttgart. I think it's Gerase. Is it Gerase? I do believe. I think he's been mentioned, but I think because of his age, he won't come to Chelsea, and because of that reason, so we can probably rule that one out. So it's probably for me at this moment in time. I probably would say obviously Osimhen is not going to come either. So if you were to ask me to choose between the two of Sesko and Alvarez, it's going to be Alvarez for me. And I think the other mention was what, a midfielder. I don't think we're going to get a midfielder in. And I think we got our centre back in, and they're going to go for another centre back. There's been talk of again Kunde. Kunde's been mentioned, and Rahu, the two from Brazil, are the two that have been mentioned again from Barcelona. So again, do we need to get another centre back in? I personally would keep Trevor Chalobah for me. So we don't really need to get another centre back in, but that's how I'd look at him. I don't think anyone else really. I think we're not going to replace Cucurella or Ben Chilwell this season, so I think they're going to stay. Obviously, you've got Reece James and Gusto on that side, and then we're signing another Brazilian kid called Lima, but he's going to go to Strasbourg straight after his move comes to Chelsea, so he won't be for this season. He'll be in seasons to come, and I think I think you guys are getting another player who's going to be in the Chelsea squad next season, and that's the Ecuadorian kid that we've got. I think Paez. Is it Paez? He's going to be coming to the Chelsea team next season as well. So he'll be in our squad for the start of this season. So in that kind of way, I think all the positions to me are of what we said already.
Yeah. That's you, Ty.
Sorry, I had missed the question initially.
No, I was saying out of all the position that we've been linked with, the goalkeeper, the striker, and the winger and defenders, where you think we need to strengthen the most, or where you think the manager, gonna look on as the most important pieces of his formation.
Ooh. In a situation like that, we consider the fact that one of the most important aspects of the way that Maresca has set up his teams is that the goalkeeper plays a role in the distribution aspect of it, playing out some sort of another centre back. I think I made this reference before. Probably that's why Todd Bowley, the owners wanted Enzo Maresca, because they're gonna finally get to play their 4-4-3. You have all those 11 players being referenced to in the formation. You get your 4-4-3. So that's one aspect. Is it the most important position? I generally don't think so. A lot of people believe it is, and I understand why. As DJ said, Petrovic, he's been a good shot stopper. His distribution is the the issue. So I don't know. It's a very sticky situation because for 3 years in a row we're going to be signing goalkeepers. I don't know. That seems kind of interesting. That's kind of strange. Signing Sanchez, getting Petrovic, and then you got also gonna you're gonna potentially have to go for another goalkeeper because he's not good on the ball. I don't know. You need a sweeper keeper. That's the thing. And I I generally don't think that we should write off one of the goalkeepers that we already have at the club being given a new life under the new manager. It can happen. It's happened before. So it's something that it's. I don't think that position is necessarily the most important. I think the position that and based on what has been said about Enzo, the fact that he would have watch clips, watch the matches from start to finish. If that's indeed true, because that's crazy if he did, then he's going to perhaps look at the aspect of the defense. Because I've always said this, and this is just my opinion. A lot of the games that we lost or dropped points was not because we didn't score goals. Some were, but a high percentage of those matches is down to us not defending properly or us giving opportunities. I bet you some of the goals that we've conceded came from poor decision making from the defensive area. For example, Man United is a vital game. There's a mix up there. I think Casado, I don't know if, and Badashile had some miscommunication. Casado makes a pass to Badashile, or it was aimed for him, and it's intercepted, and a goal is conceded. For example, Sheffield United, we concede late in that game, Badashile comes on, for example, he doesn't see the player gets beyond him and shoots, and it's 2-2. So the defensive is one of the areas that has let us down quite a lot. We've considered a lot of goals from that aspect, poor decision making, poor man marking, and that's been the issue. Um, Although we look back at the Manchester City game, 4-4 as a beautiful game coming from behind, a lot has happened. A lot happened in that game, and a lot has happened since then that has shown that the defense needed someone that can be commanding, a leader. Silva, it was starting to show that Silva's feet was slowly giving out in terms of playing at the highest level and intensity that the Premier League requires you to. So that is an aspect where I definitely think that perhaps one of the reasons why it was the first area that we looked to rectify, especially with Silva leaving and then potentially Chalobah leaving, and then there will be reports that we may go and sign another defender if Chalobah does end up leaving, which seems like a very possible situation. So I generally think the defense is one of the most important areas that the manager would look at, because if he assessed the matches, he would have realized that even in games that we should have won, or we dropped points, or we lost by the finest of margins, was down to poor defending, poor concentration, poor man marking. That is one of the issues. So I would think that is the most important position. I would say the goalkeeping position may be an aspect where that perhaps we may go and sign a goalkeeper, but to me, that is crazy to sign goalkeepers somewhere some transfer windows in a row. It's kind of strange. It really is strange because we have four goalkeepers. Let's not
I don't know if Ty finished there. You still there, Ty? I'm not hearing. I'm not hearing Ty. Marin, you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, okay. I just feel like
Hold on,
my
Marin. One
opinion.
second.
All
Dante.
right, okay.
Dante. I want you to think about this carefully. Because you're next, right? I'll keep on calling you Dante and DJ.
Well, yeah,
What
that's
do you
right,
think
right.
about, what do you think about Hendrick? You think you can think about it till when Murray finished. Do you think we're gonna regret didn't sign that player
Yeah, yo.
after Murray finished? Go ahead, Murray.
Um, I also have an intake on Hendrick because yo, that guy is an excellent player. I think we actually took time to sign the Willian guy, but yo, Hendrick, that guy, I think is ready for Madrid. But that's you will have a different take on that. But like on the other side of um the team strengthening, I think the striker. DJ mentioned the guy from Sosgard. Um, if we can get him, but as well he's old, so yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we can get him, but like I just feel like we need a striker. I think that's going to also just strengthen our attack a little bit. Um, Left back as well. Yeah, guys, I really understand we will have Chile and Cucurella, but the thing is, guys, these guys have shown that they can get injured, and most of the time it's long term. So, but with Cucurella, at least it's like short term and all. But at least we need to get one more guy, maybe for because Martin is gonna go to Dortmund. I think that deal is still going on. I'm not sure, but the left back situation, I think um that has to be no that has to be solved. Even actually the black line, Ty said it pretty much short. Like the black line is still a problem with the goalkeeper, but if we can fix that back line, then yeah, it could link to the pivot players, the double pivot midfielders. Then yeah, so all about is just the strikers and the left back with the center backs. We already got a center back. So I just feel like maybe we should get a left back, just a backup left back. Then we should get a backup goalkeeper or someone, a younger goalkeeper again, or maybe a good experienced goalkeeper. Yeah. So yeah.
Go ahead, DJ. You there, DJ?
Yeah, bro, I'm here, bro. I'm here. Are
Hey,
you
DJ.
asking? Yeah,
Before you go, right? Don't you know my two sons? One is DJ and one is Dante. I swear.
that's all right, bro. It's all right. It's cool, bro. Honestly, bro, it's cool. It's cool. Honestly, it's fine. No worries at all, mate. Listen, Hendrick. Well, mate. In the beginning when I saw we were going after this kid, and then I saw him actually come to Cobham and speak to Thiago Silva. I thought this was a done deal. Yeah, and the way it was all being discussed, the way he was talking, seemed like parents seemed to like what we were saying, what the club was saying, what they were offering. This kid liked as well. But let's be real here. I think my thing is he always wanted Real Madrid seemed to be his only club, his only dream club, and I think no matter what we tried to do, as much as he loved it, much of come down, he met Thiago Silva, obviously a legend for him. Obviously, growing up watching Thiago, having his legend talking to him, or maybe one of his all-time favorite players talking to him. He's probably thinking, "Yeah, I'll come in and do really well. I've got Thiago Silva here, and whatever. He's spoken to me, and the club itself is is where." But look, listen, we all should let's not kid ourselves. Real Madrid, when Real Madrid showed their interest in him and they really wanted him, and his heart was also Real Madrid. There was nothing any club would say or do that would have persuaded him to go not to go to Real Madrid. So am I gut we didn't get him? Yes, because I saw him the other day. He scored some excellent goals the other day. I do believe. I think on international duty, I think he scored. And I thought to myself, this guy's let's be real, at such a young age, man. This guy's cold. He's absolutely cold. And I'll tell you what, for Real Madrid in years to come, this guy's going to be some striker for them. If they get him playing the way he wants. And if you think about the play he's got to feed him the ball, Brazilian teammates in Rodrigo, and you've got on one side, and you've got Vinicius Junior on the other side, mate. This guy's going to have a balling time at Real Madrid, mate. Okay, and listen, good luck to the kid. I'm obviously gutted we didn't get him, but we made up for it by going after Esteban Willian. So we got Willian in the end, or Willian, or as he doesn't want to be called. He doesn't want to be called. Everyone keeps on calling Messino or Messino. He doesn't want to be called that because of the Argentinian thing and the links to Lionel Messi. But this kid, we got this kid instead. So we've not done it. I guess we've made up for one miss, but brought in another one. And so yeah, but I will say I was gutted obviously that we didn't get him. But I always knew Real Madrid was his club he wanted.
What do you think about him, Ty? We're talking about Hendrick. Would we regret it? Regret not signing him? Seems like Ty's not there again. We're gonna move on to Rodrigo because oh, go ahead, Ty.
Honestly, I don't think we will. As DJ just said, we ended up getting a player from Palmeiras. We're going to get a player from Palmeiras in Estevan Willian because the whole Brazilian market, it's one where a lot of clubs would perhaps be looking to invest in because of the quality players that have come from Brazil. So in that sense, I don't think we will. He's a quality player and would definitely have liked it. And I mean, it wasn't a case where we didn't try. We did. He literally came to Stamford Bridge and all of that, and we tried to get the player. He just wanted to go to Real Madrid, and I think that's what DJ would have said. He his dream was to go to Real Madrid. He said it. He even came out recently and said that was his dream to go to Real Madrid, and that's understandable. A lot of the players, even who have come to Chelsea, they've always said that the dream is to one day play for Real Madrid. Enzo would have said it recently. Hazard, obviously, we know he went there because that's the dream. Real Madrid has been a team that for many years has attracted a lot of young players or even players that want to go there before they retire. So that was just the case. It was a case of he wanted to go there, so he decided to go there. I don't really think it was a case where we didn't try hard enough because if the player wants to go elsewhere, there's nothing more you can do but simply let him go where he wants to go. And if you find a player that will come to the club and wants to come to the club, and that's great interest because we've seen what has happened where players wanted to go elsewhere and then they came to Chelsea, and then at the end of the day they end up leaving or in a toxic way. So I think we avoided that aspect because it's obvious that as a young player as himself, he would obviously want to go there eventually. And you don't want it to be a case where the player is doing so well or potentially is doing so well and then at the end of the day, when he reaches around 24, 25, he wants to leave the club. It's not a good gamble to make there.
But the reason why I asked though, in the reports I hear about a month ago, when his dad come out and said that he agreed everything with Chelsea. He loved what he heard. He was willing to come to Chelsea, but in the last minute, the owners because he thought he was coming to Chelsea, so Real Madrid wasn't really in the picture in that part because they were thinking probably come to Chelsea and use Chelsea as a stepping stone because he was believing himself that he could have come to Chelsea and make it and then move on in the future to Real Madrid. But Chelsea didn't want the owners, didn't want to reflect the market. That's why they didn't sign him. So it wasn't him didn't want to come to Chelsea. It was the owners that pull out of the deal with Palmeiras in the last minute. So that's why he ended up going to Real Madrid.
No, but I wasn't saying that he didn't want to come to Chelsea. I mean, as I
No, I
said, he came
understand.
to Stamford Bridge, and when a player comes to Stamford Bridge, it shows that they have a genuine interest, and that's why I was saying perhaps if that is the case, then I'll correct myself, and it will be a case of Real Madrid where his preference was to do that. But at the same time, I really don't want to be an advocate for the owners because, gosh, I I'm not fond of what I've seen from them so far. But in a sense like that, if you're looking at the potential of a player and a player that you want to invest your stocks in, you want to be investing in a player like that who looks so promising, and if he doesn't pick up injuries or a serious injury, can be one of the greatest players. You know, people are talking about this debate of what's gonna be with him and what's that guy's name? That's at Barcelona. I don't remember his name, but you know, people are saying that you could have
Roque,
another
Roque,
generation.
you're talking Victor Roque?
Sorry?
I think it's Victor Roque, the one
Yeah,
that we
Victor
try to
Roque.
sign to.
Yeah, he went to Bar. He went to say he was like a
Um,
Brazilian player. Yeah.
no, not him. But he's another one as well. I'm
Lamal,
talking
Lamal.
for Spain. Yeah.
Oh,
Yamil
for
I
Yamal.
think I
for
think he's
Spain, did he
16
say?
years old or something along those
Oh, Yamil
lines.
Yamal, yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
so I'm looking at the fact that they're perhaps saying that they don't want to well, as you said, they don't want to inflate the market in that sense, and sign a player like that. And I guess in that sense they wanted to invest that those funds into different players. So I mean it's given the context that you just gave me, I don't think we would regret it. I think if he does well, perhaps we would say, I wonder what he would have done here. But I don't think we will regret it because, as I said, we've signed other players. And as DJ said, we signed Kendry. I don't want to pronounce his name because I always butcher the names. But you know that the Ecuadorian Kendry. We signed him. He's gonna come to the club. I think he's coming. Is it next year or is it this summer? I'm not. I don't recall.
Next year, he's
But
gonna be here for the Club World Cup. Next year, I think he turned
right,
April. I think he turned 18 in April.
yeah. 2025. Yeah, I remember that because we signed him when he was 16. Yeah. So in that sense, we do have players that despite he's not necessarily a winger. Kenji's not necessarily a winger; he's more of a midfielder, attacking midfielder type of player. So, and I mean, he's young; he could always transition to that because he's still young. But I don't think we will regret it. I mean, it would have been a nice player to have, a young player to have that has great potential. But I don't think we will regret it because there's other players who are quite as good as he is and have the quality.
Yeah, the reason why I really asked though, because last night I was watching Brazil against Mexico, and it was 2-2, and the way he leaped to score that winning goal for Brazil, he showed me
Yeah.
that he got everything towards his game, like some runs that he was making. If he continued on this path, he's gonna be a very dangerous player. To be quite honest, he remind me of a stocky Aguero and the veteran from Brazil, Romario. Romario wasn't a
Oh
tall
God,
player.
comparisons, bruv. What comparisons? Yeah, what excellent players, bruv. My goodness me, Romario, what a legend.
What a legend.
Sorry,
So
bro.
no, you're fine. He give me that vibes. I've seen his movements, and not only he is powerful and strong, like he's good with link up play and running behind and take on players. Like he got it to his game. So for me, we're trying to get Alvarez with a similar player, but for me, I think he got a little bit more to his game than even Alvarez right now. To be quite honest, by watching him play, not only just last night, but overall, I tried to watch as much of Brazilian league when we linked with a player. I started because I got the app where I can watch all the Brazilian leagues. So I try to watch all the leagues and watch the players. When I heard we link with them, not because I wanted to, say that come on and hear and talk with somebody else. Say I try to see for myself, and he is a powerhouse. It's not easy to bounce off his ball. That's something that's ready made for the Premier League. It's physical attribute. I will link with another Brazilian player. I don't know who want to take this on first. I know it's not possible. I'm just saying it's not possible because it's too good to be true. But Rodrigo from Real Madrid, we've been linked with him that the owners want him or Alvarez, one or the other. So I don't know who want to take that one on first. You want to go first, Ty? Marin, DJ. Uh,
Sorry,
Should I?
we talk about? Go on, go on. Let Mario go because me and Ty been talking. Go on. Let him go first. I'll come in after.
Um, we're talking about Rodrigo, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
Rodrigo from
If that
yeah.
happens from Real Madrid, yeah. Yo, if that happens, like I said, right? If that happens, but it's gonna be a heavy price to pay because I'm not sure how much he's sitting on. How much is he sitting on? What's
Um,
his
I don't
transfer
know his wages
value?
right now, but I think he's earning almost like probably about two something. Because I think he did get a new contract
Yeah.
where his buyout clause was like $1 billion, to be quite honest. Or unless you want to leave the
Oh.
club, I guess then
So
they will negotiate.
mm, but these owners they're smart, so if they can do business, I'm sure they can get him. But it'll be an excellent player to get Rodrigo. It would be excellent, but it wouldn't make any sense. Like we'll get him because of his price tag. That's the thing. And rather than getting Rodrigo, I'd get 2 or 3 players with Rodrigo's amount. So I don't know about you guys though. I just feel like with the money, with Rodrigo's money, I feel like we can get 2 or 3 players. So
No, listen. Listen. I think Rodriguez. I think Rodriguez. Obviously, we all know what a classy, world-class player this guy is, right? Yes, any Chelsea fan would say, yeah, bring him to the club if we can get him. I think two things stops that from happening. I think we talk about the wages. I think the guy's wage cap. I think his wages is already more than what Chelsea are willing to give in terms of wages. I think they've already got a wage cap in place of how much they're going to give a player. I think so. I don't think he'll come for that reason. And secondly, let's be real here, guys. You bring Rodrigo in. What's the point of bringing Olise in? Because they're similar positions, right? Playing on the right side. So what are you going to do? That means what you get. That means Madueke will definitely 100% need to go. And then you got Olise versus Rodrigo on that right side. I mean, for me, it's probably an answer to that one will be no, unless we're not getting Olise. Okay, say Olise wasn't happening, and Rodrigo was there left to get, then I probably would say yes. But again, as I said, it comes down to wages and whether our owners would want to pay that kind of wage to him because I'm not sure as to what he's on at Real Madrid. I think it's over. I think he must be way over 250,000 a week there itself. And I don't think I think Raheem Sterling's. I think we're looking at contracts now. Whether the owners would want to go and give that kind of money again out is another thing. I don't know. It means you'd have to get rid of a Raheem Sterling, who I do believe is on about 300,000 a week, and then you've got Lukaku, who's still on big wages as well at Chelsea, which you've got to get off the
Elephant in the
books as well.
room.
Huh? What's that, bro?
The
Sorry, Ty?
elephant. The elephant in the room.
Who's that? Mr. Lukaku. Yeah, I mean they're the two players that are on big money, right? So you're going to get those guys off your wage bill. Maybe then I can see that deal being wageable to get him in. But then you've got to look at what the price tag is going to be for Rodrigo. How much are they going to ask for him? Because this guy's just won the Champions League, yeah, and they've also won all of the Spanish stuff in Real Madrid, in Spain as it is. So his price tag is going to be higher than what I think our club can afford to go in terms of players. So yeah, as much as I'd love him to come to Chelsea, as much as I rate him and rate him very highly, along with Vinicius Junior, I cannot see that for the life of me. I think you're probably better off going and getting Rafael Leao from AC Milan. That is the case, but he plays on the left-hand side.
facts. And I'm sure his price tag went down because of his contract. So like, but he plays on the left side. That's the problem. So if we get him, can't we play Nkunku on the right side?
Yeah. Oh, DJ, you can answer if you.
Playing Cook on the right. I mean, there is that option. People forget. Look, it seems Nkunku can play anywhere across the front three. So whether he can play left wing, he can play as a right wing, left wing, play as a striker, even play behind the striker. I mean, you've got options for Nkunku. So that could be a possibility here, of getting of that happening. Still, if even Leao was to come in, say that would be crazy. Imagine, guys, Leao on one side, right, and then you've got Kolb, you've got Rodrigo on the right hand side. Can you imagine that crazy attack next season for Chelsea? Never's going to happen in the month of Mondays, yeah. But can you just imagine that attack next season? Leao one side, Rodrigo the other side. That's going to be crazy. I mean, but let's be real here. None of that's going to happen, mate. I'll just stick with what we're going to go for. Go for Olise if we're going to get another right winger in, because as I said, Rodrigo is going to be impossible to bring over the line.
You there, Ty?
Yeah. These questions are, I don't know. You look like you did some extensive research for the stream, because you're coming with some difficult questions.
I've been researching since yesterday.
Yeah, I tell you, you've done some extensive research. You came ready with these questions, but yeah, I have to share the same sentiment as what has been said before, because he's a good player. He's quality. He's a player that I think many European clubs would actually go in for him if it was a feasible thing to do. Um, it, I don't know. I would take him, but obviously I don't think it's feasible. I generally don't think it is. The only way that I think it would happen is if he wants to leave the club, and I am not sure about that. Really not sure about that. So I would definitely take him, but I don't think it's feasible, and I don't think it's a deal that we should be looking to do, because I don't think the 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 wages would be something that the club will really do, or they should do. Because if you're going to believe in a Real Madrid and they're still relatively young, I think I'm not mistaken, you don't. I don't think you're going to want to leave a club and not be earning more. Because I'm not sure what his current wages are, but if it's a case where it's high already, or if it's not high, he's going to want to get more, or he's going to want to be on the same if it's higher at Real Madrid. So I'm not sure. I mean, we could always, as DJ was saying, we could always offload some players and free up the wage bill by doing that. Sterling is on high wages. Lukaku, oh gosh. The elephant in the room is also on high wages as well. So you get those off the wage bill. That frees up around, what, 600 or something along those lines, 1,000. So that helps in that situation. But I don't know, the wages. I'm for not giving a high wages to a certain high wage to some players, because what that does is that they're gonna be getting a cushion, and a very comfortable wage, and then that may not calculate, or that may not represent what you see on the field. So it's a big risk to take, and I don't think we should do that. He's a good player. But it's all of this. Whenever you sign up players, about hypothetical and hoping that they will succeed, because you can't prove that they will succeed. There's no guarantee that they will. So that in that sense, you just be hoping and praying that it would work. And I don't think that's a risk to take.
Breaking from Dante. Ventura put his house up for sale.
Really? Oh no, he's gonna be leaving. Can I take his hopes then?
That's interesting. Ben Chilwell has put his house up for sale, has he? That's an interesting one.
I'm
I
not
don't know what
surprised.
to. That is. I mean, are we looking to offload him this summer? I mean, I know there has been talks that it was funny because they were doing this thing on X the other day when they were showing the Maresca type players. They were showing the list of players that will under be a Maresca and the Maresca the players that will not play under Maresca or not his kind of system. And Ben Chilwell was in that list of not a Maresca type player. So that's an interesting one. But then I also saw the other kid, the kid we signed from Aston Villa. What's his name? The one in midfield. can't believe I can't get his name now.
Carney
Kind
Chukwuemeka.
of Chukwuemeka, yeah. He was another one that was on that list, which I found surprising as well, which I found so surprising. So yeah, listen, if the right offer comes in from Ben Chilwell, I know Manchester City over the years have looked at him. I think 2 seasons ago they were looking at Ben Chilwell, but we never sold him. Be interested to see if that's the same scenario again. If City were to make an offer for him, would Chelsea accept an offer from Manchester City for him? That'd be an interesting one. But yeah, do I want to see him go? Let's see. Looking at his injury record, I would have once upon a time I would have said no to Chilwell to go. But obviously, since his injury record's been pretty bad at Chelsea, I have to say he's hardly been starting games as we want him to. And people say, "Oh, well, Reece James is the same," but Reece James is younger than he is, so Reece James has more time to recover in terms of that. He's a bit older than Reece James, so people, in case people want to throw the Reece James thing at me. So yeah, if they get a right price from him, I can see him going. To be honest with you, but then you'll need to replace him. Then you can talk about a left back. Then, I guess.
I think if we sell him though, I think we make a little profit because I think that when we're buying from Leicester, I think we already paid that off from like a season or 2 seasons ago. So I think that anything we're selling for, if we sell them for $30 million, I think we make at least 15 million. I think profit if I'm correct, because I think we pay the last bit of money when we give him that new contract. I don't know. Ty probably know more on it more than me.
We signed him for around 50 million. So I think he's been at the club for he's almost been at the club for 4 years. He is, yeah, almost. I think the summer will make it 4 years. I think so we signed him in 2020. So yeah. Yeah, I think so. So when you spread that out, that's probably gonna be around 10 million, well, on some bit and whatever, and you or 12 million on something along those lines. But yeah, um, we are looking for a left back, as Dante is saying. We definitely are, because Kukurea, obviously, when based on the way that the role that he would have played in the latter stages of the concluded season, you could say that he could work because he was effective. I mean, he scored a goal playing in that system. He scored his first goal for Chelsea, playing in that system where he was more advanced at times. And it's kind of interesting because, I mean, I think a lot of people forget that Rangers may not play with 2 inverted fullbacks, where both fullbacks are expected to come in. That's the belief, but that may not be the case, because when you do that, that's gonna be putting a lot of pressure on the defense, because you're gonna have one and they're gonna leave that space open, and then you're gonna be expecting them to go wide again, try to retain back the ball and all of that, and to win back the ball. So I don't think that's the thing. When it comes on to Chilwell's injury record, I've said this for around 3 years now. We cannot forget that when we signed Chilwell, he was still injured. Because if you remember, when he signed Chilwell, it took until October for us to see him play. So that is something that we need to remember. We were still playing Alonso, despite the fact that we signed Chilwell, who was obviously younger. But we had to wait. I think he played his first game against Barnsley, the FA Cup, and then the next match, Crystal Palace, he played and he scored a goal as well. So from the very beginning, I wasn't I I, I wasn't against us getting Chile in the first place. That's not the case. But when you look at that, when you think about it, it's a fact of Chilwell was signed as an injured player. He's injured prone, and as DJ said, people may throw Reece James there. He's also injured prone. And I've always said this as well. If James picks up another injury, given that he's had surgery, then a conversation needs to be had about his future. Because people always say he has ability, when he's fit, he's the greatest. But I don't like that narrative. When he's fit, no. Not when he's fit. It shouldn't be a case of that. When he say when he's fit, it shows that he has an injury problem, and we all know that he does. He's an injury-prone player. Some people are still yet to accept that he is injury-prone. He's prone to injury because from running up and down the pitch, up and down the pitch, up and down the pitch. That has caused him to get injured quite a lot. Even in the smallest of games, he gets injured. Nobody's attacking him. Nobody tackles him, and he landed badly and all that. He's in training. He gets injured. If he's playing, he gets a hamstring issue and he has to come out. So Reece James has had the surgery. So if after all of that something still doesn't give, then a conversation needs to be had, because we can't be talking about his potential when you may never see that potential, because he's going to always be injured, or when it matters, he's not going to be available. And as coach would say, as other people would say, the best ability is availability. And if you can't get that, which is the smallest of things, the bare minimum, I should say, it's going to be something that you're going to have to consider. Should this player remain at the club, where his quality, he's proven that when he's fit, but he's only fit for some part of the season. He's barely played for Chelsea since he's gotten his debut.
Welcome to the show, Sir Bobby. How are you doing, sir?
Hey, Gavin, it's always a pleasure. Ty, I don't know who else is on the panel, but whoever's here.
Big up, Bobby.
Uh,
It's DJ.
Big up,
hey, DJ,
Bobby.
DJ,
Big up, bruv. Big up.
DJ. Is that Jerry Z?
No, that's
Yeah.
Marianne.
All right. Oh, anyway, big up, guys. Big up, guys. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. I don't know what the topic is. I just saw you and thought I'll jump on. I hear Ty talking about injured players and making some very strong points. So yeah, if you could tell me what the topic is, maybe I can drop my 2 cents.
Uh, DJ and Ty gonna hold on for me for 2 seconds. Let me go kiss my daughter goodbye real quick.
Sure,
So Ty and
absolutely.
DJ will give you update. Appreciate it.
Hey, Bobby, you all right?
Yeah, I'm good, DJ. I'm good.
Yeah, good. But we were just talking about Reece. First of all, we were talking about that. I think the conversation was about Ben Chilwell. Basically, Dante put out a message on the comment section that he's put up apparently his house is up for sale on X, and I think they were just saying, does that mean we're going to end up selling him, or does that mean he's going to be sold? I should say. Or is it, or does that mean? I think it was just guessing. I think it was just obviously what does that mean, because his house is up for sale, and then the conversation then just went on to Reece James wasn't really mentioned. This conversation just came up because we were talking about the injury to Ben Chilwell, and then Reece
Mm.
James was just mentioned after. But the conversation I think was more on Ben Chilwell because his house has gone up for sale. Does that mean he's going to be sold, or does that, if that is the case, do we go for another left back? Floor's yours, bro.
Well, that's an interesting one, isn't it? I don't often draw conclusions based. I mean, just like that. There's no indication anybody has even bid for him, not to mention us sell him. Um, I don't know. I mean, he might just be moving to a bigger house. He might be moving to a smaller house. I think the important thing is not so much that his house is up for sale, but where he's trying to move to and why. That's what I would be looking at more so than him putting his house up for sale. I think his Chelsea position is very much now under scrutiny, especially as he's gotten older and he's missed so much football for us. It's ridiculous. In the past 2 years, 2.5 years, he's been at the club. He's barely played, to be brutally honest. For somebody that's paid so handsomely, the return for our money is minimal. You know, people may talk to the Champions League victory. Well, that's one victory, you know, for the investment in a club that should be making Champions League victories a regularity, a season in, season out situation. I think his return for the money we've put into him has been very poor. I really do. And his major focus for this coming season, and Reece James and Wesley Fofana, is to make sure they're fit enough to last the season. That's why I have been pleased that they haven't been given any kind of consideration. I mean, they wouldn't do anyway because they haven't played enough football, and it will
Yeah.
be a slap in the face to anybody else in the national teams should they be given a spot ahead of them when they've not played any football this season. So I'm glad they now have an opportunity, a summer, to work on their physique, their fitness, their health. And I would really, really hope and pray that the current medical team, who themselves need to be questioned about the level of injuries and re-injuries and non-returning players that we had on the injury table last season, I think they must work very, very closely with the head coach. And the head coach needs to listen to their advice. If they say this player, for example, just an example, if they say player X cannot play more than 60 minutes once one game a week, we must follow that and be strict with that, and not have this temptation that we did with was often had with N'Golo Kante. Look at that! Even Deschamps has called him back to the French national team to flog him like a donkey, game in, game out. I think we need to resist that, and that's why it's so important to have depth of squad and to have at least two players in each position, and not worry if a player's on the bench and start promoting talk of, oh, he has to go or he wants. It's just nonsense. If you're at the club on the bench for a club like this, it will happen. There will be rotations. Look at look at Real Madrid, who they bring off the bench. Chomeni in the Champions League final, or is it Camavinga? One of the two came off the bench along with Modric and whoever else, Rodrigo, and you name it. And it's going to get even worse with the arrival of Endrick and Mbappe. So your bench is crucial because it's part of what you would rotate and keep your squad healthy. So let's wait and see what happens with these guys. But certainly, Reece James has a little bit of a pass in that the tolerance level of his absence is there, mainly because everybody knows what he is when he's fit or even half fit. A half fit Reece James can be a game changer for us. He's such an important and good player. But Chilwell, I don't think he can afford long absences from the team anymore without both the fan base and the ownership saying, son, it's time to go.
Gav, are you back there, mate?
I don't think he is.
I don't think he is.
You're not back there? Okay. Go on, Tybro. So you were going to say something?
you know, I think Bobby came on at the right time because a topic like that I can recall a lot of times when I'm listening to Bobby. He's always mentioned, among other things, the fact that about the availability, and also the fact that a bench has to be good as well. He's always said that. And one thing that I will reference to is the fact that in terms of what I've heard Bobby say in the past, this it's not a crime, it's not wrong to have quality players sitting on the bench because, as he just said, your bench has to be good because you're also going to be rotated from it. So it can't be a case of you have a bench and it's just purely youngsters who perhaps may not understand or have that experience of playing at the highest level, having that mentality. They will have a form of mentality where they want to prove themselves. So they may try their best to impress. But in terms of, having that control and ensuring that you do what needs to be done, the possibility of that being the case, it's very slim. A lot of the players that, especially in that season where we had to turn to the young players and also the players that we had before that, we saw a lot of inexperience creeping in, and then slowly and gradually throughout the season, it develops at a higher level. So, 100% that's the case. And Chilwell, you know, I think a lot of people would have, made a lot of excuses for Chilwell and say, oh, he's a good player. I mean, he's one of the best left backs in the Premier League in terms of scoring goals. But at the end of the day, he's always been injury prone, and that's the thing. Leicester City days, he's been injury prone. Came to Chelsea, injuries after injuries, and I mean some of them is just unlucky. It hasn't been a case where it's just training. I think one of the injuries that he picked up in his first season was he rolled his ankle while he was playing. So and things like that. It highlights being prone to injury because you're unfortunate in that aspect. But from the very beginning, he's always been injury prone. So if it continues, as Bobby said, the owners, the fans are perhaps going to be leading further towards him leaving the club and then they try to improve on him because it makes no sense. It's the same for Reece James. He can offer you something, but if he's not fit, it makes no sense. He's not going to be on the bench at least. He's just going to constantly have to be rehabilitating. It's going to be a case of you keep hoping that he's going to come back, and then he gets injured, then you hope he comes back. So it's going to be a cycle that never ends if that's the case. So you need to have a quality bench, and that's one thing. We need competition. I believe Kukurea may have a higher chance in this moment than him to perhaps stay at the club based on the fact that he's been available more often and even he suits quote unquote on paper what Enzo wants to do with the left backs or the full backs. It's it's yet to be seen if Chilwell can or would have been able to do what we saw Kukurea did. But it's hypothetical. I mean, we're saying that, but you never know. Before Tuchel came to Chelsea, Chilwell had not played as a left wing back. At Leicester City, he wasn't the preferred option. They played when they were playing a flat back four. They used him when they played a back three under Brendan Rodgers. They didn't use him. They used another left sided player to play as the wing back. So and he did quite well there. He was crucial in us winning the Champions League in that aspect, playing at a higher position or playing higher up the pitch. I mean, he offered something. So you can't necessarily say that he may not suit what Enzo may want, but the fact is he's not being as available as he should be. So you can't really hold on to hope that okay maybe he can be a part of the project if you can't guarantee that you'll have him for a sustainable amount of time or a consistent amount of time. So it's going to be the biggest issue, but it's a good conversation to have because you always should assess your squad and to see if it's competitive enough. And right now we don't. We don't have a competitive squad. Kukurea had no competitor for a large part of the latter part of the season. Levi Colwell, he was not as available. Chilwell obviously wasn't available. Matson was on loan. And the same could be said about Malo Gusto. There was no competition. Even the centre back period, it wasn't necessarily competition. But it surely came in and then we saw a rotation of Silva. But the competition in the squad was poor. For every position, actually. It was very poor. If it wasn't injury, it was quality. Midfield, Lavia injured. Leslie injured. Carney injured. There was no possibility to rotate as well. So even then, you have to assess the squad and realize that we may need to invest or with some players based on what we would have seen from them before they got injured, hope that they can return the same player. And that's just hoping and that's wishful thinking as well because you're hoping that the same player that you saw before is the one that returns. And unfortunately, with Chelsea, we've seen that a lot of players who have a great potential, when they pick up certain injuries, they don't come back the same players. Loftus-Cheek, Hudson-Odoi is slowly coming back to that as relates to Forest, but it's not been a case where it's sustained. So it's a good conversation to have, and it's one where I think it's important if we are to be competitive in the league again. So, and I think we have to accept the fact that a lot of the players we have to be brutally honest, and we actually have to we have to show some level of ruthlessness when we look at their futures, because a lot of them, they haven't impressed, they haven't been available, and if you want to compete, you have to put the club first in that sense. It sounds selfish, it sounds brutal to some extent, but that's just how football is. You have to think, you have to make tough decisions sometimes. Some players have to be cut, some players have to be sold. And unfortunately, because it's not something that a lot of fans are used to, when that time comes, it's outraging for them, because that conversation should not be had when we know that these players can do the greatest thing on their day and on their feet. So it really is a good conversation to have.
You can go a DJ or Marin.
Marion, I was going to say, Marion, I've done my 2 cents in it. Marion's not spoken, but Marion, you give your 2 cents, bro. We've all spoken about it now. Poor guy's just been sitting there. You still there, bro?
Yeah, I was still picking up at Chilwell.
Yeah. Gavin, you still want to talk about? We're still talking about Chilwell, right?
Yes.
Gavin,
Yeah. Yeah, like you guys said, the situation with Chilwell. Now, like I said earlier, like I just feel like we need someone to like replace him. Maybe a backup left back. Um, we I'm sure we've been linked with one or two players at the left side. So yeah, my take on Chilwell, like what Ty said, um, before we had injury records, and when we signed him, he was injured, obviously. So yeah, I mean, I would take credit on the Champions League performance wise and stuff, but yeah, Chile, I rate him very highly. I really rate him. Um, when he came through Leicester City to Chelsea, I really rate him. So yeah, he's a good player, very good player on the left side. But it's just that his injuries just no. I think he just gave up on like trying to um, go to the another level, and as well as that because of the injuries now, maybe his sharpness, just like he lost a little bit of sharpness and all that stuff. But yeah, so I just feel like next season, like they should buy a left back, because perhaps let's say Chile stays. If he stays and Cucurella is there, they should get someone that will, if perhaps Chile goes out or Cucurella goes out, they should buy someone that's backup. And that's going to help very well. If they don't do that, then we will see Cowell again on left back. So, and yeah, we have seen that, and that never went well very well. So, yeah, that's my take on Chilwell.
Yeah, I just saw a report while I was away that Thomas Tuchel turned down Manchester United job. Said he's gonna be probably take a break from the game.
Yeah, that's stupid.
No, I'm actually glad about that. he knows, he knows he still want to go Man United. That's good, mate. That's good.
Is it? I think he knows because of Ineos. Don't you think it's because of the sports and directors? They also have their dirty things on the side.
To be honest with you, I'm not surprised that he's turned down Manchester United. To be honest with you, I know people are talking about their project. And listen, let's be real here, guys. They're still one of the massive. Still, despite their situation, they're still a poor United, one of the biggest clubs in the world, regardless of whether we like to say this not as Chelsea fans, but it's facts, right? But the fact that a manager of his caliber has turned them down, that for me is is a bit of a surprise. At the same time, it's not. It's a bit of a surprise, but I can also understand why he's turned it down, wanting a break, especially after the way things have gone for him at Chelsea. The last couple of times, at the last minute when the owners got rid of him, and then he went to Bayern Munich and it didn't really work out. He didn't win things in Bayern, so you can understand him wanting to take a break out of the game for a little while. But I think United fans thought this deal was going to get done for Thomas Tuchel from the way the talk was going. But it looks like Ten Hag is going nowhere at this moment in time. So good on Tuchel to not go to United. I'm happy about that. I don't know what your guys' thoughts
It's
are.
interesting though. It's interesting though because I know Mark Gobich, for example. He was he made a video saying that Tuchel to Man United would be a poor appointment, which so for this to happen now, it's kind of funny because I mean he wasn't for it. So in a sense he may be happy, but in a sense it's kind of when you look at that narrative, it's interesting because they were saying it would be a poor appointment, but as you said, DJ, it hasn't worked out. It didn't work out at Bayern Munich. As it relates to success wise and also working with the board and the owner. So I don't know. I never understood why he went to Bayern because I mean he's not had the best relationships with most of the boards of the clubs that he's managed at. So it was kind of strange because Flick left for that reason. Nagelsmann obviously left for the Germany job and all of that. And based on the fact that the board was also an issue, so it was really strange to me that he went there. But I think it's good that he's going to take a break because I think he definitely needs to take one. The options that he really has right now in terms of what the project could be like, I don't think it's something that aligns well with what he is about. So probably it's best to do that. Other jobs may open up during his sabbatical or break from managing.
Yeah, I very much agree with what Ty is saying. I think and slightly disagree with what DJ is saying, which is a rare thing. Yeah, Man United, in terms of its size and its revenue capability, is huge. I don't think it is the biggest club in the world. I think it's certainly one of
One
the
off.
biggest clubs in the world. I think in that capacity, Real Madrid is certainly arguably bigger, if bigger is the term. But timing is everything in anything, especially football. Timing as a manager and timing as a club, and vice versa. And right now, I think Thomas Tuchel is very wise not to go anywhere near Man United. Man United as a project is a little bit in a mess. It's in a formative stage, which is a poison chalice to anybody, as far as I'm concerned, but Eric Ten Hag, and simply because Ten Hag has been there for 2 years, so he's used to the place. The place is used to him, so they may as well continue until Ineos and whoever it is that is now stakeholders in the club start to get their reorganization together. Now, a lot of people are turning their nose up at Chelsea's reorganization. I think you'll find Man United's reorganization is going to be even more and more chaotic. They already have a list of players they need to get out of the club for FFP reasons and PSR reasons. With the new laws coming in, every club does. Um, um, they also have a structure that is lacking structure. You know, players on all sorts of different types of wages and so on. And that has to be arrested and addressed by the next summer, where the wage cap algorithm is coming in. So there's a lot of work off the field to do at Man United, not to mention the work to do on the field. Player for player, they have probably one of the best squads in the Premier League. But getting them to function because of all this stuff that they have on the field with different types of players, then they've got issues in the board level. They have more problems than people care to admit. I don't know why. You know, people still have their minds stuck in the era of the Alex Ferguson Man United. Those days don't exist anymore. It's a credit to the sheer size and nature of the club that they have, even though they're slightly struggling at the moment, they still manage to pick up a trophy or two at the end of each season. I think that's very important. It's something that we haven't been doing to our own detriment, but it's something they do. But unsurprisingly, they do it because they are where they are big is that they've managed to get a huge stake in the media and a huge stake in the Football Association, where they get a lot of favors and positive PR, positive decisions on the field that help them along the way. But that aside, I don't think any big manager really will look gleefully at that job. It's just, you know, it's what's the term I'm using? It's a huge white elephant at the moment, and if you get involved with that, you could end up tarnishing your reputation, just as every manager that has been there has done. Even the great Jose Mourinho didn't survive the Man United tarnish post Alex Ferguson. So it's a club in progression. It's a club in transition. It's a club badly needing a rebuild. And this rebuild of Man United, it's almost like Chelsea's rebuild. The only thing is they're not looking to start it off because they already have the space, but they do have huge renovation jobs to do to their stadium, their training ground, and so on. So there's a lot of work to do there, and I don't think it's for everybody. Their best fit would be to go for, if they are going to get rid of Ten Hag, I really believe they should go for De Zerbi. They need a young player like manager like that who will come in with his youthful ideas and who probably lean to using the younger players. The trouble with that is that in their dressing room they have so many Deadwood type older players that would kick off and create a bad atmosphere. So the work is big, and Man United, as I keep saying, far bigger than people tend to want to admit, which is strange to me because it is what it is. And it will continue to splutter and stutter until that is eventually sorted out. So Tuchel was right not to go there. I think his mental health as well is important. I think his divorce traumatized him a lot, more so than even losing the Chelsea job. I think took something out of him. Yes, he went on some kind of crazy retreat to India and did all sorts of weird things along the way. I think he walked around Asia for a while. Each to their own. If that's what helped him, it helped him. But I think also, you know, going to Bayern Munich and it not working out there and facing their boardroom politics, which is bad at best. They've got so many institutional individuals at Bayern Munich that override everything that anybody outside of that clique, that cartel, can do. Bayern Munich is quite a difficult place to survive if you're not an anointed one, as it were. So, having come out of that, I don't think he wants to go into yet another similar type of situation. So he's right to hang back. Really, I think he's taking another year out will probably do him good, and then he can handpick a club. Thomas Tuchel isn't meant for a club that's too big. I think that's why he struggled at PSG. He struggled at Bayern. He would struggle at Man United. He's more family type club. He's more a person that fits with a family model. I think why he did so well and was so comfortable at Chelsea was that it was a single ownership model with a very tight knit boardroom, which was sort of people that were very close to the owner. I'm talking about Roman Abramovich. And even he himself had access to the owner. It wasn't a sort of a conglomerate structure that it is now. As soon as it became that, he fell out with the ownership and he left. And Man United is a very complicated situation in the boardroom. So I don't blame him. Not that I even care, but I'm just trying to put an objective view as to why he wouldn't want that job at this point in time.
Yeah, I know the other day we were talking about our manager, because I just saw news with Brighton hired this 31-year-old manager that no one know nothing about, and we were saying even on Coach channel where the landscape is changing. So I don't know what you guys think about it. Like, do you think those managers that the Thomas Tuchel and most of those managers gonna have to probably start to do international. It's a younger version of manager now. It's gonna be taking over.
I think you're right. I do, Gavin. I do. I've often said this myself. I think because of PSR, because of the new wage cap algorithm coming in 2025-26 season, I think clubs have taken a pragmatic view, also galvanized by the success of people like Javi Alonso, Thiago Motta, albeit in the lower leagues in Italy, uh, um, the guy with Dortmund that took them to the Champions League final. I always forget his name, but that's another one of these young new generation managers. Not least to mention what we have in England here, people bringing teams up from the Championship vis-a-vis our very own Maresca and the guy that we were linked with. Oh gosh, what's his name now? From Ipswich. Oh gosh, what is his name? We have to remember so many names. I
McKenna,
sometimes
McKenna,
McKenna,
yeah, McKenna.
McKenna. That's right. McKenna. So there is a drift towards the new, younger, innovative generation. Not least to mention, they are cheaper in terms of their wages because they're new to the platform, so they can't just call and charge anything they like, and also cheaper to the club. The Galacticos managers come with a lot of demands. You get someone like Antonio Conte, and he's turning around saying, "Listen, I ain't managing you unless you buy me Mbappe or that sort of thing, or you get me Vinicius Junior. Then we can talk." And then clubs, in order to please them, go and buy Mbappe and Vinicius Junior. They use them for a season or two, get out of the job, and then the next geezer coming in probably doesn't have plans for using Mbappe or Vinicius Junior. I'm just using them as an example. And so you're lumbered with the big wages of these players, and then you have to go and get other players to placate the said manager. And then this manager's on massive wages. When you get rid of him, you've got to pay off the manager, pay off the entourage. The expense in a more and more financially controlled football environment is just not worth it. So clubs are looking ahead and saying, right, what can we do differently to address this situation? The only thing I'll say about that, it's a gamble with the Galacticos managers. At least if you're complicit to what they want, you're 8 times out of 10 more likely than not to be successful. These young guys are new kids on the block. We don't really know what's going to happen until it happens. But I think clubs are ready to take that chance than keep repeating the old and expensive way of doing things. And you know what? To me, I'm like, so be it. Let's see what happens. It's a gamble. We've got our Maresca. Let's hope and pray it works with him. It's so far all I can say without knowing a thing about what he can do for Chelsea. I like his swag. I really do. I like his swag. I like a man who is confident in his own ability. Now, there's a difference between being confident and being boastful. This guy is confident. Confidence, inspires confidence. He's coming in with something that people like Graham Potter never had. Graham Potter looked a bit unsure of himself. He spoke unsure, and he was unsure. But this guy is, he's giving it what is needed to be able to arrest the dressing room. However, the taste of the pudding is always in the eating, but I would say so far so good.
Dante, what do you think about the Brighton manager appointment?
Bro, sorry, who? Brighton? Did you say? Have they appointed them a new manager?
Yes, a 31-year-old manager from a second division in Germany.
Who? Really? How old?
31-year-old.
Yeah,
Wow,
yeah,
I
31.
wasn't aware. I
Forgotten
wasn't
his
aware
name.
of that. Okay, that's an interesting. Well, but like Bobby's just said, bro, it looks like this is the route all these clubs are going down now. They're obviously going for obviously seeing what's going to give them. How would I say? They think it's going to be quality for them down the line. These managers, obviously trying to obviously start them out young. I mean, this is what Brighton are usually. This is their model, though, isn't it? As I said, I don't know much about the guy that they even taken. I didn't even know they had actually got a new manager, and I don't know much about him, to be honest with you. So if I sit here and say, yeah, this guy's a great upcoming manager, I'll be lying to you because I don't. But look, listen, I mean, like Bobby said, if this is what the clubs are going to do now, I mean, in terms of people going on about, people used to look back in the day at your Contes, you used to look at your Carlo Ancelotti's, you used to look back at your all the managers. These guys seem to be now what we call, yes, they're all excellent managers, but they're probably what you call the old school of excellent managers now. All clubs now look like they want to start up this young and upcoming managers. And I think you're going to see a lot more of that happening next season. I think, continuing on like this, because I think, when Pep eventually leaves Manchester City, I do believe this guy Michael from Girona is going to be taking over from him. So I think he's already their replacement. So you probably see him coming into the Prem next season. So this is how all these Prem clubs are going to go down. I think. I mean, obviously, so like we said with Liverpool, they've gone and got this. Obviously, they've got in the Dutch guy from who's come in there now. Slot who's come in there now. Obviously, we've gone with Maresca. So I think it's going to be like this going forward for most of the clubs now, and and I think because the good thing with Maresca, I think, and the reason why I've probably thought I've got used to saying Maresca as our manager now is because he's worked with the Pep Guardiola. People will say he's not a Pep. I get that. I don't want him to come in and be a Pep Guardiola, but what I want him to do is be his own man. Be his own man. If he's learnt whatever he's learnt from Pep Guardiola, if you want to bring that to your coaching tips, then by all means do that. But be your own self. See what you can do at this team, because obviously you've managed Leicester. Okay, it's a different ball game with Chelsea, but you've still got you still got your wits about you. You still got Leicester promoted. You still got them to win the league. So you've obviously got to be doing something right. So if he can bring his own ideas to Chelsea, like that as well, I'll be obviously we'll be happy at that. And the fact, the bonus I always say is because he's worked with the Pep Guardiola, it does help his situation in the long run for Chelsea. And I don't know if you guys heard yesterday, going back to this whole thing, the owners apparently, there's a tweet came out yesterday saying that the owners have already told Maresca his goals for the season, and that is he has to finish in a Champions League spot for next season. So they've already put that rule in place. They've given him a 5-year contract. Already fans are already coming out and saying, well, if he doesn't get that, he's going to be gone. I mean, what are your thoughts on all that? I don't want to come off subject because obviously others want to answer the question you were asking, Gavin. But I also want to find out from others what they think of that afterwards. Of what do you think the goals his owners already given to Maresca, and he has to finish in the top 4, or what does that mean? They're going to get rid of him if he doesn't? I mean, that would be a question I'd like to obviously like to see all of you answer that after obviously this question's been answered.
DJ, that is really, really hard to say. I get your point. I really do. I think if he doesn't finish in the top 4, it depends on how he doesn't finish in the top 4. For example, trophy, and he has a sort of problem with injuries as well, and it's clear to see that that's the mitigating circumstance. I think it would, it wouldn't affect his position at all. But if that happens because he shows immaturity or he shows tactical, ineptitude, it will work against him because it would just be highlighting the fact that he's the wrong man. So we've got to wait and see what it's all about. I admire the bravery all around from him and from the sporting directors. I think they must have done some sort of due diligence to be able to give him such a massive job. But yet again, he's got to prove himself. He's got it all to prove. He really has. But don't know. I don't really want to think about it, to be honest, because until it happens, it's not really worth getting a headache over, if you know what I mean.
No, I do, Bobby. The reason why I asked that question is because obviously it came out yesterday. I think it was a known journalist that came out and said it as well, that apparently he's been told, he's got a 5-year contract. And as you know, these days, Bobby, as you know, contracts seem to mean nothing these days in the game. People just want to get rid of you after whatever certain time period. And I know he shouldn't be overthinking it now because the season hasn't even begun under him. But I just found it quite interesting that they actually came out with that yesterday, even before balls even being kicked. They're giving that kind of demand already. I thought
Some
because
people are
he's got a
even saying
5-year
he has
contract.
to challenge. He has to
Sorry?
challenge and all that. Some people are even saying, "Oh, yes, Chelsea have to challenge for the Premier League this year." I heard that on Football Terrace. I had to laugh at that one. I'm like, "What are you on, mate? This guy hasn't even bloody started yet, and we don't know how he's going to be able to work with the players, and you're asking him to challenge for the Premier League." But there you go.
Sorry, I have a question. Don't you think the owners are given unrealistic expectation for Maresca? Because he's coming in first season and they want him
No,
to qualify
nope, nope.
Champions League. But in terms of his inexperienced games and league matches, bro, don't you think they should give him 2 seasons to at least qualify for Champions League, not a season? Because maybe that I doubt first season he probably make it, but I think for sure in the second season, I'm sure you have his team and I'm sure you would do better than his first season. So don't you think it's a bit unrealistic from the owners?
I don't think it is. I generally don't think it is.
You can go ahead, Ty.
Okay. Um, why I say I don't think it's an unrealistic expectation is if he obviously there's an interview process that would have happened for the manager, and if he's gonna say that, oh, I have assessed the players, all the players, I have ideas for these players, and considering the fact that Chelsea were able to get top four, they could have gone top four, it was achievable, and they didn't, and then you say that the limitations are one of the reasons why that is, then getting top four when you are potentially improving on the squad isn't going to be unrealistic. No, I understand why people would say that, oh, he's the only club that he's actually had success and has been there for the entirety of the season is Leicester City. Parma, when he was there um before he would have become the assistant to Pep and all of that, he he got sacked very early on in that season. So I understand that, but based on what you would have said, and as Bobby, I think it was who said it. He speaks with confidence. He speaks as if he's sure about what he's about. He believes in his philosophy, his tactics. So if that is the case, then there's no reason to say that top four should be the ultimate goal. And obviously, if you can win the conference league, then you win the conference league. That also would help your situation. I'm sure if Pochettino would have won that trophy, you never know. Probably things could have been different. But that's hypothetically speaking. Um, but I don't think it's unrealistic because Chelsea's squad could have gotten it. Injuries hampered and hindered what the club could have achieved. It's obvious. People say that you shouldn't use as an excuse, but it's obvious. When you do have competition, when you constantly have to be playing the same players who are not performing at the greatest level, and you can substitute them because you have nobody else, it's obviously going to not help situation. It's not going to help the situation. It's not going to help things. So I don't think it's unrealistic. If it's a case where they're saying you should challenge for the league, no, that is unrealistic. I would say that's more unrealistic. We finished sixth. There's nothing wrong with saying that. Let's go two places up. Let's get a Champions League spot, and if you can get third place, fourth place, I think they'll be happy with that. You're back in Champions League, and that'd be great. So I don't think it's unrealistic. I don't know. That's just me, but probably I'm talking nonsense.
Well, you said, Ty, you're right, because I was listening. I said I was doing a lot of research today, and someone that knew him well, that worked with him at Leicester, said he's a manager that really know what he wants before he even step into Leicester job. So he do a lot of research. He even stay at their training ground and set up cameras, something similar like what Tuchel do, so we can know about the body movements in every training session. So this is a manager that go deep inside each and every crevice and corner that we don't really look for. Like he noticed everything. So as you were saying, Ty, that he said that Chelsea can challenge for the top four or challenge for the Premier League. So he probably have an idea what he need. So and what he see from the team, because honestly, if we look at last season, a lot of the points that we lost, in the middle of the season, is down to management, to the coach, or to our ex, as what Dante always said. He's in the comments. So our ex, like a lot of against Bradford, we should have won that game. Against Sheffield United, those are Nottingham Forest. Those are a game that the manager was too cowardly, to approach the game to win it. He go and he showed the opponent too much respect, and that's why we didn't come away with 3 points in those games. So if you look back on it, we should have ended up finishing probably in fourth. So we did have the team that could have challenged if the manager was setting up the team right from day one. So probably he sit there and he look at it and adjust it and said, like, if we can get it right from the beginning, we can challenge for the top four. Because honestly, I think that we could have, is the past, and I know it's a different manager, but the players that we got, like we can see, we got a lot of players with talent and potential. They just need someone that's gonna believe in them and brave enough to take risks, or for them to take risks on the field to try to get result. I rather lose fighting, than lose the way we've been losing in the middle of the season, especially in that final. DJ.
Yeah, bro. What's up? So what is that? What are we talking about now? Is that the question I asked? Was it the question I think you guys did?
No, I'm
did,
just
what's it?
saying. Yeah, I'm just
Oh,
saying,
sorry,
like
bro.
the way we play in the middle of the season.
Yeah.
If you guys think that you know, the manager probably look at it that way. All you guys, if you guys adjust and look at it deeply, like we could have come away with at least 12 points. Where we could have at least probably finished in top four against those Nottingham Forest, the Sheffield United, the Burnley, and I think the Bradford game. Those are four games I can remember that we should have won, but he showed the opponent too much respect, and he was cowardly in all of those games, and especially the final against Liverpool.
No, listen, I agreed, mate.
Is
I mean, there
that
were some.
really the case?
Oh God. Go on, Ty. You answer, bro. Go on, answer. Sorry, bro.
No, no, no. So I'll respond to Garvin after because I completely disagree with what he just said.
Oh no, that's fine, but it just shows the way I look at it. That's why I was asking you guys about your opinion, because I probably look at it wrong. So yeah, go ahead.
Go on, Ty. Carry on, bro. Carry on.
Right. I don't know. I can agree that Poch set up the team, or his approach was somewhat covered in some of the games, but against Liverpool in the final, I don't think so. And that is one topic that whenever I've discussed it with anyone, we I mean we never agree on it because and I think I mentioned this a couple of days back on this channel as well. Um Saying that a lot of the narrative has been that um Pochettino brought on more defensive player than attacking players and all that. And I mean I don't think the fact that we brought on some defensive players was one of the reasons why we lost. We even after all of that, we created opportunities. Before it went to extra time and all of that, we had opportunities and that we missed. Cole Paul missed chances, Gallagher missed chances, Jackson missed chances, Sterling missed chances. So so when people say that we brought on more defensive players and attacking players, I've never been able to agree with that because even the formation that we play, it's literally more defensive players than attacking players. You play a 4-2-3-1 or a hybrid 4-2-3-1 that changes in game. You have four defensive players, two double pivot players who one may be offensive, but their goal in the double pivot is to also help to protect the defense. Then you have three attacking players or wide forwards or left mid, right mid, whatever terminology you want to use, and you have a striker that's four attackers and around six. I only included the goalkeeper, that's seven defensive minded players. So I've never been able to agree with that, especially with the fact to say that we lost the finals because of the fact that we gave too much respect to them. We didn't have any other option. Who else? What else could we have done? What other players could we have brought on? Because the players that we had on that we took off, they weren't able to score. We brought on different players and they themselves couldn't score. So it was not on the manager in that sense. The squad, well, unless you go back to say that he's the reason why the players got injured and all of that, and you want to say that. But the players that were available to him, it was very small. The fact that we had to bring on players like Cassidy, it shows. And that's no disrespect to Cassidy. He's a promising player. He looks very good. And I'm sure he may have a future at the club with Enzo coming in because Enzo really likes him. One Italiano to the next. But I don't know. That example of the Liverpool match, I've never been able to accept it because it wasn't because of the manager that we managed to lose, because we had created opportunities. And like I said a couple of days back, when we lose a game, it's always the manager, it's never the players. And then when you win a game, it's the players. So I don't know. It's not consistent. The consistency is never there. I never understood it. If a player is able to turn the game on its head by scoring a goal in stoppage time, it's the player. And if if the players miss opportunities, it's never the player, it's the manager. The manager is the reason. He put them in that position. He's the reason. He set the team up in that way. So that is why. That's always been the case. I can agree with the other aspects of we showed too much respect to some opponents, but I don't think the Liverpool not FA Cup, the Carabao Cup final is an ideal example of that because we brought on players and those players could not convert. So I would say that Pochettino brought on the players that were available to him, and he simply just still didn't work.
Yes, just on that, Ty, on the final you're talking about, bro. I think what rallied a lot of the Chelsea fans, just to go back to that final, and he did actually say it in his press conference, which didn't help him, or his post-match, that he was telling the players to hold on for penalties. He actually told the group to hold on for penalties, and that is why I think a lot of the fan base was blaming him for that reason. I get what you're saying. All your points you've made are valid. Yeah, the team we put out, they should have scored their goals. How many chances we had to kill the game off? 100% agree with you, bro. 100% agree with you. 100%. But then when you're into extra time, and then he's also coming out and saying in his post match, oh well, I asked the place to hold on for penalty kicks. that sends more like a negativity to the players to say, well, you're not good enough to actually win the game now in extra time because the chance you've had, so just hold on for penalty kicks. And in the end, Liverpool done us over, as we all know, for Van Dijk's header at the end. That's the only reason why I think fans are a bit annoyed with him for that game. It's not because of the way we set up and the way we played the game, bro. It was more to the fact that he actually came out in his own post-match and said it, that he told the players to hold on for penalties. So I just want to say that everything you've said though up until then is 100% right. We should have killed the game off, but with the players in the possession that we had, the opportunities that we had, 100%. But then I think when you're showing that kind of negativity and asking your players, clearly you've lost all confidence because they're not going to win the game. So just hold out for penalty kicks. And in the end, we got sucker punched. One corner kick comes in. He put what's his name on Van Dijk, probably the smallest player on the pitch to be on Van Dijk, and he ends up scoring a goal past us, and they end up winning the final. So that's the only reason why, bro. That's the only reason why I'm saying what I'm saying. Nothing more than what you're saying. Everything you said is spot on. It's just that one thing I've got an issue with on Poch in terms of that negativity.
Well, yeah. Thank you for reminding me of that, because that's with all of that considered, then 100% it is understandable why people have that belief. That him saying that doesn't surprise me, because he would have said it, and that's one of the reasons why. When it came on to the whole narrative of his future would be decided at the end of the season, it wasn't surprising to me, because it was a case where he was twisting and he was changing his words, and he was trying to change the narrative. Because I remember at the beginning of the season he said that, oh, Chelsea's in his first interview he said Chelsea are a team that there's no patience there. You have to win now, and that's the philosophy, and that's the heritage, that's the history of the club, that's the culture. And then when we picked up the injuries, like, oh, it's a young team, maybe they're not good enough. So and at one point, and then the latter seasons when we were unbeaten for the last 6 games or so, he said, oh, it was always there. These players are so it's a case of, I don't know, he's flip flopping. I didn't know that a manager could flip flop as much. I've only known fans doing it to that level, but that he epitomized that in full length. But well, with that context, then I can't. Well, I think I wish that argument would have been raised to me, because then you perhaps would have altered my view. But look at that. It's not Garvin that would have done it. It's DJ. So I still disagree with Garvin because he didn't raise that point. But DJ has given me some added context to that argument.
Even to add further to what DJ said, which is really correct. To come out and say that's what you said to a team that more or less had its opponents on the ropes and needed to, at that point in the game, just dig deep and keep pushing them back. When you tell a team that, what they do is that psychologically they start to step backwards and, of course, invite pressure. And that's what happened. Another thing that really added to this was that the fan base were hurting anyway. That was the sixth Wembley final in a row that Chelsea had been in and lost. 4 of them were to Liverpool. That was already an unacceptable situation. But then to go and say that to an already hurt Chelsea fan base, it almost tipped many of them, including myself, to be honest, over the edge. I mean, I was beyond, I was absolutely incandescent. I did not accept losing that Carabao Cup. I still don't. It's not something nah. I was like, no, no, no. Listen, and 4 to Liverpool. For what? Yeah, we know a lot of them we were basically robbed. And, when Chelsea fans say they're robbed, they were actually robbed. Even the FA Cups that we lost to Arsenal, you saw what Anthony Taylor did to us, took us down to 9 men, and injuries did the rest. Yeah, fine. But to be in that position The sixth one in a row. Two of them really annoyed me. One that annoyed me more than anything else was the loss to Leicester. I think although we were robbed of that as well, but we allowed that to happen. Then the other loss to Liverpool, where um, uh, Lukaku scored a very good goal, but Anthony Taylor and his VAR mob cancelled it. Things like that. So that really, I mean, it was too much for me. I still feel bitter about it till today because it was so unnecessary, absolutely unnecessary. They were there for the taking, and we fluffed our lines, which is just bad. And contrary to that, look at Man United. Man United that had a worse season than us, finished below us, got to a final where it matters the most, and they turn up.
Bobby, let's not forget also, bro, on the Liverpool factor. Let's not forget this is Liverpool for years, bro. Who can remember the old famous Champions League, bro? The ghost goal. Remember
Yeah,
that?
another thing. Yeah,
That goes back. That goes
yeah.
back even further. So it
They've
adds more
robbed us
insult
of
to
a
injury, bro.
lot. Yeah, they've robbed us, or the officials has used them and robbed us of a lot of trophies, and then to go and give them a trophy to add to it. I mean, God,
That's taking the
it's
mick in it.
yeah, it's so unacceptable. I hate thinking about it. It annoys me and hurts me more than Moscow 2008. And Moscow 2008, I was oh gosh, I was depressed for 3 months. All that summer, I was depressed. I've got to say this. I was just I was inconsolable. Inconsolable. That just you know. So this one, for me to say it hurt more than that, is going some. And even that we were kind of, that we were up against it. But yeah, I don't know if you remember that one, DJ. I mean, that
Oh,
that
bro.
hurt.
The two,
That hurt.
yeah,
Yeah.
it was like the John Terry slip on a penalty kick, bruv. Oh,
John,
mate.
John Terry. But do you know what?
Oh,
People
God,
focus
that
on
was
that, but it was actually
just a
Anelka
gender
that
game.
blew it, because Anelka,
Yeah,
if Anelka had scored his following penalty, then the pressure would have been back on Man United. It
yeah.
wasn't the Terry slip that actually
No,
lost us
I
that
know.
final. It was the Anelka miss.
Yeah. And even in that game, the decisions against Chelsea in that game were ridiculous as
Oh,
well, weren't they? Some of the decisions in that game,
it
for
was
that Moscow, it
crazy.
was, oh,
And
bruv.
the media, the way the media they were talking up Man United, talking up as it was
Yeah,
as if, oh, it
I
was as
remember that.
if it was an English team playing some foreign team, and
That's
they were
exactly
so
what it
bad to
was.
us. They were
And
so,
we've been the foreign team, innit?
yeah,
Typical.
yeah,
I know, bruv. I know, mate. That was
painful.
hurtful, mate. That was hurtful as well. I mean, look, we've gone through this as fans. We know this over the years, Bobby. Even before, this is why I keep saying every time I come on any stream. And Bobby, you're with me 9 times tonight. I talk about our history, and
Yeah,
what Chelsea means to us as a football club. People keep forgetting, and I'll keep saying this all the time.
yeah,
People keep saying we were formed in 2004, but people that don't know the history of our club have got no concept of what we were doing before Roman came. We were
yeah,
winning trophies. We just never won the Premiership. That's all
yeah,
it was. We were always a cup team known back then. And we
yeah,
won
we
all the
were.
trophies that we needed. Just the Premiership eluded us.
Yeah.
1955, yeah, and then we finally done it under Jose. But people don't seem to want to say, "Oh, you were all Chelsea when Roman bought you. That's where you were
Mm,
formed." Nah, you guys don't know your history of our football club. You don't know your history of our football club. Then rival fans don't talk. Hush your mouths up. You don't know nothing
yeah,
about our club. Or any other Chelsea fan out there that supported the club from 2004. And some of them are saying, you got some of the fans saying, "Oh, this is not Chelsea now, what we were back then." But go back and look at things of what we were before 2000, before Roman bought us, and people will
yeah.
know more history about our football club more than anything. We went through some torrid times, bro, but we were always there. Chelsea still remained as it is, still staying there, even though we almost went into liquidation before Ken
Yeah,
Bates brought us, bruv.
I said that on the platform yesterday. Yeah, look, what we have to take and be proud of is that we're a club that comes through adversity, where we face things that no other club has. Even look at what's recently happened to us with the selling and buying of our club in this current climate with the current ownership. It was a very abnormal, very stressful situation. But Chelsea always come through. The way we won our first Champions League, has got to be something that will be written in folklore forever. You go to the
Yeah, I was there,
backyard.
bro. I keep
Yeah.
saying I was there for that. I was at Munich as well for that. Oh,
Oh,
it's the
you were
best time
actually
of my
there.
life. I
Oh, it
went
was
with my dad.
amazing.
I went with my dad,
Well,
man. I remember it so well.
well, this
So
is it.
well.
I mean, those of us that have, and as far as I'm concerned, have that privilege to be able to speak in the first person of these experiences. I mean, that day I wasn't at Munich, but I was with the Chelsea TV crew, and we did a whole evening of it. There
Yeah, I
was.
watched that all after. I recorded all that.
Oh
I
yeah,
recorded it all.
it was something that I can never. I mean, dare I say? I mean, make sure my wife's not listening. It's got to be one of the best evenings of my life. Apart from the birth of my kids and things like. I mean, that was magic. It was amazing. But yeah, at the same time, we saw worse things. We saw relegation. Those of you, I'm sure your dad must have taken you at the time where we were dropping money in buckets to
Oh
save the
yes,
bridge. Remember?
save the bridge for a pound, bro.
Remember
Yeah,
that?
mate.
So the
Yeah.
fans have always cemented themselves in support of the club and the play. But there's been this very powerful bond between Chelsea fans and the players and the club. We were a club that the Ken Bates bought for £1. The whole pitch owners situation to fend off the property developers. I mean, we've we've seen it all.
Done it all, seen it
You
all,
know,
bruv. Seen it
we've
all.
seen it all, and
Seen it
and
all.
that's why another thing that hurts is we go through a little bit of a difficulty, and then you get this group that start to attack the club, and they call themselves Chelsea fans. I mean, you look back to where
That's,
we've come from, and you're pained by it. You're like, who are you? What are you doing?
yeah,
Yeah, we can all have a moan, but
yeah.
ultimately we're Chelsea, mate. We're here to
That's what
support
we are.
this club, and it's
That's what I
amazing.
always say.
We are a very, very special club,
That's
and we should never forget that.
I say
You
that all
know?
the time. I might not have like for that. That's what I keep saying to everyone, and when I say this, yeah, it's no, what do you call it on the owners? I may not like the owners for what they're doing and how I feel they're running my club,
Yeah,
but I'll always love my club. That's the thing I always say. I think my love is for my club and what my club is all about. Forget the owners, it's my club, as far as I'm concerned. Do you get me?
yeah,
That's why it hurts when I see what goes on with us, seeing what's going on with us now and how we are just being like overlooked by people now. And now I look at it now. You know the good thing has been in the last couple of days, guys. I'll be honest with you, right? I have seen the Chelsea hate come back from the rivals. I love that. I love it. And the reason why I like it is because I miss them days of us being
because they're
hated.
scared. They're scared, isn't
Yes, they're worried of what we're becoming because Chelsea is still
it?
attracting players that they think would go to other clubs, but we're still getting them to come to Chelsea. Despite our situation, we are still getting players that want to come and join and play for this club. And it's only because of who we are as a football club and what we've done history-wise.
Yeah,
We've won it all. We've won it all. And not many clubs can sit there. Not many fans on clubs can say we've won it all. We can
yeah,
say that. That's why I keep saying about the Conference League. As much as I don't want us to be in it, we have to qualify. If we do win it, we're in it to win it. And if we do
yeah.
end up winning it,
Absolutely.
guys, we're going to be the first club to win all of major honour, all European trophies. It's as simple as that.
That
First club to,
that is incentive enough, isn't it? Yeah.
yeah,
I,
send it enough, bruv.
I
Do you know
remember
what I
as
mean?
another platform, and this is really going back in the day, the whole Chelsea TV thing, where we had this historian Nick Glanville come on, and he was taking us back in the day to Chelsea post Second World War and
He's the
all that.
writer, isn't he? The writer of Chelsea stuff.
Yeah, and
Yeah, Rick Granville.
this club of ours was one of the only clubs. Do you know what we were pulling through our gates every week? 80,000. 80,000 people, 90,000. There was a time Chelsea played a game. I've forgotten who was it they played. There was 120,000 fans that could be counted. They couldn't count the people that were sat on the roofs and the people that had sneaked in and all that. This club has always been massive in London. You know, the first name of Chelsea Football Club was London United. Those geezers that got together and started to found the club in 1879 at the Butcher's Hook. Although the club was officially founded in 1905, the club was actually formed in 1879. This club is nearly two is heading towards 2 centuries old. You know, it has history. It's an institution. But you know, a lot of our fan base, because of the Roman effect, and they were all born within that era, they don't really see or feel where we've come from. You know, we've been fortunate. You know, we've had parents, and we've been there. We've been at the stadiums. We've been through it all, so we can feel where we're coming from. And I think that's why it's imperative for those that do that to try and send that message across, to give that feeling to those that aren't yet, that haven't had that exposure. Do you see what I'm saying? Because if not, we will lose who we are and start to lose our
100%.
identity.
100%. Sorry, Gav, we've gone back, but I know you're going back. You want to go over other topics, but we just wanted
I'm
to bring that
sorry.
up, mate. That
No,
was all.
no, no.
That's
We're
all,
there
bro.
listening because I like to hear it. Bobby noticed. I like to listen the history of the club. To be quite honest, you know, he take me
Yeah,
back. He always take me
yeah,
back to where I support Chelsea. You know, I was sharing with Bobby one day when I was talking. You know, but I said it saved my life. You know, and not only that, to you know, to see I'm supporting this club since I was way back, since I was a kid, and today all my kids, you know, support Chelsea, my whole entire family, you know. So
yeah,
it's just a good a good feeling just to sit here and listen to the history, you know, of the club, because you know, back in the days it used to be hard to really get all of the games, you know, when you're living in a third world country. So
yeah,
most of these history that you guys share, you know, we never really used to get all the back jab of it, and it's just what we see on TV for a little time. But as soon as the game
yeah,
done, they switch it over to something else, you know. And back in those days, a lot of Chelsea games you probably have to listen on radio because you know, it wasn't more so popular where all the games come on at once. So now you can pick and choose all the different games that you really want to watch. You know, so it's a good to really sit here and listen to you guys.
Do you know why we were not having much TV Avenue on coming on TV, bro, in the back in the day? That's because Ken Bates banned the press from coming to Chelsea, and he banned the TV's from programming from coming to us, isn't it, Bobby? Because he had
Yeah,
so many issues with the press back in the day
yeah, but
that they
it's
used
not
to, all that.
new. All this
It's,
hatred
yeah,
isn't new.
and it still carries on to this
Yeah,
day, as you know,
yeah,
with the hatred from the newspapers out there. It still hasn't changed. But Ken
yeah,
Bates banned so many, like Alex Ferguson did for United back in his heydays. He used to ban the press from coming in there when they used to talk nonsense about Manchester United. Ken Bates
yeah,
used to do the same thing. I remember he had this issue, Bobby, with one guy called Rob Beasley, who used to work for the News of the
yeah,
World. He
yeah,
had
yeah. I
some
remember
big
him.
issue with
Yeah,
him back in the day,
yeah.
and he was a Chelsea fan. Rob Beasley, that was the thing. He was a Chelsea
Well,
fan. However, he used to talk so much crap about our
yeah.
club and talk nonsense. So you think, are you really a Chelsea fan? You think you follow the club since this time to this time? Yeah. And Bates
He
just said, you
started
know
the
what?
whole
I don't want you here.
intense
Yeah.
broadcasting, and you
Yeah,
know what?
mate.
One, you know, those of us that are in other countries now, you know, we're a global brand. You're key now because you are taking this club to the next level. And
Yeah.
if you carry somehow that same sort of spirit, which I know a lot of them do, you
Yeah.
listen to some of these Chelsea fans from some of these African countries, the
Yeah.
Caribbean. And
Yeah.
remember when we went to China, and those
Yeah.
days we used to go to Singapore and all that. Look at the
Yeah.
fan base there, and we have to keep that bond
Yeah.
because it is a very
100%.
powerful club in that sense. And let me tell you, all these Real Madrid, Man United, all that, they're not greater than us on a global stage. In terms of the unity of the
Yeah.
Chelsea family, it's second to none. Trust me.
Yeah.
And it's people like you, Gavin, all that. We've got
Yeah.
to keep that blue flag flying high
Yeah.
because that's what makes
100%.
our club great. Some of these geezers only support these other teams because they think they're winning all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
100%,
fine.
Bobby.
But you
100%.
learn to love your club when you're a little kid and you watch Spurs send them into the second division, and you
Yeah.
sit there crying. You know, that day I cried like a baby. But it's an experience, and all this builds the love that you have for the club.
Yeah. Yeah.
Such that when I tried to support someone else for a week, it was impossible. And after I
Could
did
never.
that experiment, I said, you know what? Win, lose or draw, that's it.
Bobby, I'm
I've done
surprised
my
you
bit.
support another club for another week. I can't believe that.
I think I was a
No
kid. I
way.
think we got relegated. I was so hurt by it, and I cried that day.
Oh, mate.
The fans
I've
went,
I've cried.
and
Oh,
obviously
Bobby, mate. I'm surprised.
there's a lot.
That's the one you wanted me, Bobby. I've known
Yeah,
you all
I
this
was
time,
so
bruv.
upset.
I've never known that.
Yeah, I was,
All these years I've known you. I've never known you sorted another club,
I
bro.
was so upset. I said,
Honestly.
right, I'm going to support someone else.
Oh,
Oh, honestly, I'll tell you, it's only for a
I've
week.
I
I tried.
gee,
I think it was Everton or someone like that. I tried to support, and no, I couldn't do it.
another blue
I
team. No, I was
couldn't
wearing the
do it.
colour blue. Nah,
Yeah,
I
yeah, I couldn't do
nah,
it.
bro. Listen, I've
Even
been
I
loyal.
kept looking for our results and everything. Oh, nah.
Nah, we got relegated, but we got when in my time of supporting my club, I think we got relegated 3 times, and I started supporting Chelsea. I stuck with them, mate.
Yeah,
Frick and Finn. I never left to go for another club. I never would have done that. And see, the fact that I obviously grew up here, obviously I'm born and bred in the UK, all right. But my dad, before he moved over from Portugal, he was obviously a Porto fan in Portugal. But his club in London was always, his club in England was always Chelsea. And
yeah,
when they both him and my mum first, when him and my mum then moved to the UK,
yeah,
their first house was actually in Knightsbridge. They moved straight to the UK, and they used to go. My dad used to go and watch Chelsea games, and then it was back in the when you used to stand up on the terraces. When you had to stand up,
yeah,
they banned all that now from that now. My
yeah,
dad was going back to then, and that's why I've kind of like followed. Obviously, growing up from me and my brother growing up, we've been like obviously a Chelsea fan through my dad. And I've just stuck with him. I saw my team get relegated. I still stuck with them. I used to go through all the turmoil. I went through all the tantrums, all the rubbish I used to get from the other fan. But I said, you know what? My club will always come back strong, and we always come back strong. And even though we got relegated, people used to ask, how can you still support that mob? Well, it's my
yeah,
club. I'll never stop supporting my club regardless of the situation. So I'll tell any fan out there, guys, and to the new generation Chelsea fans, yeah, if anyone ever comes up to you guys about Chelsea in history, just remind them to go and look back before Roman Abramovich bought our football club, what we were, because we were
yeah,
winning trophies. We even made history. We were the only club. Can you go and check this as well? We were the only club to win at the old Wembley Stadium and win at the new Wembley Stadium when it was built.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
we're the only
Old
club
one,
to
the
have done
last
that.
game at the old one and the first game at the new one, or
Yeah,
something.
Aston
Yeah,
Villa when we beat them 2-1 in the cup final.
yeah,
I think it was who was a goal? Frank Sinclair and Gianfranco Zola. I think it might have been who scored the goals in that game, in a cup final. And then it was because it was also wasn't it also Di Matteo and Eddie Newton in the cup when we beat when we saw when Di Matteo got that very fastest ever goal under Ruud Gullit. But then we won it at the last game when the old Wembley Cup and when Wembley was broken down. I know because I went to that game. We had won that game. We beat Aston Villa, and then I think we were the first team then to beat Manchester United in the Community Shield when Didier Drogba scored that goal. So anyone that comes and says we got a club that's got no history, just remind them of all the stuff from back in the day, because not many people are aware of our history. They just want to knock Chelsea, saying you were born in 2004. No, we were not. We
no.
were winning things long before Roman bought us. I can tell
In
you
the
that. Even a
sev-
Cup
in the
Winners' Cup.
in the 70s and early 80s, Chelsea were taking sometimes up to 20,000 to away games.
Yep.
Away games.
Wow.
The fan base, where they're such a special club. Now, trust me, there have been dark moments. I don't advocate for any of the violence and all that, but I've got to say, when it came down to that, it was Chelsea fans, no matter the odds, they would all stick together and form that blue circle
Yep.
and defend themselves.
Yep.
Everybody else, other clubs, they would have run, but Chelsea fans never ran. Sometimes to their detriment, honestly. You've got to love this club. You've got to love it. If you're in it, just learn about it and
Yeah.
see the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Yeah.
Learn everything. There's
100%.
been good, there's definitely been bad,
Been
there's
bad.
definitely
Definitely.
yeah, definitely been very bad. All that racism stuff and
Oh,
all, nah, no. But that was just a phase. and it wasn't everybody. It was just some people that came in. We always get these people that come
The Chelsea
and
Smilers, bro. The Chelsea Smilers. You know who they were, Bobby, didn't you?
well, yeah, with their cheese cutters and anyway,
Yeah,
but we get these people that
yeah,
come and sort of they're like trolls. They
yeah,
just leech onto the club. And we had that for a while, but thankfully that's all gone now. Um,
yeah.
and now we've got this huge fan base of people from, and where I get so proud is when we're playing abroad. You go to
Hmm.
America, you see how they support
Hmm.
the
Yeah.
club. You're thinking, crikey, is this really who we are? And
Yep.
I love it. I love it. I really do. Sorry, Gavin. I think we've taken over your show. I got
Sorry,
to
brother.
start
I know.
now.
Sorry, bro.
No, no, you're
Just
good.
got that history. Sorry, man. History hit me.
Roger
Sorry.
to Everton for $30 million. That's what I
Who?
was going to bring up next. Broja,
Oh, right. Yeah, yeah.
25
What's
million.
that?
What do you guys think about it?
Sell,
Bro's just gone
mate.
to Everton.
Sell.
Sell,
No,
yeah,
it's
sell.
it's it's
Sorry, did you say Bro's just going to Everton?
been on and or buyback clause.
Oh, see.
It's been talked about. It really is.
Really? I also heard yesterday that Roma's owner or some wants to invest in Everton Football Club as well. I wonder if it's anything to do with that deal along with that as well. I don't know, because they're saying they want to invest into Everton now as new owners. The guy from Roma who owns Roma Football Club. I don't know if guys know anything about that at all. It came on yesterday's
Yes.
news.
They just reported that it's not only just the guy from Roma, the American investor. They're getting a Saudi investor too, plus someone from
Really? Saudi?
Australia, some royal family from Australia. So
Wow.
it's something similar to Chelsea.
Saudi, if they get someone from Saudi, man, good. I'd love to. Do you know what? Do you know what I'd love about this, guys? Yeah, I hope it happens. They get a Saudi owner, or even you're saying an Australian family, got a royalty family, right?
Yes.
I hope they then can put Liverpool Football Club in the ground afterwards, because they're talking too big at the moment as Liverpool fans. Yeah, if Everton can get one of their own in there, an owner that comes in that can invest money in there, I'd love to see Everton challenge Liverpool, mate. Wouldn't you guys love to see Everton win more than Liverpool?
Well, as
Even though I
long as
don't
they
like
don't win
come on,
more
God.
than us.
No, they
As
won't
long
win
as
more
they
than us. I'm talking about that rivalry, Bobby. That rivalry between
oh,
Everton and Liverpool, mate. Honestly.
yeah, yeah. I mean, it's I don't know. That I just leave that to them. It's Liverpool
Yeah.
has had the better of it, but yeah,
I just
yeah.
can't stand Liverpool. That's why, bro. I
Yeah.
can't stand Liverpool. It's as simple as that.
The trouble is
That's the reason why.
with all
Yeah.
the new financial rules, doesn't matter
Yeah.
if you have money. It's
It's
what you
true as
make that
well. It's
determines
true
what
as
you can
well.
spend.
It's true, bro. That's true as well. Very valid point.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro, that's a good deal for us if we can get that and put a buyback option about our sell-on clause, because
Uh-huh.
I think there's a player in there. In my point of view, it's just the injury, and when you get those type of injury, it takes a time for that player, to
Yeah.
take the ground running. He needs somewhere where he can go play week in and week out or get minutes here or there. But for right now, for Chelsea, we don't have that patience. So it would be
Yeah.
good for him. Just like Hudson-Odoi, it just seems like he's getting back to Hudson-Odoi stage, and that was like what 5 years ago, 6 years ago
He looked,
since that injury.
he looked, he looked excellent, didn't he? Hudson-Odoi last
Mm.
couple of the season. He looked like the Hudson-Odoi we knew from Chelsea before he got that bad injury, as you're saying, bro. What a player he's going
Mm.
to be. I can't see him staying at Forest. There's some interest in him
From where?
from other clubs. Who did I see? There was, I think, I don't think Aston Villa can go for him now because of their financial issues, but they may have to sell to get him. But there's talk of him being that they were one of the clubs interested in him. And who else was there mentioned? There was another club in the Prem. Villa and who's the other club? Newcastle was the other club.
All right, but they've got financial
Financial issues
issues
as
as
well.
well. That's what I was saying. It doesn't matter how much money you have, if you're
Yeah,
not generating the funds, you will not be able to spend that money. That's why That's why the Osimhen price has to go down.
yeah.
They can't. No one's going to touch him at 113 million. It ain't going to happen. And
Of
that's
course.
just that Napoli chairman and his greed. He's damaged that player because everybody's going to anything to do with the player now. Everybody's going to lowball it. You watch,
Yeah.
which is which is it's not good for the player himself because it might hamper his desired transfer.
I want to ask you guys something about a player because I haven't heard much about him. What happened to Teen Android?
Tina Angerin.
Oh,
Tina Angerin.
yeah,
Yes.
true.
As far as I know, he's supposed to be out on loan. He's supposed to be back at Chelsea now. He was on loan. I don't think he's been sold. As far as I know, he went to. Did he not go and play for a Russia team, Bobby?
He did. He went to Russia. I think now he came back. I think he went to. Did he not go to Turkey as well?
On loan again, right? So he's due back at Chelsea, though. He's not been sold, though, has he, Tino Angerin? As far
No,
as I
not
know.
yet. Oh yeah, he was a
Yeah.
good player. I don't know what
He
happened with him
was
because he was a very good
injuries.
player. Ah,
Injury again, bro. Wasn't it? Injury, bro, isn't it?
okay.
I want to get your guys' take on that. Like we're going to the transfer, that young kid, that Pedro Lima, a young
Yes.
kid from
Right
Brazil.
back. 17-year-old. Yeah.
I like
What
it.
about him? Go on, Bobby.
Yeah, I like it. I like the deal. I like the idea that they're realistic enough to know he has to go to Strasbourg, play his football there, and get used to the European game. I think it's another smart move. All this move for youngsters to go to our feeder clubs is not a bad thing at all. Although people are saying that Esteval Williams has come to walk straight into the first team, well, perhaps he will do when he does get to us. But I think we've got to be patient with him because anybody stepping on that stage needs time, especially if you're young. You know, you're not just going to start ripping up trees. Cole Palmer is the exception, not the rule. So yeah, this kid, what's his name? Oh gosh, what's his name again? The
Well,
kid where,
was
yeah,
Pedro Lima. Pedro Lima.
Lima.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, well, welcome to Chelsea, mate. If it can be done, let's go for it.
Myra, we've been talking, bro. What's your say on that one, bruv? Four guys been quiet there. You there, Myra, still?
I'm there. I'm here.
Go on, bro. Sorry, we've been talking so much, bruv. Sorry.
Nah. It's cool because I'm actually learning from you guys, so that's actually cool.
Yeah.
Like what Bobby said, welcome to Chelsea. Serious, like, and he's young, so if we give him, if we loan him out as well, I'm sure he's gonna gain some bit of experience. Then when he comes back, then I'm sure, he'll be ready for the Premier League. So yeah, like I said, like I wanted also the flanks. Those are the two. I think those are the two most important things we should drill build, especially on the left side, the left back. I've been crying about this, but yeah, but happy to see him. I want to see him play soccer. I should go and see his videos.
Yeah, listen, my take on Pedro Lima, as he's known as, from Brazil, 17-year-old. They've signed. As we all know, he's going to go on loan to Strasbourg this season, or when it starts the new season. I think for me, obviously being 17 years old, I think he'll have a wait till he goes into the Chelsea setup. So I don't believe it will be this season. Sorry, it's definitely not going to be this season. I don't think it's going to be next season either. It might even be the season after that. I think he's going to be at Strasbourg at least. I'd probably say, unless they put him to another club, I don't know, in the Premiership for another loan move. I can't see him coming to Chelsea straight away. I think if you think about it this way, we've already got Gusto, we've got Reece James at right back, and that is the position he plays. So for me, unless one of those two leave, which I cannot see happening at all, and I hope they don't leave any of those two players. I can't see him coming into the team straight away. So for me, it's a great move for Chelsea. They obviously signed another youngster. They get him out on loan, let him get the experience, and then when he's obviously ready to push into the Chelsea team, I'm sure he'll be introduced to the team slowly. But let's not rush the kid. Because I think we've already seen with Angelo Gabriel, we've seen with Santos. These guys have not been rushed into the Chelsea setup. They've had their now loan spells at Strasbourg, including Moreira, who was also on loan as well, the young Portuguese kid who's now back into the Chelsea team, who's back at Chelsea as well now. So they've all had their loans and to see now what they can do. For me, I think the two players I'm looking for, especially next season, for me, obviously will be Santos and Angelo Gabriel, and see how they've done, because both have been excellent for Strasbourg since they've been on loan.
What about what about Omari Hutchinson, because he's been excellent last season, no lie.
Do you know what? I
Clear
think he's
property.
getting sold. I think he's getting sold. That's a shame, really. But is he? That's 100%. Is that Ty? Is that you, bro?
Yeah, Ty's
You're
back.
talking low. I couldn't hear him. Very low volume. He's very, very low. Ty, are you there, bro?
Can you hear me now? Am I still
I
low?
can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, so I'm saying he's going to get sold. Based on the fact, well, for one thing, he wants more game time. He's not going to get that at Chelsea, and one of the reasons why he left Arsenal is to have a stepping stone in his career. And right now, that's not how things appear to be going for him. I mean, and plus, I've always said this: when there is a price tag on you, that means you're for sale. Always, even if a club says he's not for sale, the moment they give you a price, they are for sale just for the right price. So your difference when somebody says that a player is not for sale is if they say he's not for sale, and that's it, no price. For example, with Nkunku, um, clubs are in for Nkunku. They say he's not for sale. They didn't give a price. They just said he's not for sale. So clearly he's for sale if you're going to be putting a price tag on him to say that okay, we'd want to keep him, but if he's going to leave, we'll take this. Then that means you're open for him leaving. So I think he may be sold. He's lower on the on the what's it called, the ranks for remaining at the club based on that fact as well, because we have other players who um that we're interested in. And if you're going to be signing players in the area that he's best suited and he's the best in, then you're going to obviously have an issue where he's going to be lower and lower in the pecking order, and he's not going to get that opportunity, and that's what he wants. He's still young, I believe. So that's it. But I think Govan spoke about this. His attitude to me is still questionable. So I'm not sure if I really want a player of that caliber at the club. Where from the very moment, the reason why he left Arsenal, it made me scratch my head. It made me start to wonder if that's the type of personality that you want at the club, where the fashion, and he even spoke about it, the reason why he left Arsenal, and the way that he did, it didn't sit well with me. So I'm not sure about it. He's a good player, yes. He did it quite well for Ipswich. But I don't know. I think he's gonna end up leaving the club.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. DJ, for me, he liked the whole team as a ransom. That's the same thing he'd been doing with the Jamaican national team. He's a player that got big ambition, which you cannot blame a player, because if you know or in yourself you think you're that good, you're just that good in your belief. But is the type of player that he's always looking for the next move. So until he can find a place where he's gonna be the man, and at Chelsea you're not gonna be the man at this time. So for me, like, sell him and make that profit, and use it somewhere else.
Now, listen, if that is the case, guys, that he's actually demanding in that kind of like way that he wants to be playing first team football, and he feels he's ready to do it at Chelsea, and and he left. If he left Arsenal in the same circumstances, and now you also mentioned the national team, then for me, he's not the kind of personality that we need around the club. I mean, don't be surprised if he's a kind of player that Crystal Palace may want as part of the Olise deal, which could make sense for all parties all round, because as we know, Glasner he's one of those kind of managers that gets the best out of players of that talent. And it wouldn't surprise me if he goes as part of the deal to Crystal Palace, and we get Olise in that move. So we might even get Olise cheaper than what they're asking for if he goes as part of that deal. So I would welcome that move if that was to happen. But from what I saw of from what I saw of Amari Hutchinson for Ipswich, he was obviously by far one of their obviously better players he was excellent for them. And I thought maybe if he gets an opportunity to come back at Chelsea and come back at least for pre-season and see what he can do in pre-season, and then a decision will be made on him now. But if you guys are saying what he's saying, and I'm also seeing what Rich Moneymakers is saying in the comments, brother, big up to him in the comments. He's saying that Omari Hutchinson is going to be sold. Then that looks like it's going to be the situation. But I mean, would you guys say put him as part of the Olise deal, sell him and bring and let him go as part of the Olise deal to come to Chelsea? I mean, what are your thoughts on that, guys? Or do you think that's not going to happen that way?
100%.
Yeah. What does everyone else think? Bobby, Murray, Ty, what are your thoughts on all that?
Sorry, DJ, on what? Sorry, I was having someone talking.
I was just saying, we were just talking about Omari Hutchinson, and everyone was just saying that of his way he is. He's one of those kind of players that feels he should be playing in the first team because he's one of those. Because obviously he's got some. He's obviously got. It's probably gone now. Yeah.
No,
But they were just basically saying, like, would you think that kind of personality do we want at Chelsea? And if the answer obviously is going to be no to that, would you put him as part of the? Would you put him as part of the Olise deal? And let Palace, because obviously we know Glasner can improve players. Would you put Omari Hutchinson in that deal with obviously Olise coming the other way? Or him going the other way, Olise coming? Yeah, go on, Bobby, sorry.
He's going to be sold, and I think he's sold with a buyback. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I think Omari is going to be sold, and I think he should be sold with a buyback and or sell-on clause. This is the way we have to go with these youngsters. Put something in it that makes it highly beneficial to the club. I think I like how I don't have much time for Marina, but I do like the deal she made with Real Madrid for Eden Hazard. I thought that was an excellent deal because we're benefiting from it even till now, post his retirement. And we followed on from that and did a good deal on loan with Kepa because we got money for that from that due to their Champions League win as well. So Omari Hutchinson, I don't really have a problem with selling him. He is going to struggle to find a first team position. Why? Because not that he's not better than. In fact, I even think he's probably better than Mudryk, certainly now. But because Mudryk costs so much money, the club is probably going to want to persist with Mudryk's development than take on Omari Hutchinson, and with the belief that Mudryk's ceiling can be higher. So yeah, I think he needs to be sold. I really do. And from everything I'm hearing, he's going to be sold. To who is the question? Palace, yeah, if he can be part of the Olise deal, but I don't see that. I think Palace would want straight cash. They would want us to pay the 60 million, whatever it would need to take him back to us.
Dante was saying sell and add on clause. I think that would be good because I think that he can be probably a 30 or in the future probably be a $80 million player. He got the talent. It's just the attitude I'm not really for.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not familiar with that attitude. I can't say I can't say I've seen it in him. I'll take it if that's what people are saying. But yeah, I think he certainly has to be amongst those that we should be looking to make some money off of.
Yeah, because earlier in sometime when he represent Jamaica about 3 times in some friendly games, and what he keep on doing every time they call him up to for the World Cup qualification or the Nation League, he finds some type of excuse. So that to show you that is a player that he probably want to play for England because he can play both for Jamaica or England because his mom and dad is Jamaican. But he I guess he born in England. So what he always do is every time they call him up, he finds somewhere or something not to turn up. Even though he's the one that told him he want to represent Jamaica. So The attitude there, that he's a player that know that he got the potential and the talent. The same thing he done with Arsenal, because he want to be in the first team. And I guess Mikel, they told him, they were going to send him out on loan and he didn't want to stay. So that's why I ended up coming to Chelsea because Chelsea was buying all these young players. So he thought that he was going to get the game time at Chelsea. But what he do when he joined Chelsea, he didn't want to sign a long-term contract. So what he done is sign a short-term contract. And then after he shot, the contract was like 2 or 3 years, I think, contract or 4 years, with an option for 4 years, I think. So that to show you that the player he know what he wants, but I don't think he's a long term future for Chelsea because he's not gonna commit himself long term. So the best thing to do is sell him because after this season coming, he only gonna got 1 year left on his contract.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think he should be sold, and I think he will be sold. The only thing is for what price and on what terms. I agree with Dante. Sell, add on, and sell on percentage. If can, yeah, if it can be part of the Olise deal. I don't think it can be part of the Olise deal. It'd be great if it can, but I don't think it can. I think he would go to a club on his own merit. Whatever is the case, he's up for sale. It's disappointing he has that attitude with playing for Jamaica because I've always, despite being an Englishman, I've always encouraged a lot of these players that can play for all these other nations to do so and have an international career because often um, they will come and they'll play one game for England and that's it. They can't play international football ever again because they've had that senior exposure, which is a shame. It's happened to Tammy Abraham. It's happened to a couple of other players that you just know, okay, they'll play once for England and that's it. And because there's so much talent in the area in which they want to play. Omari Hutchinson has to go some to find his way into the England team. And, with every respect, it's probably less of a challenge for him to play for Jamaica than for England. And I would tell him, okay, just go play for Jamaica and, enjoy your football rather than waste your football at international level. So I don't know that side of him, but certainly in the current situation, Chelsea would need to or would be wise to sell.
Are you back with us, Ty? Oh, Marion, you can go ahead, Marion.
I have no input on Hutchinson. I wanted to know like his future because like I don't know about you guys, but if I was like Maresca or um Podge, if Podge stayed, I would have given him a chance. Maybe start him in the conference league, give him conference league matches, then just give him Carabao Cup matches. Then I could have like done something, but no, I understand how the football world works. So yeah, if we have to sell him, then we'll sell him. But yeah, he's an excellent player. I think he got 3 Man of the Match awards, bruh, in a row. So he's an excellent player, man. His work rate is very good. But in terms of what you guys are saying, like his behavior wise, if he acts like that, that's really unprofessional. But yeah, then if it's like that, then we have to sell him. But I was really keen on like keeping him because I'm pretty much sure he was going to be a bit more versatile. Like if we needed, like I'm sure in some games that we're gonna have this coming up season, I'm sure we could have had some impact with it. But yeah, but we already have, like you guys said, we already have players that can play on that position. Um, we have Angelo. Well, he has to come back and see if he's ready as well. If I'm sure he's gonna get shipped again for another loan spell. So yeah, and Michael Olise, you guys explained as well. So yeah, Yeah, but other than that, I have no take on Amara. I just want to know about his future.
Is everyone still there?
Yes, I'm still here. I was just asking Ty if he's still here.
Oh gosh, I was waiting. It went so silent for a little while. It's a,
Yeah. Sir Bobby said he'll be back in 3 minutes.
oh, okay. Oh yeah, in the, I didn't see. I'm even looking at the. Oh
Um,
yeah, in this chat. Oh yeah.
sorry guys. Sorry, Ace. I know it's been a a long stream, but I have this question for like one of you guys. But if Bobby comes, do you guys if it happens that Maresca right gets top four, do you think in the next season to come, do you think he's capable enough to challenge for like the league? If perhaps he gets top four, do you guys think he will actually challenge for a major trophy?
Um, yeah, before we answer you, DJ leave a message there for you. I don't know if you can see it. I want to read it to you.
Bro, sorry.
No, for Marin, I don't know if you want to answer
Oh,
DJ. DJ leave a message right here for him.
wait. Oh, Dante, sorry. Can
Sorry,
you
Dante, sorry.
make a song rap for our ex? Call it flippity flop or something. I'll call it I'll call it Mauricio Pochettino blood. But like yo, bro. Yeah. But I'll give you credit too.
You can go ahead, DJ.
Um. Well, listen. I think if he can finish top four this season, and we win a trophy, I think yeah, I don't see why we can't look at challenging for the Premiership the following season, because obviously by then we'd obviously get the Champions League money, which will help the club obviously in terms of the finance side of it all. If we end up, the thing of all is, it'll also be good to actually win the Conference Cup as well, because say for example we don't finish top four but we win the Conference Cup, that will get us to the Europa Cup automatically. You qualify for the Europa Cup, which I know is not what the trophy you all want to be in. Obviously, the Champions League is our bread and butter. That's where we want to be. But he has, look, for me, he has got the. For me, I think he has got with the squad that we're going to have, and if the injuries coming back next season, I don't see why we can't at least challenge for top four and win a trophy. And providing all these players can stay fit, and I'm talking about your Reece Jameses, I'm talking about your Ben Chilwells, your Christopher Nkunku's, Roman Lavia, and players like that all to come back into the team. We can even do one better, guys. We might even finish even in the top three. Maybe, who knows? Could shock everyone and even challenge for the Premiership season title if we start off well. So it depends on how things start. We need to make sure we have a good start to the season. For me personally, not the kind of start we had under Poch at the beginning of the season. If this guy can start winning games early, I don't see why we've not got a chance for actually going one better and actually challenging. I'd say challenging in the Premiership for a title for the title this season. And I know maybe that might be a bit too much. Maybe thinking, but I'm just thinking more if all our players are back fit again, and the way this manager wants to play football. I know it sounds mad. People already think, "Oh, DJ, what are you going on about?" But I've just got confidence in these players that with the injuries coming back and the players that we're going to sign, why not? Why can't we put ourselves up there and then also challenge for other trophies at the same time? I don't know what your thoughts are on that, guys. Am I pushing it too quickly, or do you think I'm in there saying we could possibly have a chance?
No, because I share the same sentiment as you. To be quite honest, the team that we got in the last season with the injuries, I see we definitely have a squad that can push for the top four. To be quite honest, I think our team is better than Liverpool team in many different aspects of the game. I'm probably overdoing it, but that's just my takes on it. I think what I see in the preseason, if we could bring it towards the Premier League last season, I think we could have finished third. I in my point of view, I know that is a lot of these players is their first season, but the potential was there. You know, the ability of some of the players is there. The undercoach in many aspects, you know, we can see it. So if we have luck, as according to what you were saying earlier, DJ, if we do have luck, you know, I think that we can push. You know, not saying we can win the title, but we can do better than last season. You know, would it be sustained for the whole entire campaign? That's the part I don't know. The tricky part of it is when it gets December. If we can go over that hump in December like we normally struggle, because we normally struggle in December, to be honest. If we go past December across and get over those bumpy road and be up there in between the top four or fifth, I think we can push on and finish third. In my belief, you know, I know that I'm asking for too much for from this manager, but you know the way the game is going, Liverpool is after gonna have a new manager. Tottenham team is not. They're gonna have to buy a lot of players to really get put Big Ange firing. Aston Villa, you know, was just lucky this season in my point of view and just go on a run and just never look back. You know, they almost pull off a Leicester in my belief. Manu Manu gonna have to rebuild in every way or every shape or form. Doesn't matter whose manager they get. You know, they're gonna have to do some major surgery there, to be quite honest. And Liverpool have a new manager. Mo Salah is unsettled. Van Dijk reach. Seems like he reached the limit. So why not? You know why we can't be up there? You know I don't see nothing can hinder us if we can get Christopher Nkunku, all of our players fit for majority of the season. I'm saying not saying that player not gonna get injured, but all these players being getting injured, the same player over and over and over as they come back. If they can stay fit for majority of the season, you know, player probably miss a 1 or 2 games. I don't see why we can't be up there amongst the rest.
Um, yeah. I wanted to ask you that question because just like what DJ said, my take on the team actually competing for top four, or because I feel like I feel like the team needs to challenge the league. Why I say this, it's gonna give them probably maybe an unexpected expectation. If they go for a mentality of challenging the league, they might end up on top four or maybe top five. Maybe that's next season. Or maybe they finish top three if they decide to challenge for the league. It just gives them that mentality of like trying something, trying to go against Pep Guardiola and go against Arteta. So yeah, but let's just see how it does. Well, I don't know if he's well. I hope for the best for him. No, no. So yeah, I just want good vibes from him. No, all I want is results, guys. I even if like I said when we were doing this the lives, the time where Pochettino was hired, when we were saying this, if he was gonna get fired, like no matter manager that comes to Chelsea Football Club, like he has to give us results at the end of the day, you know? Like if we're playing against Nottingham Forest, we should win that game, guys. If we're playing against Burnley, we should win against low block teams. It mustn't be a point where we join against low block teams, then we have to scramble points against bigger teams. Like we had to scramble points against Man City, Liverpool, Arsenal. Well, Arsenal we tried, but like we can't be in that certain position where we lose points against low blocks, then we're trying to go scramble points from bigger teams, you know. So yeah, like for Maresca, like me, I just want results, bruh. You know, even if they give you the players that you don't want, just give me results, and I'm sure he would deliver that for us um, in the next season to come.
All right, you can go ahead, DJ. It seems like Ty's not with us.
Is Bobby back yet? Bobby, you back, bro?
Yeah, I just got back.
Yeah, go on, bro. Go on.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Uh,
Yeah, I just got back.
Yeah,
Although
yeah.
um,
I can only stay for a short while, but I've got guests. I know it's really late, but I've got people just come round, family for family matters, as it were. So
uh,
um, yeah, I can hang around a little bit, but I will have to go and attend to them. What are we talking about right now?
uh, Bobby, my intake was like in your opinion, right? I want to know from your opinion, if Maresca, right? Let's say Maresca gets top four, do you
Yeah.
think he will challenge for the Premiership or for major title in the next season to come? If he gets top four this first
Yeah.
season.
Wow, that's a good question. Yet again, that I mean, a lot of it will depend on how he managed to get top four, the way he played, what are the improvements that we've seen, what are the areas that we might need to improve further. There's a lot of ifs and buts, and you can never really honestly answer these questions until you're in that situation. But that would be wonderful. That would be a successful season if he manages to do that. But definitely, it would leave areas, hopefully very few areas, that the club may look at and think, okay, if we get a bit stronger here, we can challenge for the league and indeed the Champions League, which finishing top four would give us the opportunity to do so. So let's hope we can do it. I think this Chelsea squad is capable of finishing top four. Whether we will or not is another matter. But are they capable? Absolutely. If you look at how they ended the season, that was a top four performance. The last six games was top four. It's just that we messed up the earlier six games that put us in the position that we were in. Honestly, at one point in the season, if you told me Chelsea would finish sixth, I think I would look at you as if you're crazy. But we did, which was no mean feat considering how poor we were and how injury ravaged we were all season. So yeah, top six, challenge in the next season. It's possible. I mean, top four, then challenge next season. It's possible.
AB is in the building. So big up, Bobby. Bobby, you're getting a lot of
Yeah.
love in the.
Big up, guys. Rich money makers. I don't know who else is in there. Let me. AB. Yeah,
Jerry
yeah.
Dante.
Dante. Is Constantine there? Constantine. If I can, I don't know how Coach says it, but Coach, Coach kind of has a little way of singing out his name. But yeah,
So, I haven't heard a lot. We're talking a lot about Santos. It's been going quiet on his side. Recently no one been really talking about him or his future. Because I think this kid is a very talented kid. I've been watching his game since he went over there at Strasbourg, and what I see over there, he really impressed me. The way how he command the midfield and the way how he just slide right into the to that team. The first game when he go there, he didn't get much minutes, didn't get any minutes, and then he started to get few minutes here and there. But after that, like he's just like a machine. Overall, he's just like take over that midfield completely. So I want you guys' take on him because we haven't been hearing much about him.
well, he's the
And,
player. He's
oh
the
no, you
player
good,
that.
Bobby. Sorry. Go ahead.
So he's the player that people think will push out Gallagher, isn't it? That they're saying if he balls out in the pre-season, then that would encourage the club to sell Gallagher. Look, I don't know. The sad thing about loans is often you're out of sight and you're out of mind because we don't get to see you. I don't watch French football perhaps as much as I should. I have to look out certainly for Strasbourg games because they do show them here. Well, they did last season. They were usually shown on TNT. So I don't know. If, that's the whole purpose of loans, isn't it? For him to go and develop his game. And if he develops his game well enough to be able to play in the Premier League, which is, a different level, great. It can only be good for us because my interest is to have the best players playing for us. I don't have that sort of player sentiment really. I just want to see the best on the pitch, and if that means he displaces Gallagher, then so be it. But you've got to go some to be able to show us you're capable of that.
DJ.
Yeah, listen, I've been talking about Santos. For me, look, from what I've seen of him on his loan games that he's had at Strasbourg, he has. Look, I think he finished. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think he finished their best player of the season. So I've had a chance to watch. He has. I tell you what, he does look excellent. I have to say in that midfield for them. I think if he was to come to us next season, there's talk that he could be challenging. He could be challenging Gallagher. I think. Look, he that is a case. That is a case. I also think Enzo may have to watch out for him as well because he could end up even challenging Enzo in that position as well if he comes into that team. So I don't think it's just about just for Gallagher. I think Enzo would need to watch out as well for him if he comes in because from what I've seen of him in pre-season, well, not pre-season, sorry, in the games against for Strasbourg, he has looked the business, and he's just the kind of player I think we need to bring back and give him an opportunity in the first game, at least what he can do in pre-season. I would keep him. I personally would keep him for next season, especially if we're going to be playing in the Conference League. I think a lot of those young kids in the beginning will get the opportunity to play in that kind of league or in that kind of cup at least, and he gets experience more, so he gets better. Both him and I hope Angelo Gabriel as well gets an opportunity for next season as well. They both get an opportunity to come back into the first team next season and see what they can do. But if we're talking about Santos in general, yeah, for me, he needs to come back from his loan.
You there, Marin?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I
Yes.
can hear you, bro. I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, can you?
Yeah. I think we should keep him because he's still young and I'm sure we can develop him. Well, people push the narrative of saying he's gonna push out Gallagher. Well, technically, I don't really see it in that way because, like, in terms of what Gallagher gave us last season, guys, no lie, like his work rate was really good. In like, in, in from most players I've seen last season, especially Cole Palmer, Gusto, well, Gallagher was outstanding with work rates. So if Santos comes in, if could he replace that? Yes, I'm not saying I won't compare him to Gallagher, but like I'm just worried if he's actually at that point yet to actually start at Gallagher's place. I just feel like we should get someone else in the market. If not, frankly, we should start Cassidy. If not, then we probably give them a chance to, show this little bit of skills and see what they can do during preseason. But but if it happens that he stays, I want him to stay.
Yeah, for Sir Bobby, because I know he soon have to go. But Ange Gabriel, that left winger. What do you think
Mm.
his future at Chelsea? Because if we do get Olise and Nodi Madueke can still stick around, what's are the option for him?
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, isn't it? Angelo Gabriel, I know a lot of his playing time at Strasbourg was eventually stunted by injury. If we get Olise and we have Noni still knocking around, in terms of the first team, he's facing big challenges. Yes. What does it mean for him? Well, Strasbourg is still there. It's still a Chelsea club, and he can continue there. He has a lot of years on his contract to play. And if his agent decides they want to sell him off to somebody else, there is that possibility. But, my mind says he's a young player. He's young. What I saw in pre-season was, I would call it attractive. Was it consistent enough? No. There was the obvious physicality issue, which you could see would be a problem for him in the Premier League. But he was a very progressive, talented player that could create chances. I didn't really see him finish, but at least he was creating. So he is a player that's developing. He is a player that I hope will have preseason to show off his talent. This is the problem with not having continuity, because if Pochettino had been here, he already knows him, and he would have had a better assessment platform to assess whether he can come into the squad or not. I doubt if he will. I don't, I doubt if he. I think his destiny, certainly in the short term, would be another loan to Strasbourg. That's how I see him. I don't think he'll be too against that, because he himself will understand that he hadn't played a full season for Strasbourg. Um, but as with any of these youngsters, they need to prove themselves. Not all of them are going to make it at Chelsea. This is just the reality. The more that make it, the better. The better for the club, because it saves them money. But we have to see. We'll see him in pre-season. I don't know. As I said, I should be watching Strasbourg more, and I'll make notes to do that next season, to start watching their games, because they have our players. But I don't know how much his development has progressed at Strasbourg. We've heard a lot, or I've heard a lot about Andre Santos, but not as much from him, Angelo Gabriel. So time will tell. Preseason will tell. If you're good enough, you will be in the first team squad at Chelsea, I hope. So the competition in preseason is going to be quite fierce, because these guys are going to want to show what they can do. And I hope the best, the cream, as it were, rises to the top, which is what we're about. We're not here to pack the first team with average players. We're here to pack them with strength in depth of the best players, and the best players in the world. And if you can prove to be that, you will get your chance.
Question, Dante. Do you think this would be Reece James' last chance, especially how we signed that young right back right now? You think that if he can get over his injury problem this season, you think that they will think to let him go? DJ, you there?
Me, yeah. Sorry, bro. What was that about Reece James?
Yes.
Was it?
No.
No, no. For me, look, Reece James, he's had that operation now, and as I said, for me, I think I hope he comes back a better player, which I think he will. As I said, his sister had the same injury he had, and as I keep saying it, I know that people can talk about, it's different physicality, whatever you want to call it. It's obviously, she put in the ladies' team, is in the man's team, whatever you want to say, right? at the end of the day, they both had the same injury, all right. And she ended up, when she finally got that operation, we all know she's not looked back. She's looked what a player she's looked. Not that she wasn't a great player before she got that injury. Let's not forget about that. So for me, look, Reece James, for me, I mean, when he came back against Nottingham Forest, okay, that game he came back on, that one cross, we all know what he can do. That just one cross from the box for Jackson to score his goal was excellent. I personally hope he can stay injury free. Let's see. Hopefully, this injury that he's had, I think people also take into consideration. Next season, you may not see Reece James play as a right back, guys. You may see him be pushed in midfield if he feels his injury might cost him again. Because I think we've seen Liverpool do that with Trent Alexander, where he doesn't always play at right back now, and they push him into the midfield. You may see that happen in a similar situation with Reece James next season, because you got Gusto, who's actually been brilliant on that right side, at right back. Why would you change that at this moment in time? If Gusto's been brilliant, I know Reece James is our first person you play at right back. But if he feels he can't, or the manager will feel that maybe not, maybe we can move you into midfield and sometimes move you to that right back if need be. You could see that happening next season as well. So that he may not be the right back next season, but could be pushed into midfield. But I wouldn't want to certainly see him be sold. I know people are saying if he gets injured one more time, it's his last hurdle, he should go. But, I would hopefully hope, I can understand that frustration as well. But I really hope it's not the case and he can actually stay on. But if the club feel and think that he's having too many injuries and, it's not helping at all, then we all know they won't hesitate but to sell him, which I all feel, obviously I'll be gutted about if that was to happen, but I really don't think it will, because I think he'll come back a better fit player next season. And when we all know it, and I know Ty said it earlier on, when he's fully fit, just generally, when Reece James is playing, we all know he is probably one of the best right backs around for me when he's in that position. So, I hope he stays fit and he stays at Chelsea for many, many years to come.
You want to add anything to that, Sir Bobby?
Yeah, I think DJ is absolutely right. Certainly about Reece James, I do envisage that with Gusto, who himself has had a few of his own injury issues, and we've got a lot of games to play. So I'm not even sure that's enough. Those two in the right back position. I hope Fofana is fit enough, because I envisage times where he may have to drift out there and support. But yeah, I do see James coming more and more into the midfield, to be utilized there. A lot of that will depend on the type of formations that Maresca will choose to play in game as well as starting games, and that may well create quite a competitive environment in the midfield. And we were talking about Andre Santos coming back. Well, with the inversion of our left and right backs into midfield, it may push him for another season loan, so that area is not overstaffed. Look, as I say, preseason is going to be interesting, and the competition is going to be fierce, and nobody's really that guaranteed. Enzo, yeah, Santos may well come and challenge him, and I hope he does, because we need a rotation for Enzo that can come in and do the job just like him, if not better. So yeah, it's going to be, Reece James, being coming into the midfield sometimes. That will challenge everybody really, because he is, when fit, he is our best player. Some people may say no, that will be Nkunku, but we haven't seen Nkunku yet, and Nkunku really has to show all his skills to be able to be more influential to the team than Reece James or indeed Cole Palmer. So we have quality in this team. We really do. That's why I say it's not impossible for us to finish for top four next season if the manager comes and knows how to use the quality at his disposal.
Mirren, because I think Ty left us. Ty, you there?
Uh, is ties. Yeah, okay. Let me just speak. Yeah, spot on, guys. Spot on. I don't want to sell. I don't want them to sell Rhys James, and DJ knows this as well. Like, also said Bobby, like I just don't want them to sell Rhys James. If they do find a good replacement, one replacement, Jeremy Frimpong, you can go cash him if you gonna land a good deal for Rhys James, land a good deal to replace him. But yeah, if they invert him back to midfield, that's okay. But I just see it just needs a little bit of time. Maybe you shake off the injury because he had that surgery. Yeah. But yeah, I don't want them to sell Rhys James because he's one of the good right backs. At the moment right now we have one of the best right backs in the world. So yeah.
I think as Rich Moneymaker was asking a question about Disasi, I think for a fact that if Reece James play as a right side central defender, which he already played a couple of times under Thomas Tuchel, I think that would be better for him, to gradually bring him back into fitness and bring him back into the game, than start him off right away as a wing back, or what DJ was saying, that probably as a midfielder, that would be better for Reece James, because I saw Conte did his surgery, and right now I've been watching Conte play 2 international games back to back, the whole entire game. Plus, since he went over there in over Saudi, he been playing week in and week out and be performing over there. So hopefully that Reece James come back, from that surgery. And I think it's the same doctor that did Conte surgery done for Reece James. So hopefully, we have to hope that Reece James come back, better than ever. But I think that what DJ was saying, I think that's the right move for him. Put him either into the midfield or into the right central defender. I would take Disasi out of the team. If I can sell Disasi, I would sell it right now, because Disasi for me, it's more a box defender. He's not comfortable defending wide, and I don't think that Chelsea need a defender like that right now, especially if you're gonna invert your wing backs inside. You're gonna always want your central defender can always go out and cover. But Disasi seems like he struggle each time he go out there to win a title. To be honest, so that is my take on that. I don't know what you guys think about Disasi.
Yeah, Disasi. I mean, that's an interesting one. I mean, I think what we've got to also take into consideration here as well, Garvin, is that there's a lot of talk of selling players and a lot of talk of selling Trevor Chalobah. Now, if people have watched Trevor Chalobah this season, you would know the guy can play as a centre back, or he can play as a right back. So if you need to actually have gusto in that right back position, obviously being the first choice right back, if Reece James moves, you don't have to have Reece James in that right back position. You can put Chalobah in that position, who I think plays that position better than Disasi does when he's put on that right side. And again, I'm not coming at Disasi here, because I know you guys know him well. Tobago is a massive fan of Disasi, and they're saying, why would you sell him? I'm saying about selling him, but if you're asking me to choose between keeping Trevor Chalobah and selling Disasi, I would keep Trevor Chalobah. It's as simple as that. And the only reason why I keep Trevor Chalobah is because he's come through the Chelsea ranks, first of all. He's played in the first team more. He knows the club inside out more than Disasi. And obviously, for me, I believe he should stay. For me, he's Chelsea through and through. He's got the DNA of Chelsea through and through in him. And I'm not saying Disasi hasn't. All right, I'm not saying I don't like, and people come at me. I've got nothing against Disasi, because I think he's a good defender as well. But if you're looking about saying getting rid of players like Chelsea, you've got to look at players that can play in different positions as well. I know Disasi a few times has gone on that right back position, but let's be real here. He's not been exactly great at it when he's gone there. He's been caught out a few times being in that position, whereas I think Chalobah does play that position better than he does when he's called upon to go there. So for me, you know, it's not what do you dig at Disassi. I just think if it push come to shove of selling either one or the other, I'll probably sell on Disassi and keep Chalobah at the football club. For me, and I agree with what you said on there as well, Gavin, about selling Disassi.
I disagree.
I
That's
do
fair.
want that to disagree. Big up, Ty.
I'm with Ty as well. I also disagree selling Disasi. I don't know about Ty. Probably has a his opinion, but I also have opinion for not selling Disasi though.
You want to take it on, Ty? Tell me why you disagree. You there, Ty?
He gone.
I just hear a disagree and there's no more Ty.
There's no more Ty. Oh man, what happened to you, Ty, bro? Oh man.
You can go ahead, Ty.
Should
Seems
I
that we
say
lost Ty
something?
again. Go ahead, Sir Bobby.
While we wait for Ty. I have to say that I do agree that I mean to me, Desasi and Chalobah is no competition. I think Chalobah is a better defender, hands down, all day,
Thank
every
you,
day.
Bobby.
Trouble is, if either or is up for sale, I would sell him before Chalobah. But I was going to say the trouble is with him, he's only had that one season, and often players need a season or two to find their way in this team, especially a team that is under construction, like Chelsea is, and the players are getting to know each other, know how to play. So he has a lot of, shall I say, mitigating excuses as to support his erratic, inconsistent, and sometimes bad form. When he was good, he was excellent, but he has thrown some wobblers. I won't go as far as calling them stinkers, but they were wobblers. I think there's a good defender there. I like his attitude. I like his swag. There's a lot of the Rudiger shithousery about him, and that's what I think we need. So parting with him won't be an easy decision at all.
Who? Who are you talking about, Bobby?
Besasi.
All right, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and you were going to speak about your view on it, or so I'll let you speak.
Go ahead, Ty. Get,
I missed part of what DJ said, but then I heard him say something about the sassy. So I disagree with what you were saying about the sassy.
Do you want to repeat what I just said, bro?
Yeah.
Look, all I said was right. Yeah, listen, I do rate Disassi as a defender. I didn't say I didn't rate him. However, I just think Chalobah for me is a better defender than he is, and that is because not only is Chalobah good at playing as a centre back, but the guy can also play better as a right back as well when put in that position. And we also know that goal. If you remember that great goal he scored against Crystal Palace on his debut when he got into the Chelsea team, that was him running up from right back up and scored that excellent goal against Crystal Palace to get his first goal of the season and his first ever goal for Chelsea. That is why I'm saying Chalobah for me, okay, is better than Disassi in that way. It's not I have nothing against Disassi. When anyone comes at me, I think Disassi, as Bobby said, I like Disassi's he's where he punches the air, every challenge he clears out. I like that in my defender as well, because that does remind me, like Bobby said, of Rudiger when he does all that kind of stuff. However, if you're asking me to actually say between the two players, and I know he's had his first season, but I just think Chalobah, I think, is a better defender overall, because you also have the option of playing Chalobah if need be, again in midfield because he's played in that position as well before. That's where I look at it. But that's how I'm looking at it from all around. For me, that's why I think Chalobah for me is an all-rounder, a better defender than Disassi in terms of that. But I know you're going to have your view at me, so I want to hear it now. Let's go, Ty. Let's go, bro. Come on.
Yeah, I agree with that. Um, I didn't understand the context, so I disagreed then. But yeah, that's true. But I don't agree with comparing two players where one is more flexible based on their experience as a young level and one having just played as a centre back and a full back. But I get your point. Chalobah has had a history of playing there. I think his brother played in the midfield for us, and even he won the Premier League in 2015 under Jose.
Yes, his brother played there, and I think he won he won it for us too, as you said. But it's just for me, it's just like I like a defender that's not only capable of defending inside his box, and that's just my problem with Disasi. And I don't think it's because of his first season. I just think that he's just not a comfortable defender going wide, in my opinion. As I watched him, each time he go out there, he's like he tend to get beaten or lose track of the runner. And once you got him on the inside, like if you're playing a low block, he's gonna block each and every shot that come towards the goal. That's his strength. And in this style that the coach want to play, I don't think he fit it, in my point of view, because I've been trying to watch some of his game in Monaco, and it was the same thing. So it's not just something that he developed at Chelsea. It seems like it's just a thing that's within him. So I don't think he fit what the manager is gonna do. So it would be more likely the candidate for me to go. You want to add anything to that, Marin?
Yeah, for sure. I agree on like the attributes between him and Chalobah. I disagree with the transfer. I disagree on selling him because as well what Bobby said it's his first season, so like you don't expect him to really like gel. So I'm just waiting for his next season and see how he's going to do, and see if he really did adapt a little bit of the style in the Prem. But I disagree on selling him because who we're gonna also get in the market to replace him? Check. So if we get rid of Disasi, then these guys are gonna go back again to the market and get someone from Monaco or someone from the Prem, and probably that person won't be a prolific center back. Who probably just a backup center back. So, and yeah, I don't think that would be the best decision like to make. Apart from like selling Chalobah, we probably get some replacement from him. But selling Disasi, already buying Disasi last season, that's gonna be another risk. So it's better to sell him next season. I would say that compared to the season. So I disagree on like selling him this season though.
But can I ask you a question, to you guys? If we end up getting a fully fit Fofana next season, does Disasi get past him in that defence? A fully fit Fofana, we all know what this guy can do when he's on song. This guy's probably one of probably the best young centre backs around. Yeah, would you then say the Sassy will get past this guy in terms of off that once the fully Fofana is on his game and playing games at regular times on a regular basis? Because I think I can only see him being, well, if he's fully fit for next season, and we know he can have the kind of, if he has that kind of season he had at Leicester when he first came, everyone was just raving on about this guy. Yeah, what player he is. If he ends up doing the same thing again this season, can you honestly see the Sassy getting past him in that team?
that's hypothetically speaking, though, DJ, because let's not forget he hasn't played football for a complete year.
I get
I
that.
don't
Yeah,
think I don't
agreed.
think he played any match for us last season. He was out for the entire season. We were hearing that he would be. I think what he had surgery. Is that what happened? And
I
that
think
kept him out for the
I
season.
think he had pre. I think he had pre-season, bro. I think he had
Yeah,
pre-season.
but no professional match.
Yeah, not probably
So
no.
I don't know. And one thing I'm not sure because I missed part of what Bobby said, but this Disasi didn't have preseason, or am I mistaken?
No, he didn't.
Okay, so he didn't have preseason, so he was just thrown in, and he happened to play the first match of the season against Liverpool. But the Shield is another one who had no preseason at all because he came back
He
very
was
very
he was injured
late.
throughout.
Right. So right, and James as well. Like, yeah, I remember. So that's another thing to consider. But I don't know for that question. I can't really say because for me personally, Fofana hasn't played football for a year, and it's gonna take him time. So even when he's fit to play, will he be the same player? Will the quality still be there? Would he be getting the same Fofana that we signed or the Fofana who was playing on the Potter?
For me, I guess Fofana as Conan to if you follow some of the report that the methods that our ex was using was one of those that really let all the players go back on the injured table. So I don't know. I don't know if it's true or not. So it can be the training, to be quite honest, because your body only can take so much, And if Fofana is like a glass bottle, like if he fall, he broken. So you're gonna have to be gentle with him. So and then if he do come back in too, I understand what you're saying, Ty. If he come back from injury, you cannot just throw him in there, in the Lions den. You're gonna have to take your time and gradually bring him in. And I think that's what happened with most of our players last season. Each time they come back, I think the manager put them back too quickly. So I think I in my point of view, Fafana, I don't even count him, to be honest. He's there, but he have to come back and show me that he's really can play 4 or 5 games, before I really take him into consideration. Honestly, I don't even count him.
Hello, you guys still there? Did he cut?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm
I
here.
was no.
Yeah.
Did Garvin just cut?
No,
Because
I'm
you were
just
saying
here. I
something.
just want one of you
Oh,
guys to
sorry,
go.
bro. Because I sorry because I heard you saying you cut off on me, but it might be maybe mine. I don't know. I don't know what you said on there. What did you end up saying, bro, about Fofana? Sorry, mate. I couldn't hear the end part, the last part you said.
No, I was just saying, I don't count him as a Chelsea defender because of the injury, and I don't know what Fafana we're gonna get back. So I take him out of the equation. I rather talk about another defender than him because to replace Disasi if we get rid of Disasi because none of us know what defender or what we're gonna get because Ty make a solid point said
Yeah,
he wasn't available for almost 2 years. So I'll
yeah.
take him out of there for if I wouldn't put my basket on him with my eggs. To be quite honest, he's a broken glass.
So would you guys say then we're talking about selling centre backs? Would you say would he be the best option to sell, and you keep the Sassy and you keep Chalobah at the football club? In that case,
I would keep Shalaba and I'll still get rid of Disasi. I would keep Fafana just to
so keep
see
Fofana
if
still.
we can
Yeah,
take time and grab it because he's a better defender in my point of view.
yeah.
It's just if he can come back. I would think
Fully
about
fair.
selling him in the following season, not this one.
Yeah. No, it's about no same here. I wouldn't sell him anyway. That's what I'm saying. That's why I asked that question because I don't personally think we would to sell him because I think we all know when Fofana is on song when he did play, probably he's an excellent centre back. So for me, and I wouldn't sell him, but I know people. I've got all the points of views of what people are saying about Disassi and why, but for me, the reason why I'll just stick to what I'm saying about when it comes to Chalobah and Disassi is only because I look at Chalobah and I say to myself obviously he's a DNA of the football club first of all because he's come through the Chelsea ranks. Secondly, the guy has. I don't think the guy has really put a foot wrong since he's put on a Chelsea shirt. And the guy has also, the guy's also, he's the guy can also play in numerous positions in that centre back. You can play him obviously as a right centre. You can play him obviously as a right centre back. You can play him as a right back. So he goes up and down, and you can also play him as a midfielder as well. Whereas with Disasi, you only can play him really in one position. Now, if we're looking at players where we're looking at a team now where a lot of the managers now like to base their players on playing numerous positions. Do you guys see any other position for Disasi in the team? Would you think and say he can play well as a right back? I mean, I've seen him play as a right back. I think we all know he's played as a right back. He's been done over quite a few times playing as a right back position. Whereas I've seen with Chalobah, he's not really made that. He's not really made that many mistakes when he's come in as a right back or as a right centre back. That's why I'm only saying why I probably would say I would keep Chalobah for that reason. If it came push to come of selling either one of them, because I think selling Chalobah is not the answer for me personally, because I think he's done. I think every time he's come into the team, he's done well for us without putting a foot wrong. I don't know what you guys' thoughts are on. I mean, well, let's not the other thing. That excellent goal he scored from that free kick. I can't forget about that header. I mean, I'm not saying that's what you should be basing it on, but for myself, I'm just saying from what I've seen of him, he's also handy to go up and down that flank if you need to have him on that right back position, or he plays a right wing back.
So what about this? How about selling neither and keeping both?
I wouldn't mind that. As I said, I wouldn't sell any of them. But if you came, I was saying I wouldn't sell any of them, Ty. But if it came push to come of selling one of them, then I would say I probably would just say Disasi over Chalobah. I would keep Chalobah over Disasi. But if we can keep both, then brilliant.
I think that's common. That is just common sense. It really is. Shame there aren't any sort of videos of the Sassy properly undergoing certain types of routines in the gym. But for me now, it has to be the Sassy. Going forward, I think it's worth picking up one of the oh gosh, what am I saying? Going forward, I think it's important to see how he will do in preseason. You see, the trouble is, it's been quite unfair. So many players, upon all the integration they've had, did not spend any preseason with the team. Certainly the injured players, certainly a lot of the newly purchased players came in when the season had already started. Cole Palmer was one, although as I keep saying, he's the exception and not the rule. But Desassi was definitely another. So I don't give up on him yet. But in a world where, at the moment, from current evidence, where they would be talking of selling Gallagher, or selling, sorry, what am I saying? Talking of selling Chalobah, then I would say, well, rather than sell Chalobah, between him and Desassi, I'm keeping Desassi. I'm keeping Chalobah, sorry.
You there, Marin?
I'm there. Um, yeah, yeah, you guys have your opinions, but from my opinion, this season, I'm keeping Disasi. Actually, both. If I could keep both of them, because with Chalaba, we have seen like he's actually good at the back. He's well experienced enough to actually handle the pressure at the back. With Disasi, you've seen like when he's under pressure, he gets a little bit of hesitant and he causes silly mistakes, and yeah. But it also doesn't mean that Chalaba also doesn't make mistakes. We have seen it. He made mistakes previously, but he learned from that and we've seen it throughout the season. Closing into the season, we've seen his performances. We've seen like, okay, he can handle the pressure at the back. So both of them wise, I don't want them to go because I see with the squad, I see it in depth, like rotation wise, like if perhaps Chalapa goes out on an injury, who we gonna replace him in the meantime? Or Balashe goes out on an injury, Tosin goes out on an injury. I'm not saying they won't get injured. I'm just saying like just for rotation. I would keep Disasi for rotation. Then perhaps next season I'll sell him. Or in the January, I'll sell him. Then yeah. But in terms from right now in the situation and the way we're moving, especially with the centre back situation, I'd rather not sell Disasi at the moment right now. No, probably if either as well as Chalaba too, both of them. I would never sell both of them. But with the Chalaba situation, it looks like that it's going to happen. But I just hope that it doesn't happen. So, but that's my input.
All right, guys. Before we close off the show, I want to ask each one of you what's your prediction for the Euros? I know Ty said he's cheer for the Netherlands.
I'm going to say something that will surprise everybody, but I think this is going to be a very interesting Euros from the point of view of who the eventual winners are. And I'm going to back somebody like Croatia or one of these some so-called smaller countries that have come close too many times for it to be coincidence. You know, Croatia getting to World Cup finals, Euros and not Euro finals and not winning it. It's almost an injustice, and I want to see justice done in football. And I think they deserve a major trophy. And it will be nice to see Luka Modric achieve that level of success. So I'm kind of backing them. England, well, we shall see. As usual, on paper, very, very strong. But football isn't played on paper, is it?
What was the question?
Before we close off, we want to make a Euro prediction.
I'm going for Netherlands.
Marin, I know you're in South Africa. I don't know. I don't know if you got a.
I'm going for DJ's country. Yeah, yeah. I'm going for Portugal because hey, it's either Portugal or Germany. Yeah, but yeah, we'll just see. We'll just see.
Yeah, listen, I've I've got two predictions. I know you're saying give one, but I've actually got two. Obviously, I'm going to say Portugal. Obviously, it's my heritage country, but I might surprise you guys at this one. I really think I know, even though we've got bad issues at the back, I'm going
Don't
for
spoil
England.
mine. Don't
I'm
spoil
going.
mine, DJ. Don't spoil
I'm
mine.
bro. I'm saying it because I think we have got a chance. I'm going for England, mate. I'm not going to lie. I think if they do well up until a certain period, I think we've got a chance as well of winning it. So I'm going Portugal and England for me between those two countries. It might be mad as it may sound. I just think with the squad that we've got in the squad that England have got, I know we've got weakness at the back, but if you look at our forwards going forward and the players that we can bring off the bench, I know we lost to Iceland in the Wembley. I don't count that match as nothing. It's just whatever it is, whatever you want to call it, right? That can happen to anybody. Yeah, anyone can be beaten by an odd team here and there. So, I'm actually going to go because I think Germany had an odd result the other day as well against I think it was against, I can't remember who it was against, but even they had an odd result. So it can happen in games. So I'm actually going to say two that I'm going to go for my heritage country and my country that I'm staying in. I'm living in, obviously, since I'm born in. I'm going to go for Portugal. I'm going for you, England and Portugal, mate.
Well, you
I'm
and
going
Bob.
for the underdogs, man. Underdogs, man. Underdogs. Netherlands, I'm saying. I said Italy the last time, and they didn't let me down. So going for Netherlands.
You and Bobby just steal Bobby and DJ steal mine because for me I was planning to go with England because the reason why I'm going with England is this team that England brings a lot of people write it off from day one, especially
Exactly.
the last game that they lost. So I think that this England team never really lose a warm-up match going into a final, and most of the times when team, struggling that way to go to a tournament, they always wake up. So I'm not surprised if England take it. And Croatia is one that a lot of people underestimate. But Croatia being reaching the finals and semifinals, is what Bobby was saying. They're a dangerous team. I watched them against Portugal, and they look like a dangerous team, to be quite honest. So the two teams is Croatia and England. I think they can create damage in this tournament.
And another reason why I chose those two guys as well. I'll tell you another reason why we're doing a thing at work as well, because every time any big tournaments come up, work do their anything World Cup, whatever, they always make you choose teams you think is gonna win. You put a little pound in. I don't know if you guys do it at your workplaces at all, and they put a little chart. Everything goes up. Everyone keeps marks on the board of who it's going to be. And I got both England and Portugal. I got both of them come out of the hat. I got them both in my. I drew England first, and then I drew Portugal. That's why I'm going to stick with the two teams now to say they're going to win it. So hopefully,
That's
let's see what
interesting.
happens. It is,
Who
bro.
won the
It
last?
is.
Who won the Euros 2 years ago? Not 2 years ago. 2 Euros ago.
Uh, Italy, when Italy beat
Italy.
England in the final.
Sorry.
I think Italy when they beat England in the final at Wembley.
No,
I think
before that one. Before that one. Before that one.
Wasn't it
Portugal.
Portugal? Yeah.
Portugal.
Portugal. And when was that? When was that?
That was. What was it?
That was before
2000.
before the C nation take over. Because the one that Italy won was during that time, so it will be 4 years before that.
4 years before when? Before which year? Before which year?
I'm trying to remember. Give me 1 second. It was 2000 and
2000.
24.
24?
No. Sorry, I forgot we did 24 now. sorry. But it was 18. I think it was 18.
Wasn't the 18 the World Cup though?
So if the World Cup was the 18, it would be the 19 then, because I think the Euro is always a year after the World Cup. Or 20. If it's not 19, it's probably 20.
How often does the Euros happen?
I think it's every 4 years. But remember when the COVID Dante said it's 16, so it was 16. So
Okay.
yeah,
Well,
16.
if Portugal win the Euros, you know which team's gonna win the Premier League.
2016.
You know who's gonna win
Yeah.
the Premier League then if it's 2016. If Portugal win it, then you know which team's gonna win the Premier League because
Early
as
prediction.
a team won the Premier League in after 2016 into 17. So take off that what you want.
Oh, bro, 2017 Chelsea won it, didn't they? In the Prem. I get where Ty's coming from, bro.
So
Correct.
if Portugal doesn't win, and you know that Chelsea obviously not gonna win the Premier League. So that's why the odds are.
Nah, man.
Ty, you're shameless, Ty. That one come from out of nowhere. History class. So you said, Ty, if Portugal win, we can win, right?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yes. Crazier things have happened. And an Italian manager as well. Oh, that's gonna be the beautiful omen.
Oh,
Another Italian manager.
not only that, since you're bringing up this history, like we always been successful under Italian manager, even if
Yep.
it's season.
And you know what's funny? The first time before we won the Premier League for the first time. This is the interesting thing. Claudio Ranieri is Italian, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And then a Portugal manager won it for us. So if Portugal win, and then afterwards, and then you realize Portugal won the Euros in 2016, and then an
Oh,
Italian
bro.
manager won it. Says it's the flip. It's a flip.
Do you know what, Ty? You know, Ty,
Portugal.
you done something similar to this last time, didn't you, Ty? I remember you said something like this similar, and it happened as well.
Champions League. Champions League.
I
Champions
remember
League.
that, bro. Yeah. I
Rich
remember that.
maker, there goes your time machine.
Oh man, nah, bro. Now listen, I said it already. For me, look, I just think, I don't know. I just got not put. I just don't know. I'm looking at this England team, right? I'm not going to lie, right? I look at this England team, okay, and even though they lost to Iceland, right? I just look at the team this guy's got. Southgate can't get a kick out of these players to win this tournament with the players he's got in this squad. I'm telling you now, this guy's not going to. I don't know what else I can say on it, mate. Any other manager, I think, will probably take them and they'll go and do it. He's got such an excellent squad there, okay? And I know people say, oh, you're weak at the back. I get that situation, but our midfield and our forwards into this tournament, mate, I think we've just got more of a chance than we've ever had of winning a major tournament. But as I said, either one of them, if either one of them win it, if it's Portugal or England or Portugal, I'll be a happy man either way. So, either way. I would love to see England do something because 1966 was the last time we done something, man. We won that World Cup. We need to do something, man. It has been too long for this country not winning anything. So we have to do something for once, mate. Honestly, we have to.
I don't think England has won the Euros at all.
No, 1966, Bobby, innit? World Cup.
No, that's the World Cup. That's
Yeah,
about
that's what I
it.
mean. Yeah,
And it's funny
we've not won
when
anything.
hearing this.
In 1996.
Go on, Bobby. So, what does Bobby say?
I was saying it's amazing that we're not hearing this because I believe the more the team is reminded about not having won the Euros, the more you're throwing down the gauntlet and making them energized to prove you wrong that they can win it. So it's interesting. They haven't won it, and many teams have won it several times over now.
Yeah.
So they've got some catching up to do.
They have to. Do you not think, though, Bobby, if England can't do something with this team in this tournament this season, right? Are we ever going to win something? Ever? With the squad that we've got, bruv? Honestly.
It is remarkable, isn't it? It's quite interesting, and it's quite strange as well.
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, let's see.
Yeah, it'd be a nice thing for him to do is win this tournament, and he goes riding off to the run set to the Manchester United job.
True.
Right.
It would be a nice thing for him to do.
Guys, so get to Man United. That's a match made in heaven.
Let it rain.
Match made in heaven.
Time, man. Honestly, bro. Why is it a match made in heaven, bruv? Yeah. Gareth Southgate to Man United, yeah.
Oh
yeah, it's a match made in heaven.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah. Sorry, Gav. What is money? What's Money Richmakers asking me in that thing about his letter to win Stanley? What's he going on about? I was reading a comment on there. What was he saying? What would I like to say in my email to win Stanley, my best friend, or something like that?
Oh yeah, he just messing with you.
I know he is.
Because he wanna build a time machine from the last 3 weeks now. So he's looking for help to build a time machine.
I know he is, bruv. I know he is.
So Ty just gave him a hand with the time machine earlier, and Ty was going way back with the Italian managers and winning the Premier League. So
I was just going to say to me, my message simply would be to him, yeah, you got to win Stanley and Stewart. Don't deal with any transfer. Give that all to Joe Shields. Let Joe Shields get on with it, mate. That'll be my message. You guys just step back, yeah, and let Joe Shields get on with it. That'll be my message to send to them. Because I clearly don't trust either one of them, win Stanley or Stewart. So yeah, Joe Shields to do all the transfers for us going forward now.
I know Sir Bobby got visitor over there, so I was gonna talk about Lavia, but I will close it off for the to the next show so he can attend to his guests.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I'm quite distracted. But
Oh,
yeah,
I know,
thanks,
Sir
guys.
Bobby. Well, we appreciate it every time you come on the stream with us.
Yeah, thanks very much. Always my pleasure. Always.
Great chatting with you again, Bobby.
Yeah, big up DJ as always. We're like a clone because we hardly disagree on any point. Really, it's amazing. But yeah, always a pleasure, Ty. You know, it's just so good to be able to sit with people and talk Chelsea to Chelsea fans. I don't get on
100%.
well with others that don't have that interest at heart.
100%, brother.
See,
Totally
you
agree
see,
with you, mate.
Bobby's class DJ. You forgot about everybody else. Just Bobby. Bobby remembered everybody. That's class.
Yeah, pick up, guys. Thanks.
Big up.
Good night. Good night.
Good
So
night,
good
Bobby.
night. We
Good night,
really appreciate it. Thank you to Consul Dante and everyone in the chat. We really appreciate it.
Big
Ty,
up.
the great one, DJ, Marin, and I really appreciate it each and every time. We almost hit the 5 hour mark again, Ty. We've been hitting this mark for the last couple of weeks.
Wow, bruv. Big up to
I
you,
wonder
man.
why.
Yeah, we love to
I
you.
wonder why. It's because you get interest. You get somebody to disagree, so it pushes the argument longer.
Yeah.
No, listen, big up to you all, man. I mean, I've said it to you
Yeah.
before. I mean, what you guys do in the community, you, Ty, everything you guys do for the Chelsea community and how we do and how you guys bring everyone together to talk football and talk about the club we love. Yeah. Big up to yourselves, Kachilla, Nee, everyone that I know I do streams on with. Yeah. Big up to every single one of you guys, because obviously without you guys doing what you guys do, it doesn't give an opportunity for other people to come in and you get to know other people as well from having different views and opinions. Everyone in the comments as well. It's always great to chat football about the club that we all love and have a passion for. And mate, long continue, bro, and hope your show continues to grow and grow and grow and grow, mate. You deserve it. All of you do.
Yeah, I appreciate it. We'll be here every week. Ty, remember, call me on WhatsApp, Ty. So thank you guys for always being here. You know, I really appreciate
I have
it.
something to say. I have something to say to
Uruguay
DJ after.
and Argentina. I'm gonna watch the Chelsea boys play right now. The game's supposed to be kicking off. Or already start.
Big up to
is
the
on
comments,
bench,
by the way.
guys. Before
Is he?
yeah,
Is he?
Enzo is on the bench, so it seems like he's back from his surgery. So
Okay.
Enzo is on the bench. He
Better
made
not
the
get
bench.
injured again. Better not get
Yeah,
injured
yo, please, yo.
Better not get injured again, bro.
Kendrick Pye is starting in the number 10 and Caicedo as one of the old in midfielder. And Enzo is on the bench. And Nicholas Jackson got an ankle injury. Hope it's not bad. So he didn't play today for his country.
Yes. Let's hope it's not serious, yo.
No, it's not nothing too serious. It's just a twist with his ankles. That's gone into what I read right here. So I'm just hoping that it's not okay. I'm gonna end the stream. So Ty, you say you're gonna stay behind and DJ. All right.
Okay,
Give
cool.
me 1
DJ
second.
still here? Is
Yeah, I'm
DJ
still here, bro. I'm
Yeah,
still
he's
here.
still here.
Cool,
Give me
cool,
1
cool.
second.
Something
Big up to
urgent.
everyone in the comments. Big up to everyone in the
Something
comments, by the
urgent,
way.
DJ. Something urgent.
Okay.
All the memories come flooding back, hit different. I've changed a lot, friends list got thinner. Ain't tripping about enemies, true and stay hidden. He was lurking, so we made sure he went missing. Told the fakers to leave, but they wouldn't listen. They faulty, now they gotta watch me glisten. They ain't silent, like some snakes, they stay hissing, spreading.